regulatory approvals. In that time, the Hindenburg report, which is very clearly raising several
Yes.
questions and also bringing together certain questions of the past that have already been resolved, for example, by Indian courts, and it all put it together and sent it out. Whenever there is a company that's out raising money, there are questions, there are risk factors that are attached to the prospectus, and those have to be uh, dealt with by the company. What happened through the Hindenburg report was that entirely new, a 400-page odd risk
Siddharth, stay
factor.
on with me. We have some big news coming in. I would like your perspective on that too. This, remember, could be possibly another blow for the Adani Group, because after the Credit Suisse, Citigroup junks Adani Securities. Citigroup will not be accepting the Adani shares as a loan collateral, which means basically Citigroup's wealth arm has stopped accepting Adani Securities as collateral for margin loans, which means they are joining Credit Suisse in stepping up the scrutiny of the group. Abha, if I can bring you also here, can you break it down for us? What does this mean when the Citigroup says that Citigroup's wealth arm basically stopping accepting Adani Securities as collateral for margin loans and will be joining Credit Suisse?
So, we had Credit Suisse do this yesterday, even though their brokerage is still put an outperform on Adani. So there's a slight diversion there. And now Citigroup has done this as well. They're kind of essentially saying that they don't want to no longer issue those collaterals, given the kind of precarious nature of the group. I'm also just taking a look at the kind of red we're seeing on the screen, Pooja, because we're in pre-open and we're counting down to market open. It's 2 minutes away right now. Ambuja Cements, ACC, let's leave that out for now. They're, of course, in the green and they're jumping up post Adani's comments. Remember, he acquired those companies recently. But Adani, Wilmar, Transmission, Energy, all of these stocks in pre-open are actually trending in the red. Adani Enterprises, the main one, of course, that's been surrounded by all these controversies, is also in the green. These are pre-open rates. We're going to hit market open in less than a minute right now, so we'll get an immediate sense of how the market's
So the countdown has started, as Abha is telling us, and of course all eyes will be on the Dalal Street. Siddharth, what does this mean for the Adani Group? If I'm an Adani investor today, do I have a reason to worry, Siddharth? All right, so we'll just get to that back in a short while. Remember, what you're looking at, one, is the recent statement, a video statement given by Gautam Adani. This is not common by Adani Group and specifically by the chairperson himself, that apart from a statement that was released yesterday night, then to come by himself on video to give out another assuring statement and say, we only wanted to be sure that we insulate the investors from any financial losses. What you're looking at are the pre-open market right now, the trading that's happening. Adani Enterprises zooming in 10% in pre-open trading. And we're also being told that the Sensex is down by 250, Nifty down 110. This is pre-open trade. In just barely few seconds, we will be getting some details on that too. Let's bring in first Abha and then I'll go across to Pankaj as well. Abha, pre-open trading. And then in the next few minutes, we'll have the markets open. What is the difference between this and how possibly can there be a difference between the pre-open and when the markets open?
Markets have just opened, Pooja. Markets have opened.
Tell us, Abha.
Advanced decline ratio, even though it's slightly skewed toward decline, it's still steady. It's fairly even. We're seeing green on the screen. We're just down 0.3% on the index. This is great news, all right? Because we saw a bit of a rally post the budget, after which we saw that cool off given all the Adani controversy. We are not seeing a reaction to the Fed rate hike. At this point, I would assess the markets are just treading water. They're just stable. They're waiting and watching. All of the Adani stocks, Green Energy, Transmission, Wilmar, etc., still down 5 to 10%. Enterprises has opened in the green. We'll bring that one up for you because that's the main one, of course. That's the one, remember, that has withdrawn its FPO. That's the one that everyone's eyes are on. Let's quickly take a look at that, because Enterprises, I think, has opened in the green. Now, these are opening trades. That gives you a quick indication, but we have a whole market session to go. What's reassuring, though, that this is not affecting the rest of the market. Clearly, the market at some level is moving on from this news, or so it seems this morning, because the larger market...
What does this mean? Because for you to say that this is in the green and is comparatively stable, is this a reflection, perhaps, of how investors have reacted also to the Adani Group decision?
Okay, as we speak, markets are trending weaker. So now we're down about 6 to 7 tenths of a percent. Declines are down to about 900. So we're weakening there. But what's different this morning, Pooja, is that I don't think that this a little bit of weakness in the market, which on any other day would just be a regular market day, is linked to what's happening in Adani. Somewhere I'm sensing a disassociation from the rest of the market with what's happening with these group counters. Everyone's taken a step back. The FPO has been withdrawn. It's really now a case of how this group decides to go ahead and handle their business, their debt, the communication that they have with the market. Gautam Adani in his video said that, our fundamentals are very strong, but
Yes.
he's left a lot of questions unanswered. And as you just mentioned as well, major banks like Citigroup, Credit Suisse are withdrawing, their instruments, loan instruments against the Adani Group, citing the volatility in stock price. So it's going to take a little while for it to settle down and for us to understand what the next course of action will be for the Adani Group.
Abha, Adani is a huge group. It's about ports, energy, enterprises, just too many issues involved here as well. How are we looking at when the markets that have opened? Have you seen anything like it? The manner in which the markets have changed recently that you've been tracking the markets, or do you think in many ways this is unprecedented?
So it is. We've not seen something like this in a while. When we were chatting with Udayan yesterday, he was bringing up the Satyam incident many years ago, and that actually shook up the entire market. I think the difference this time is that the market is far stronger than the ramifications on a single group. And of course, it's one of the larger groups, of course, with major assets, but it's still about the group and not about the larger market. Remember Adani, he's still on the top 10 rich list, and these assets are highly capital intensive, and that's why this is coming under so much scrutiny, because whether it be infrastructure, ports, airports, these are assets that require a lot of capital to fund and build. And he keeps linking this to the India story and how they're really a group that's building India, and this is why he wanted retail investors to participate in that FPO. But that dream has come to a crunching halt, and this morning he's actually talking about how it's all about his investors who have backed him, because it comes back to that. He's going to need money to drive this venture.
20,000 crore rupees to be returned to the investors. But he said this is a temporary decision. This is going to be looked at.
And this is only one phase, right, Pooja? This is 20,000 crore rupees, one FPO, out of which 10,000 crores was going to use for expansion, 5,000 to repay some of the debt. And then he had a whole series of other expansion plans, IPOs with some of the other group companies planned. It's a fairly long, complex procedure. He's got a humongous amount of debt, which they keep saying that their debt to equity ratio is strong and they're profitable, and so they will be able to manage it. Like he said this morning, fundamentals are strong, but it's a long road in terms of relieving that debt.
Abha, the question that I asked to Siddharth Zurabi as well, if I'm an investor with the Adani Group right now, do I have a reason to worry, or is there going to be a wait and watch policy that I need to follow?
So, we don't comment on specific stocks, Pooja, but I think for a retail investor, I think it would be fairly wise to suggest that some of these stocks, given that they have been unstable, but even beyond that, some of these counters are not always under brokerage coverage. And are not always the ones that are heavily subscribed to by brokerages, mutual funds. So if you do want to go via advice that you're getting from some credible brokerages or mutual fund houses, as a retail investor, because you want to be a little bit more cautious, it might be wise to stay away at least until there is some kind of certainty.
Right now, Abha, with the markets that have just opened, it started with a stable approach, but there is weakening as well in some sectors. What are you looking at the markets right now?
I'm tracking them very closely because I just want to see whether they're going to start to nosedive during the session. We're just about 5 minutes into opening. We're trending at about 59,342 right now on the Sensex. Bring up the Nifty for you as well. We've got 17,486. So it's not looking pretty exactly, but it's 0.7% lower. And if the market can somehow manage to hold ground, even claw itself back up a little bit, back up towards that 18,000 mark, by the end of the week, we're in a good zone. Let's just hope that we don't see any kind of free fall towards the second half of the day.
Stay on with me, because the fact is we're also doing this special telecast. The reason is, apart from the decision taken by the Adani Group, Gautam Adani, the chairperson of the Adani Group, himself coming forth in the morning to reassure his investors. Here's what he had said. Let's listen in.
After a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of his withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. In my humble journey of over 4 decades as an entrepreneur, I have been blessed to receive overwhelming support from all stakeholders and particularly the investor community. It is important for me to confess that whatever little I have achieved in life is due to the faith and trust reposed by them. I owe all my success to them. For me, the interest of my investor is paramount and everything is secondary. Hence, to insulate the investors from potential losses, we have withdrawn the FPO.
So Gautam Adani's video statement to reassure his investors and shareholders as well that we will be re-examining it, but you don't have a reason to worry just yet. What you're looking at on your screens is a dip in the stocks. Different stocks, take a look closely about, this is apart from the Sensex and Nifty, we're looking at Adani Trans, the drip that we are watching, and I'll quickly get in our colleagues as well from Business Today Television to help us understand this better. We're live tracking the Adani stocks. It started on a stable note. It started on green, but there, as we can see, Adani Trans and others, and we'll keep moving on to that. The shares are hovering around 1965. Adani ENT and Adani Ports is down, if we can see correctly, by about 10%. And this, remember, is apart from the Credit Suisse, the city that has also decided to pull back. In many ways, this could be a strong reaction to the Adani Group's withdrawal of the FPO. This was expected, remember. Our colleagues had been saying that it may start with stability, but we'll have to be tracking the market closely and specifically the stocks of the Adani Group. But Sensex and Nifty are right now both down in early trade. The markets have just opened barely a few minutes ago, so we'll be tracking the latest on that. The Adani Port, as you can see, down at about 446.55. Sensex down 2. These are the latest coming in. Adani Green and Sensex also at about 59,561.71. The stocks clearly appear to be under stress. This, apart from an official statement that had come. Remember, this is, I've not seen anything like this with regard to the Adani Group. Apart from a decision that was taken and a statement released right away close to midnight yesterday by the Adani Group saying it could not be morally correct if we continue. We'll be examining this. We are withdrawing the FPO for now. But this is also because we want to insulate the investors from any possible financial losses. After that, Gautam Adani to come early morning with a video message to reassure the investors is absolutely unprecedented and big, and perhaps a reflection of what could be at stake and to ensure that the investors and the shareholders are not in confusion. This is apart from the fact that there is SEBI is likely to look into any irregularities that have been mentioned by recently the research that was published. But according to Adani, of course, there's no mention of the research in their statement. This is an independent decision that they have taken, and we continue to track the Nifty 50 and the Adani Wilmar as well, all showing a dip there. The enterprises share dips at about 10%. Let's bring in now Abha Bakaya for the latest. Abha, Adani Enterprises FPO, which had closed yesterday, from what I can see, oversubscribed about 112% as funds and started pouring at the last minute. But what you're looking at right now, what does it really mean when we are only showing one dip after another?
I'm just taking a look, Pooja. Adani Ports down 9%. Enterprises, it's back down, I think, in the red. Just pulling that up for you to take a look. Yep, 10%. We've got all the Adani stocks, actually, the top losers right now. Wilmar, all of them. Transmission, Green, Ports. It's, somehow it's nothing that they have done has reassured the markets. I think the Hindenburg report brought up a lot of key questions that have not been fully answered. On top of that, now you have these foreign banks, whether it be Credit Suisse, Citigroup, all of them pulling out. So the saga is just intensifying. I think there's been extreme stock volatility, and that has spooked investors. And that's really what this is about. It's going to take them some time to bring back some amount of stability and confidence in the Adani story. He's shared a message this morning looking to reassure investors, but it's going to need a little bit more than that. It's going to need some granularity, and it's going to be interesting to see how they choose to address it. But this morning, what's driving the markets lower? I mean, Reliance is also down 0.8%, but outside of that, it's primarily the banks. Not sure whether to draw any kind of link with, any concerns around deleveraging on the Adani Group, but we are seeing a little bit of pressure on banks this morning, and overall a bit of a down day for the market so far this morning.
All right, stay on with me, Abha. Let's go on the ground now at the Dalal Street. My colleague Pankaj Upadhyay to give us the latest on that. Pankaj, how is the reaction to the market and specifically the dip that we witnessed after an early stability? Pankaj.
Pooja, market opening in the red isn't a good sign.
Yes.
Bad for investors for sure. Maybe it could be a result of Adani FPO withdrawal because largely the markets experts say they have liked the budget, and yesterday and today morning as well, the talks that we had with the markets experts, they maintain by and large the budget was seen as very populist, and they expected that the markets would react very positively to it. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what the market experts really have to say, whether this has been the larger effect of the withdrawal of the FPO by the Adani Group, because this news is ringing in the market. And as I said, markets in the red is definitely not a good news for the investors. But here, since we are talking a lot about the Adani FPO, let me also apprise the viewers that the market regulator, SEBI, that is the Security and Exchange Board of India, has already started its investigation into the matter, be it the allegations that have been leveled by the research firm on one hand, or the nosedive of the shares as well. In both these aspects, the investigation by the market regulator has already started, and we are also learning that the government has also sought a report from the market regulator. Okay. And it is also being said that within 48 hours at least a preliminary report is going to be submitted by the market regulator to the government as well. Pooja.
Pankaj, keep tracking the latest on that. We're looking at the stocks dipping, clearly under stress, as we can see, and the Nifty and the Sensex too for the Adani Group. As we can see, there was an attempt by Gautam Adani himself as the chairperson to give out an assuring message to the investors and the shareholders, saying we will be examining this. For now, there's no reason to worry. May not have made a lot of difference right now as the market has opened, as we can see. But remember, the day still just started. It's going to progress, so we'll track the latest coming in from that. I want to quickly bring in Abha Bakaya back now. Abha, as we're looking at the market here, now for me, it would be the political fallout that I would be tracking, about how the opposition is gunning for it, how the government would want to perhaps look at it more closely. You are tracking precisely what's happening with regard to the business fraternity. When I go through the details, as SEBI has decided to put forth an investigation, the government at the center is waiting for a report from the SEBI. Is this a vindication for the Hindenburg research, or that could just be a part of it and Adani Group wants to play safe for now? Because the allegation was very serious of tax havens, of debt, all of that against the Adani Group. Abha.
Well, I mean, they've already made their money, Pooja. So
yes.
Hindenburg report, they're short sellers. They've got what they wanted out of this, right? I think they've left the mess for Adani to clean up. Now, in the sense, I think that first of all, it's interesting because, as you said, it's about time the regulator stepped in. I mean, even though until now, I think it was the finance minister or the chief economic advisor, I think during the survey had said, we don't comment on specific groups, but this issue has really blown up out of control. And I'm equally interested to see what happens in the budget session of Parliament, because again, like we were discussing yesterday, and with Udayan as well, this is also going to impact certain plans for the government. For instance, let's say, on disinvestment, or in terms of any kind of project they decide to give, let's say, to the Adani Group, until and unless some of this is cleaned up and it's become very clear and transparent. So, there are some of those implications that we still have to see unfold. The regulator, it is about time they step in, because this kind of volatility, remember the stock price is almost, we've seen those rates on your screen, how much they've gone down, 30-40% since this whole FPO started. This is why they've called off or returned the money, because even despite the fact that they pulled in the money to the last minute. And remember, they didn't change the price of the FPO. They didn't decide to extend it. They were intent on trying to complete it. They said, fine, the retail investor's not going to invest. They brought in every possible family office, non-institutional, to pull through that 20,000 crores. But then the stock price continued to plummet, right? And that's why they had to give the money back, because otherwise investors are coming in at a loss. This issue was already priced expensive. And after the kind of rout we've seen on the stocks, it was just completely, as he says, morally not acceptable to go ahead with this FPO.
But two questions here. How much of this on one day can impact the Adani Group, specifically the dip in the market, in the stocks for the Adani Group? And I can see that, whether it's different stocks across. And also do tell us about the Adani Group. We're not talking about just any business group or an industrialist right now. Adani Group is one of the most important right now for India. We're looking at energy, ports, and a lot of other enterprises as well. So do tell us how crucial this could be, both for Adani Group and for the country too.
The Adani Group, they've lost about, I think, 30% or more now, I think. This was 30% up till pre-budget. They've got 30-40%, let's say. The market cap, which was about 5.5 lakh crores, been completely eroded. He's dropped off the rich list, as you know. He's come down to number 10, below Ambani now. It's a group that encompasses a lot of infrastructure assets, from renewable energy to ports to infrastructure, roads, etc., etc. And therefore, these are all very capital-intensive businesses. It's also a group that has shot up incredibly in the last 3 years. And this is, I think, Pooja, where a lot of the questions are coming from, because no one can understand how did a group's market value jump manifold in just 3 years' time? And how are they doing this with an incredible debt on their books? Now, even in our own interview with Gautam Adani just a few weeks ago, as you know, Raj Chengappa sat down with him and he asked him about the debt. And Adani, as he has put out in statements before, and he said this to Raj personally, he was said, today's business environment is very different to what it was. We are able to access debt to fund these massive capital outlay expansion plans. And we will be able to service that debt because we are profitable. And he keeps saying that. He's repeated this numerous times, but somehow it is not flying with the market. And now what's going to happen is we're going to continue to hear, you've already heard of Credit Suisse and Citigroup. Now you're going to start hearing from banks, Indian banks, on how they're assessing their loans to Adani, right? Because that's always where the fear is. Banks have taken a long time during the pandemic to clean up their books. They've been well capitalized. And in fact, you're hearing from the finance minister, she's talking about how now she wants India Inc. to go ahead with CapEx. And that involves credit offtake from the banks. They don't want to be stuck with anything that's a bad loan or that's going to cause trouble on their books. So they're going to now start reassessing their loans to Adani. So this is going to get really ugly for Adani, for at least in the short.
And there will have to be, more clarity that could best be coming in from the Adani Group. To stay on with me, 8 out of 10 Adani stocks have hit the lower circuit. Pankaj Upadhyay is at the Dalal Street in Mumbai. That's where all the action is right now. So this plunge that we are looking at, Pankaj, 8 out of 10, can you give us more details? What's happening there in the market?
Well, I'm right outside the market. We are keeping a close watch as to what is going to happen today. I'll ask my camera person, Mahesh More, to zoom in yet again as to how the markets are reacting today. We are again seeing the fluctuations, from red to green. As I said, red sign, definitely not a good sign for the investors at this point of time. And, the price of the share, as the investors also maintain, had fallen below the price they had purchased at. The share was 30% down, lower at what they had purchased at. So, of course, this turns out to be the biggest news of the day. And now the entire money will be given back to the investors. Pooja, the amount of nearly 20,000 crores is like a huge amount. And when the late night, the news came in that the FPO had been withdrawn, the market experts clearly asserted that they would have to maintain a wait and watch policy as to what is going to happen today, as to how the markets are going to react today, whether there is going to be a positive effect in the market of the budget. Because as I said, by and large yesterday, when we were meeting the market experts, they maintained that it was a welcome budget and the markets had reacted positively to it. Whether during the day, as the hours proceed, whether it is going to be reflected here in the Dalal Street, that really remains to be seen. But as we've seen, a lot of reds in the market right now. Whether this is a result of the withdrawal of the FPO by the Adani group, that really needs to be, scrutinized at this point of time. How are the particular stocks of the Adani group are doing at this point of time? That also needs to be analyzed. And, as the time passes by, we'll try and have a word with the market experts as well as to how they see the present scenario.
Pankaj, keep tracking the latest. So what Pankaj is telling us is also important. Remember, trade has been halted for now. The Adani stocks are tumbling. 8 out of 10 Adani stocks are looking at the lower circuit for now. I want to bring in Abha Bakaya, senior editor with Business Today Television, for the latest on that. We're looking at ports, power, energy, transmission. All of these with regard to the Adani group are witnessing a dip for now. Abha, can you give us the details about 8 out of 10? Which are these 8 stocks that are witnessing a dip right now? Any change in the market that you can see as we are live tracking the latest coming in on the Nifty and the Sensex?
Let's go through it,
Yes.
Pooja. Let's take a look at some of the stocks there. We had Adani Enterprises, which is the main company that we're discussing here. Adani Enterprises is the one that had launched the follow-on public offer, the FPO, for 20,000 crores. That opened 10% higher very briefly before reverse gains, and it's plunged to 10%. And the scrip, in fact, now up till Wednesday had extended losses up to 35%, right? So that's completely plunged. In fact, at this point, the stock is already trading at almost 12 times its 30-day average volume. So the kind of activity you're seeing on that stock, it's definitely oversold. Adani Ports and Special Economic Zones also reversed its opening gains, just minor uptick to 10% lower again. And it's also in oversold territory right now. When we say oversold, it's a technical term to just say the amount of volumes being traded on that stock is far above the 30-day average that we normally see on that stock. And in fact, technical analysts track certain barometers on the price on the lower end and the upper end. And right now, the stocks are just being hammered past the lower end. Adani Total Gas down about 10% as well. And now that's the 7th session that it's trending lower. Adani Transmission also down close to 10%. And in fact, all of them are in oversold territory.
Yes.
I think we track ACC and Ambuja as Adani Group stocks because of the acquisition, but the markets are not seeing them in the same capacity. So those are relatively insulated.
So it's still developing, but clearly, there are other stocks also that we'll be tracking the latest coming in from the market as well. But for now, as we can see, definitely in the red for the Sensex and Nifty. But it's a developing day. We'll wait and watch. And if there's any difference that the video statement of Gautam Adani has made, our colleagues will continue to be with us. India Today is the only channel that's tracking the latest on this big issue, a big financial story for this country. I'm heading into a very short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. Stay tuned.
The Golden Globe goes to Natu Natu, RRR.
This is the roar of Indian cinema on the world stage. A global dance party and the biggest validation for India's soft power. S.S. Rajamouli's epic action drama has done what no Indian film has done before. With its sheer technical and creative talent, RRR has made a huge leap towards global domination when it comes to Indian entertainment. The world can't get enough of Natu Natu. And these images are proof. The tickets to this show of RRR at Chinese Theatre in Los Angeles sold out in flat 98 seconds. Who would have thought that a fictitious story about two legendary revolutionaries would have the world go crazy? Even school kids in California put up this performance. This mind-boggling frenzy has swept across the 7 seas, from Los Angeles to Japan.
English, Japanese, and you repeat after me.
Okay.
Okay,
Sure.
ready?
Ready?
Namaskaram, konnichiwa,
Konnichiwa.
good morning, ohayou gozaimasu, ohayou gozaimasu.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Even the other Asian global export, the K-pop stars, were not left untouched by the magic of RRR. For the longest time, Hindi cinema defined India's soft power. Movies set in Europe, UK and America were targeted at the NRI audience. But New India is dreaming big. And RRR's roaring success shows this is just the beginning for Indian cinema to expand its horizon further. Bureau Report, India Today.
This 8-year-old differently abled student of a government school in UP has brought glory to his city, Bahraich. Whoever says disability can slow you down should look up to this little one. Divyansh, who is more than 40% disabled in his legs, created a record by doing Shirshasana continuously for 44.1 minutes in the G20 Yogasan Record 2023 program.
शर्मा सर और मैं 2 घंटा करता हूँ, पढ़ाई भी करता हूँ और प्रैक्टिस करके भी डीएम सर को हराऊंगा।
क्या बनना चाहते हो?
IAS।
His teachers were equally joyous as Divyansh bagged his name in Yogasan Book of World Records.
इन बच्चों को स्वयं से और कोच बुला करके महीने में 2 बार या 3 बार इनको कोचिंग देते हैं और इसी कोचिंग के बल पर बच्चे हमारे म्यूजिकल योगा में भी आगे हैं और सामान्य योगा भी ढंग से करते हैं। उसी का परिणाम है कि आज हमारा बच्चा दिव्यांग बच्चा शीर्षासन का रिकॉर्ड बनाया है।
Divyansh also won praise from the district magistrate.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दिव्यांग बच्चों के कल्याण के लिए विभिन्न कल्याणकारी योजनाएं यहां पर प्रारंभ की हैं। उस बच्चे ने खुद अपनी प्रतिभा से यह स्थापित कर दिया है कि वह दिव्यांग नहीं बल्कि अन्य सशक्त बच्चों से भी ज़्यादा सशक्त है।
Divyansh's aspirations don't just end here. He wishes to be an IAS officer in future. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's a big day for Ayodhya today because the holy Shaligram rocks from Nepal that were dispatched to Ayodhya have reached the holy city. It received a grand welcome and celebrations. These holy rocks that you're looking at will be used in the construction of the Ram temple and even for the idols of Lord Ram and the goddess Sita. We're looking at these rocks that were dispatched from Nepal's Kali Gandaki waterfall, are considered to be holy and centuries old, and it has been sent to be included in the construction. Large number of devotees came to offer their prayers for these holy rocks in Ayodhya. These are two huge Shaligram rocks or boulders, in other words, will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust today. Seers of the members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad will be offering special prayers. The rocks will be used in the carving soon. Now remember, the two Shaligrams were dispatched from Nepal on Saturday and en route had been interacted and met with visitors who offered prayers. And this, remember, is going to be crucial with the construction too. The temple, which is currently underway, once constructed, will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 1st January 2024.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligrams have reached here in Ayodhya, and today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti, but before that, both these Shaligrams which has come from Nepal will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspiciity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these Shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
इधर गोविंद गुरु जी महाराज का राम कथा का सत्संग चल रहा है छोटी छावनी में सत्संग भवन में। हमारे राम कथा के पीरियड में हमको इसका दर्शन होके हमको कुछ उत्स्फूर्त लगेगा, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा और हम हमारा नसीब समझते जिंदगी में इतना अच्छा मौका हमारे को मिला है।
जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में नर्मदा नदी है और नर्मदा का हर एक कंकर साक्षात शंकर, उसी प्रकार से नेपाल की भूमि में गंडकी नदी में कोई भी पत्थर है वो साक्षात शालिग्राम भगवान का स्वरूप माना जाता है। और वहां से चल करके पत्थर यहाँ पर आया तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़ा सौभाग्य की बात है, यह शिला यहाँ पर आई क्योंकि इस शिला के द्वारा राम जी का निर्माण होना है।
So you heard some of the eyewitnesses and the devotees as well. Let's now go live to Abhishek Mishra in Ayodhya. Abhishek, it's quite incredible actually, isn't it, that from all the way from Nepal, the Hindu devotees have sent 2 big boulders to be used in the construction of the temple. Because if I'm correct, these are also centuries old and are seen as a representation of Lord Vishnu too. So tell us more about why would 2 boulders be sent or dispatched all the way from Nepal to Ayodhya?
Well, certainly, Pooja, and these are stones which are very precious for the people here in Ayodhya, not just for the sake because the grand temple and the image of Lord Ram will be prepared from this, but also in the sense it has a mythological significance as well. You rightly put it out. It really has a significance as well as Gandaki river is concerned and the area of Nepal, because these rocks, these stones are said to be, a crore of years old, and that is also something which makes them very important and auspicious as far as the belief in the Hindu mythology is concerned. Now, you can certainly see in the visuals how the preparations are going on. All these saints and all these pandits who have come here will be performing the offering, will be offering the prayers here. At the same time, it has been said that today it's a very big day for all the people in Ayodhya. We have been witnessing from the morning that people are coming here. They want to take a picture of this rock. They want to, worship it. And at the same time, there is a very huge sentiment as far as Ram Lala is concerned, as far as this temple is concerned. And now, when these Shaligrams, which has arrived here after a long travel from Nepal to Bihar to eastern Uttar Pradesh and now in Ayodhya, this is something which has a huge and very important significance as far as the people of Ayodhya is concerned. And not just Ayodhya, we have witnessed many people coming from the different parts of the country, from Maharashtra, from Rajasthan, Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. So they have also come here.
Interesting. And Abhishek, what you're showing us is the prayer ceremony that's scheduled to begin. Remember, these are not just rocks, they have clearly a significance coming in from the Gandaki waterfall in Nepal and will be now a part of the construction of the Ram temple to all the way from Nepal to Ayodhya. Abhishek will be tracking all the latest on that. So that ceremony to initiate it has started. All right, I'm heading into a very short break, wrapping up this bulletin for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. The big story remains what Gautam Adani has said. We'll be getting you the latest on that as well. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
यकीन मानिए पहला सप्तर्षि में पहला इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट। कोई एक धारा दिखा दीजिए कि इंक्लूसिव मॉडल हो। बेरोजगारों की संख्या कितनी है? कई करोड़ में है। और आपके पास क्या मॉडल है रोजगार के लिए? तो आपने गोल गोल बातें की हैं, कोई भी ठोस ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है। तो फिर ये आम बजट कैसे हुआ साहब? ये तो खास लोगों का, खास लोगों द्वारा खास तरह से बनाया गया बजट है।
S. Jaishankar, a career diplomat, today leads India in global platforms with an elan that very few thought he would be able to. When Sushma Swaraj became seriously ill in the summer of 2019, this soft-spoken, multilingual recruit of 1977 Indian Foreign Service was chosen to fill up the position of Minister for External Affairs. BJP, led by Narendra Modi, has just come back to power with a thumping majority for the second term, and many dismissed him as a poor attempt to fill in the stalwart Sushma Swaraj's shoes. Politically, he was a comparatively young minister. A year before he became the External Affairs Minister, he was Foreign Secretary for the Government of India, a post he served since his return as the Ambassador of India to the USA in 2015. In those 3 crucial years, he was the shadow to Sushma Swaraj and got mentored by her. With a master's and doctorate degree in international relations, S. Jaishankar was the right person for India's diplomatic service. After joining Indian Foreign Service in 1977, at the age of 22 years, he served diplomatic assignments in embassies in Moscow, Colombo, Budapest and Tokyo. By birth a Tamilian, raised in Delhi, Jaishankar is fluent in his mother tongue, Hindi, English and learnt Russian during his stint in Moscow. Later, he picked up some Hungarian, conversational Chinese and Japanese. Subramaniam Jaishankar met his counterpart Kyoko in Tokyo, with whom he not only shares his life but also his birthday. Together, they are proud parents of 3 well-established children, Dhruv, Arjun and Medha. The induction of Jaishankar as a cabinet minister at a juncture when Sino-US relations were getting increasingly complex at the global stage, throwing a number of challenges on key areas, especially on trade and cybersecurity, was considered as an interesting choice in the summer of 2019. 3 summers later, critics are quiet, and the only voice that fills the vacuum is cheering Jai Jaishankar.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Buddha Jeans Company, Planet Easy.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Rounding up the day's top stories, we're focusing, of course, on the impact that we're seeing right now on the markets over beleaguered Adani. We're also going to get you the latest as we count down to the Parliament's budget session kicking off at 11 a.m. Let's begin with the headlines. Bears mall beleaguered Adani. Bloodbath continues in Dalal Street as 5 out of 10 Adani stocks hit the lower circuit. Adani breaks silence on stocks crash moments before market opened. Thanks investors, says withdrawing FPO will not impact current plans.
We will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
As Adani FPO called off, sources say India's market regulator is examining a rout in the shares of Adani. SEBI to also probe several allegations made by Hindenburg Research. Fireworks likely in Parliament budget session today. Congress opposition parties to hold strategy meet. Opposition to raise Adani report and BBC film. YS Sharmila reignites war against KCR. Sharmila to meet governor before Padayatra to raise failures of the state government. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used not just in the construction but in the making of the deities. Devotees to worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. Let's begin with the latest updates coming in from the markets, which opened at 9:15 this morning. This wild fluctuation that's currently being witnessed in the Adani shares. Trading has resumed. 5 stocks have now hit the lower circuit. Earlier, 8 out of the 10 stocks had hit the lower circuit. Since the Hindenburg research row, Adani has lost 8.2 lakh crore in MCAP. So the bloodbath continues really in the markets for the Adani group. There was a statement put out by Gautam Adani. We of course did tell you in great detail also about how Adani had come out to go ahead and say that it was not morally correct to go ahead to proceed with the FPO as well, and that's why they withdrew their FPO. And now the big news that's coming in from the markets is that there is a lot of fluctuation. All the highs, all of the gains that were seen on budget day, it's all lost out courtesy what's been playing out within the Adani group. So late last night, the news came in, the confirmation from the Adani group that the FPO has been junked. But Gautam Adani and the group continues on a tailspin. The Adani group stocks have fallen even after the FPO withdrawal. If there was any hope of really ensuring that investor sentiment is back, that really hasn't happened. 5 out of 10 stocks have hit lower circuits. Meanwhile, Citigroup Inc.'s wealth arm has stopped accepting securities of Gautam Adani's group of firms as collateral for margin loans. The US lender's move to restrict lending comes after a similar change at Credit Suisse Group AG. This is after Adani called off its 20,000 crore rupees follow-on public offer, which, remember, was fully subscribed on Tuesday. The company will refund proceeds it had received as part of its FPO, which was bailed out largely by corporates and foreign investors on Tuesday. Group Chairman Gautam Adani, in a video statement, said going ahead with the issue will not be morally correct, seeing what happened in the markets yesterday with the Adani Group. Asserting that their balance sheet is healthy, Adani said they will review FPO again once the market stabilizes. This bombshell development comes amid a massive market rout in Adani Group stocks following the release of the Hindenburg research report that accused the group of brazen stock manipulation and accounting fraud.
Dear friends, after a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of its withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects. The fundamentals of our company are very strong. Our balance sheet is healthy and assets robust. Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
So those were a few of the highlights of what Gautam Adani said. The Adani Group chairman speaking out in a rare address, even as that decision was taken late last night. Huge bombshell development where it was decided that they will withdraw that massive 20,000 crore FPO in light of what's been happening in the markets. Rahul Gautam is joining us with more details on this. Clearly, investor sentiments on the Adani Group, Rahul, at this point is still rather subdued. It is going to take some time to really gain from the losses that the Adani Group has suffered in the last few days. The budget day, what we saw, the market's recovery, that clearly has now been backtracked in a sense with what's happened now in the last 1 hour or so.
Absolutely, Akshita, and this was the main reason why Adani Enterprises withdrew this fully subscribed FPO. They've already secured around 20,000 crore rupees, as a revenue, as market cap. But they decided that they're going to let it go because of the fact that there is a lot of, instability in the market, and therefore they said that it was not morally correct on their part to keep that amount, and therefore they decided to let it go. Also, you must understand that the opposition is not going to, allow this issue to die anytime soon. They've decided that they're going to raise this issue in the parliament. At least 4 political parties, namely Congress Party, CPI, BRS, they all have given notices to discuss this issue, saying that this actually affects the entire financial system of the country, and therefore this issue requires immediate attention. So you can expect that this issue is certainly going to lead to more fireworks inside the Parliament House, because of the fact that opposition camp, as we speak, they're having a meeting at the chamber of Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the LOP Rajya Sabha of Congress Party, and there are a couple of, we've been informed there are around 10 like-minded parties who are participating in this important meet, and therefore you can expect that the Congress Party, principal opposition party, they're going to chalk out a strategy as how they're going to corner the government, because they've been claiming that undue favors were rolled out and given to Adani Enterprises, because of which we have reached to this situation.
It's not just the markets, and I want to bring in Pankaj Upadhyay also on this. He's been getting us the latest on what's playing out right now in Dalal Street. It's going to take some time really for the Adani Group to recover from the Hindenburg research dent, and now with the withdrawal of the FPO, they also hope that maybe with that the investor sentiment will be taken care of, Pankaj. That clearly hasn't happened.
Yeah, Akshita. 2 things. First of all, this withdrawal of the FPO by the Adani Group clearly hasn't really inspired the confidence in the investors. The stocks have been going down since morning as far as the Adani Group is concerned, and the market has been in the red. Of course, it's been fluctuating for quite some time now, but that's not really good news for the investors, and especially at a time, an important day after the budget, when it was being sensed that perhaps, as the market experts maintain, that this has turned out to be a populist budget, and the market has well accepted the budget. It was felt that perhaps, the market will remain in the green. But unfortunately, that has not happened. Adani, of course, remains the story of the day. The talks in the market are still centered around Adani. But also, let me tell you at this point of time, the second part, when we are talking about allegations and that Adani remains the story of the day, the government has taken this matter very, very seriously, and it has directed the market regulator, that is SEBI, Security and Exchange Board of India, to immediately present a report and submit the report as early as possible. Now, Akshata, this turns out to be an emergency scenario. So SEBI is not just looking into the allegations that have been made by the review agency, but at the same time, they are also looking at the various aspects as to why the share prices nosedived. And now this report, which is going to be prepared at the earliest, is going to be submitted to the government of India, and a preliminary report is going to be prepared.
Focus on that, Pankaj, what you're referring to about the market regulator, SEBI also stepping in. Pankaj, just stay with me. Let's just tell our viewers about that particular development. So SEBI finally now, after days when there have been questions about what SEBI and the government stand is on this issue, they will now examine a rout in the shares of Adani companies, is what our sources tell us. We're being told SEBI is also looking into several of the allegations made by Hindenburg Research and into any potential irregularities in a key share sale by the flagship Adani Enterprises. Remember, among several allegations, Hindenburg also accused the Adani Group of using offshore tax havens and also of stock manipulation. It also raised concerns about high debt and the valuations of the 7 listed Adani companies, highlighting how there was a sudden surge in a matter of 3 years. So there have been a lot of questions about this, Pankaj, on how the SEBI would react, why they hadn't stepped in. Now they're going to be going ahead and officially probing several aspects, impact on shareholders, what the Hindenburg Research has spoken about stock manipulation, etc. Is this something that's been ordered by the government?
That's right. That's right. SEBI, the market regulator, is a government agency, and realizing the seriousness of the situation and the kind of talks it had generated in the market and the kinds of negative review and the image of the market that was also taking a hit the government of India ordered the market regulator to prepare the report at the earliest. So not just about the manipulation, all the illegalities which have been alleged are going to be looked into now. And sources in Security and Exchange Board of India maintain that a preliminary report has already been worked upon, and generally it takes anywhere between 24 hours to a week's time to present this report to the government. But since this turns out to be an emergency scenario, sources maintain that the report could be submitted to the government within the next 48 hours. So, you know, the market regulator is at it. A committee has been formed. All the aspects with regards to the allegations that have been made, and also, of course, how the shares nosedive, all these aspects are being looked into. And once this preliminary report is ready, it's going to be submitted to the government of India for its evaluation. But the big news remains from Mumbai that the start was not very encouraging for the investors. The market was in the red, and after that there has been fluctuations. The Adani Group stock shares are not doing good. This is not a good news for the investors. But yes, as far as the Adani Group FPO is concerned, which has been withdrawn, the market experts clearly maintain that this turned out to be a good news for the investors, especially the retail investors. They're going to get their money back, a whopping amount to the tune of 20,000 crores. You know, that is going to be returned. But for all those people and experts who were perhaps feeling that a day after, the most important day after the budget would see the positive effects of the budget, because the market had clearly welcomed the budget, was not seen here in the Dalal Street, the nerve center of the market here, and fluctuations continue.
Any positive impact that the budget really had on the markets has been completely negated by what's happened with the Adani Enterprises. As SEBI has also stepped in here, important to highlight how now there's more trouble for the Adani Group, because Citigroup has stopped accepting Adani securities as collateral for margin loans. Remember, yesterday Credit Suisse had taken a similar step as well. Pankaj, thanks very much for getting us all of those updates. We'll keep coming across to you and Rahul Gautam for all of those updates that are coming in from the markets. I also want to focus right now on what's happening politically, because this issue of the Hindenburg research report is no doubt going to echo in Parliament as well. The opposition has already launched an attack on Prime Minister Modi over the Adani bombshell after the Adani Group called off its 20,000 crore rupees follow-on public offer. The opposition is targeting Prime Minister Modi. AAP MP Sanjay Singh slammed the business tycoon, saying his mountain of lies is now collapsing. He also questioned why the Prime Minister is silent on this issue. You also had MP from the left, Binoy Vishwam, serving a notice to the Rajya Sabha chairman for suspension of business in the upper house, demanding that there be a detailed discussion on the Adani stock crash, terming the matter as extremely urgent. The opposition clearly gearing itself to attack the government on other issues like unemployment, inflation, as well as the BBC Modi documentary.
No, the matters are known to you, known to me, known to everybody in the country. The country's economy has faced a big blow from what has happened in the Adani Group of companies. It's a company which had the whole patronage of the government, which rose to the position of second or third in the world of shares, in the world of equity in the markets, in the world of their corporate activities. It became
डूब गया शेयर मार्केट के अंदर अडानी के भ्रष्टाचार के कारण, और अभी तक प्रधानमंत्री और भारत की सरकार खामोश है। तो ये एफपीओ की अभी तो शुरुआत है। अब आप देखिए कि कैसे जो ये झूठ का पहाड़, इन्होंने फ्रॉड का पहाड़ खड़ा किया था, वो कैसे गिरेगा।
पीएम को भी आपने पत्र लिखा था?
निश्चित रूप से पीएम को भी पत्र लिखा है, सीबीआई को भी पत्र लिखा है, ईडी को भी पत्र लिखा है कि इसके पासपोर्ट जब्त किया जाए, वरना दूसरे उद्योगपतियों की तरह, पूंजीपतियों की तरह अगर ये भी देश छोड़ के भाग गया तो इस देश के करोड़ों लोग क्या करेंगे। उनके भविष्य के सामने तो अंधकार है।
Let's also focus on all of the politics that's broken out over the budget that was presented yesterday. The opposition has questioned the budget announcement, saying there's no mention of unemployment, and the BJP has hit back.
Honorable Speaker, in the 75th year of our independence, the world has recognized the Indian economy as a bright star.
The Modi government's last full-year budget before the general elections due in 2024.
The capital investment outlay is being increased steeply
scaling up capital investment,
I propose to reduce the highest surcharge rate,
raising the rebate threshold,
an agriculture accelerator fund,
boosting farm credit,
an urban infrastructure development fund,
bolstering infrastructure,
through use of priority sector lending shortfall. We envision a prosperous and inclusive India in which the fruits of development will reach all sections and citizens, especially our youth, women, farmers, OBCs, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Through formation of large producer enterprises,
the Modi government called it an inclusive budget.
1,000 members.
हमने टैक्स रेट को कम किया है, साथ ही प्रोसेस को सिंप्लीफाई, ट्रांसपेरेंट और फास्ट किया है। हमेशा मध्यम वर्ग के साथ खड़ी रहने वाली हमारी सरकार ने मध्यम वर्ग को टैक्स में बड़ी राहत दी है।
BJP netas, cabinet ministers hailed it in synchronicity as progressive, visionary and far-sighted.
This budget shows how our stable, growing economy, the power of young India, the technological and innovative capabilities, the multicultural work ethics, and how firmly India is poised for infrastructure-driven growth.
क्या कांग्रेस समर्थन करेगी क्या? आपसे लोग बात करें, मैं देख रहा था जब इनकम टैक्स की घोषणा हुई, रबर पर एग्जम्पशन दिया गया तो, और जब वो शुगर फैक्ट्री को वो भी तालू पीट रहे थे।
कई सराहनीय कदम आज बजट में प्रस्तुत हुए। महिला होने के नाते जो सेविंग स्कीम्स आज विशेषतः वित्त मंत्री ने प्रस्तुत की, उसके लिए मैं उनका विशेष अभिनंदन करती हूँ।
But the opposition not so enthused. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi called it bereft of vision.
The budget for 2023-24.
His party colleague and former finance minister P. Chidambaram termed it callous.
How far this government has removed...
Congress sought to punch holes in the new tax regime proposed by the finance minister. Chidambaram insisted it will dent social security.
The government is also determined to push the new tax regime, for which there are few takers for a variety of reasons. Besides, making the new tax regime the default option is grossly unfair and will rob the ordinary taxpayer of the meager social security that he may get under the old tax regime.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav alleged the union budget would not generate enough employment. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insisted the budget favoured crony capitalists and big businesses.
Taxes बढ़ गए हैं, जो वेलफेयर स्कीम्स हैं जिस पे ये पैसा खर्च होना चाहिए था, सब्सिडीज पे जो पैसा खर्च होना था, वो उस पे पैसा खर्च नहीं हो रहा है।
नील बट्टा सन्नाटा है, बिहार को फिर से ठगा गया, कुछ भी नहीं मिला बिहार को।
Some of those things are good. I'm not going to be completely negative, but I have still some questions. There was no mention of Manrega. What are we going to do about the poor rural labour? There was no mention of unemployment. There was no mention of inflation.
Honourable Speaker, sir, with these words,
with the Lok Sabha vote little over a year away, the budget seems to have pushed economic issues up on political agenda. Bureau Report, India Today.
1 hour 25 minutes.
So at 11 a.m. the budget session resumes, and before that the all-party meet, at least the opposition's all-party meet, is being held as we speak. These are the images that we're getting to you right now of representatives of all opposition parties coming together to discuss their strategy. We're going to play out those images for you, but you can see Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, a representative from the DMK, MP Kanimuri also in attendance, as are several other opposition leaders. They're going to be raising a couple of things. Number one, of course, on their priority is going to be the Adani crisis. What's happening in the markets, as well as the Hindenburg research report. Besides that, other issues that are going to be brought up are the BBC Modi documentary row, as well as unemployment and other issues that were raised in the budget. Now, speaking of the budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced major changes to the new income tax regime in the budget, including lower tax rates and a tax rebate
on income up to 7 lakh rupees. But how does it compare with the old income tax regime? A lot of confusion. We explain all of it for you in our next report.
The big ticket union budget for 2023 comes with a slew of benefits for the Aam Aadmi.
Persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all.
In what can be regarded as a tax bonanza for the salaried and the middle class, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman raised the cap on income tax exemption and cut tax rates under the new tax regime. The biggest relief, there will be no income tax for up to 7 lakh rupees in the new tax regime, up from the previous threshold of 5 lakh rupees.
Currently, those with income up to 5 lakh do not pay any tax, do not pay any income tax in both old and new regimes. I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs in the...
If your income is more than 7 lakh rupees and you opt for the new tax regime, then these slabs will apply. No tax up to 3 lakh rupees, that is 2,500 rupees in your pocket compared with earlier rates in the new regime. From 3 to 6 lakh rupees, the rates are 5%. You can benefit up to 7,500 rupees. 6 to 9 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 10%, a saving of 15,000 rupees when compared with earlier. In the 9 to 12 lakh rupee category, at a rate of 15%, you will save 25,000 rupees. From 12 to 15 lakh, the rate is 20% and the benefit 37,500 rupees. Above 15 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 30%.
I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%.
And as we count down to the budget session in Parliament, which kicks off at 11, I want to take this across to Rahul Gautam, who has with him a member of Parliament from the BRS. Rahul, it's over to you.
There cannot be a greater important thing for the Parliament to discuss than this particular issue. For a simple reason, we have a lot of time to discuss budget. We have a lot of time to discuss the presidential motion. So these two apart, we should talk about something important. This has become important for us. So we said we should call for it. Because against the background of the crony capitalism that is engulfing the very economy or economic activity of this nation, when all the businesses are going into one man's hand, whether forcefully or otherwise, we need to discuss this when a report comes to me, a credible report from Indian comes. Whatever the reply that Adani might have given in 400 pages, but nonetheless there is report, and I am telling you the others can't do this, only parliamentary committee should do this. That is our demand.
That's your demand. So you say you're demanding a parliamentary committee to look into the all the allegations that were made?
Yeah, to investigate and probe the activities of the thing. I mean, in light of what Ehrenberg said.
But the company has said that they are returning the money given the fact there is a lot of instability in the market.
See, and that's a lot of confusion in your people's mind. The calling off of the 20,000 Adani enterprise has nothing to do with whatever. Suppose I don't want to immediately jump to conclusion as a criminal. Some criminal activity has been posed to me. Then what do I do? I have to consider that separately from what he has done. This FPO is nothing but the thing that he could not run away from. Today, the entire stocks of Adani, enterprise, 9 company stocks, have crashed to 27% in a day. Except the NDTV, all others have crashed. So naturally he has to say we are withdrawing there because the investors' money is at stake.
But we are learning that now SEBI has intervened and they're going to look into the all the allegations that were made, and they're going to probe it now.
Look here, one thing is that today when I'm talking about, when I use the word crony capitalism, not cronies only, not only friends, dispensation, but I'm talking about the systems that are working. So SEBI can look into systems. I look into the political angle. Because Andhra Pradesh, you come to Telugu states. In Andhra, almost all the ports have been taken over. The airports have been taken over. Who? By Adani. Today you are asking me to buy, you ask somebody to open a shop and force me, the states. The atrocity is, you are asking the states to buy coal from Adani's Australian units. So there are many things that should come up. There are political angle to this also, social angle to this also. So these have to be probed. Only JPC can do that.
Only JPC can do that. So you are you going to speak with the other political parties also, because there are many other political Congress party, CPI, they have all given.
We will do that. We will do that. We will do that.
So you're going to raise it?
Yeah. We'll do that.
So that was Mr. K. Keshav Rao putting clear was that only a joint parliamentary committee can probe the allegation that will be leveled against Adani Group. In fact, he said that it is not just about economic, but it's also about political and social ramifications of this issue. In New Delhi, this is Rahul Gautam with Vijay Ravikant for India Today.
So Rahul Gautam getting us an exclusive conversation with Mr. Keshav Rao of the BRS. The BRS is going to put forth their demand in Parliament that a parliamentary committee be set up to look into the serious allegations against Adani raised by the Hindenburg Research Group. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're focusing on news coming in from Telangana, where YS Sharmila has reignited her war against KCR.
Ranbir Kapoor is one of the few Indian actors in the Hindi film industry who has successfully managed to find the balance between commercial entertainers and content-driven cinema. Born in the famous Kapoor Khandan, cinema and films ran in the superstar's blood. After completing his schooling and college in Mumbai, Ranbir moved to New York City to learn filmmaking. Upon returning to Mumbai, he worked with Sanjay Leela Bhansali as an assistant director on his 2005 hit Black. On the silver screen, the actor's big break came with Sanjay Leela Bhansali, who ironically happens to be the same director who Ranbir worked with as an assistant director. And then finally debuted with Savarya.
मान लो जिंदगी एक बॉक्सिंग रिंग है और दुख आपका हरीफ, उसके हजारों हाथ हैं, लेकिन आपके सिर्फ दो। वो जब भी सामने आए डरो मत, उसकी आंखों में आंखें डालकर देखो और समझो, जानो उसकी ताकत को पहचानो।
His first film may have turned out to be a flop, but this was followed by a slew of hits. He played the main lead in 2008's Bachna Hai Hasino, which went on to become his first commercial hit.
जी मैं राज, वहीं का फ्रेंड।
And in 2009, Ranbir collaborated with Ayan Mukherjee for the first time in Wake Up Sid, a coming-of-age drama that was critically and commercially hit. Ranbir's restrained performance as a confused teenager garnered critical acclaim and established him as a bona fide actor.
गर्मी की वजह से पागल हो रही हो?
हाँ पागल हो रही हूँ।
अरे तो मैं क्या करूँ यार? आसमान से बारिश बरसाऊं?
क्यों नहीं? जब इतने एफिशिएंट हो गए हर चीज में तो ये भी करके दिखाओ ना।
लो।
He was the golden boy of the film fraternity, the rage who could do no wrong. Ranbir starred in commercial entertainers such as Ajab Prem Ki Gajab Kahani, RRR is on a record-breaking spree. It has been an eventful time for the makers of RRR as the film won 4 nominations at HCA Film Awards. The official Twitter handle of RRR shared the happy news and wrote, "The nomination spree continues. RRR bags 4 nominations at the HCA Film Awards. Thank you so much, jury, for recognizing RRR movie." While S.S. Rajamouli won a nomination in the Best Director category, the film was nominated in 3 others, including Best Picture, Best Action Film, and Best International Film. And recently, adding to the list of awards and recognition, the LA Film Critics Association Awards was conferred to the Natu Natu music director M.M. Kiravani for Best Music Score Original.
What is Natu? పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిత్త దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు కిర్రు సెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు మర్రి సొట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప తొక్కు కలిపినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు.
He beat Pavel Maket for EO to bag this award. Unfortunately, S.S. Rajamouli could not bag the Best Director award and missed it by a whisker to Todd Field, who won it for Tar. However, he did win the New York Film Critics Circle Award for the Best Director. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest images of opposition parties in a huddle before the parliament session kicks off. The opposition coming together to hold a strategy meet to discuss issues that they will be raising. And there's no doubt that in that huddle, one of the biggest dominant issues was the Adani controversy. The TMC, DMK, Congress and several other left parties are also in attendance in that particular meet. The Congress already has moved adjournment motions on the issue of the Hindenburg report on the Adani group. AAP, Left, Congress, Sena, they were all sought a debate in the House, officially moving motions also seeking a debate. The BRS speaking to India today has confirmed that their demand in Parliament is going to be a parliamentary panel to be set up to look into the entire Adani controversy. So opposition parties getting together, discussing how they'll take things forward and will raise their voice together on the issue of the Adani controversy, the Hindenburg research report. They've also said that they will raise the issue of the BBC Modi documentary. Rahul Gautam is joining us with more details on this. So Rahul, as we speak, the opposition holding a huddle to discuss what their strategy is going to be. It's no doubt going to be a very stormy session ahead because they're going to be raising the issue of the Hindenburg research in both houses.
Absolutely, Akshita. Adani issue is certainly going to echo in both the houses of the parliament today, given the fact that the opposition, as we speak, Congress Party, Congress Party's leader, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, is meeting around 10 leaders from different political outfits, and they are chalking out a strategy as to how they're going to corner the government over this issue. Apart from this, BRS has confirmed to us that they're going to demand a JPC, a Joint Parliamentary Committee, to look into the allegations that have been leveled against Adani Group. So obviously you can expect, and moreover the opposition camp have always been alleging that we have reached to this situation only because of this fact that that the government had allegedly doled out undue favors to Adani Enterprises, and therefore he was able to inflate his books and he was able to take so much of loan from India's financial system. So obviously they are saying that there are far-reaching implications as far as India's polity and economy is concerned, and therefore this issue must be discussed comprehensively. Otherwise, this might actually going to affect the millions of investors who have invested.
Because even as the opposition is holding this meeting, we're getting news of Prime Minister Narendra Modi also holding a meeting with senior ministers. The Defence Minister, Home Minister, Finance Minister, as well as several others are present in this meeting. The discussion currently is happening on what the strategy will be of the government in Parliament. Any word that we're picking up, Rahul, on what's happening in that meeting? Is the government open to a discussion on Adani in Parliament?
Well, 2 days back, the government had called all-party meeting, which was attended by many opposition parties. Over there, the floor managers of the Treasury benches, they made it very clear that they're ready to discuss any issue under the sun, given the fact that provided there is decorum and order in the House. So, obviously, however, several parties raised the issue of Adani. At that point of time, no assurances were given, by the government. They're going to discuss this issue. But we rightly pointed out that that the government has made it very clear that they are ready to discuss any issue or that the opposition wants to discuss, provided there is decorum and order in the House. You can expect that the opposition is certainly going to create ruckus in the parliament, given the fact that there are many political outfits who've been raising this issue, and now since Adani Enterprises are already called off their FPO, they believe that has given credence to their allegations, and therefore they're going to sharpen their attack and going to mount a more offense over the government. And you can expect that this issue is certainly going to gather more heat in coming days.
So every leader that we've spoken to has said that they're going to be raising the issue of the Hindenburg research report. But the opposition, in another attempt to show that they're united, have come together to hold the strategy meet. Just to highlight for our viewers, the Congress, the Sena, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, NCP, NC, JDU, CPM, DMK, the CPI, Trinamool Congress, AAP, SP, all of them were in that opposition huddle that happened a few moments ago. So they're all coming together to say, we want one issue to be discussed today in Parliament, and that is the Adani controversy. Let's get you some of the reactions that we've gotten from opposition leaders and what their strategy is.
भारत की वित्त मंत्री को सामने आकर ये बताना चाहिए कि आरबीआई क्या कर रही है, सेबी क्या कर रही है, ईडी क्या कर रही है, सीबीआई क्या कर रही है। इतने बड़े भ्रष्टाचार पर अब तक पूरी सरकार खामोश क्यों है? देश की जनता का लाखों करोड़ रुपए गाढ़ी कमाई का पैसा डूब गया शेयर मार्केट के अंदर अडानी के भ्रष्टाचार के कारण, और अभी तक प्रधानमंत्री और भारत की सरकार खामोश है। तो ये एफपीओ की अभी तो शुरुआत है। अब आप देखिए कि कैसे जो ये झूठ का पहाड़, इन्होंने फ्रॉड का पहाड़ खड़ा किया था, वो कैसे गिरेगा।
We have asked for an adjournment, suspension of all the business to discuss that. There cannot be a greater important thing for the parliament to discuss than this particular issue. For a simple reason, we have a lot of time to discuss budget. We have a lot of time to discuss the presidential motion. So these two apart, we should talk about something important. This has become important for us. So we said we should call for it.
So that's what the opposition has to say. In just a few moments, I'm going to also get you the bite that's come in from Parliamentary Affairs Minister Pralhad Joshi, considering that there is going to be fireworks in Parliament in about 20 minutes from now. The opposition is going to go all guns blazing, demanding answers directly from Prime Minister Modi on the Adani controversy. Several of them have questioned why the Prime Minister is silent on this. Let's play out for you what Pralhad Joshi is saying.
मैटर चर्चा करने के लिए राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण में कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, चर्चा करने तो उसमें उत्तर मिलेगा। तो अभी प्रश्न है सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाना है, कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव सजेशन है तो देना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
Let's move on to another big story we're tracking this morning. The holy Shaligram stones from Nepal have now reached Ayodhya for the Ram Mandir. Amid grand welcome and celebrations, the holy rocks that were dispatched from Nepal's Kali Gandaki waterfall reached Ayodhya on Wednesday evening. A large number of devotees came to offer their prayers to the holy stones in Ayodhya. These two huge Shaligram rocks will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust officially today. Saints and members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad will be offering special prayers to these holy rocks. So these rocks will be used to carve out the idol of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita at the Grand Ram Mandir. The two Shaligrams earlier were dispatched from Nepal on Saturday. The construction of the splendid Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, remember, is currently underway. It's going to be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi next year on 1st January 2024.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevak Puram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligrams have reached here in Ayodhya, and today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams, which has come from Nepal, will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspiciity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these Shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
India Today had got you a story of how a former national level hockey player Paramjeet Singh was working shockingly as a porter. And now we're happy to tell you that after we raised this issue, Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann, the Punjab Chief Minister, has also acted, giving him a job. Chief Minister Man took to social media to also thank India today for our coverage on the issue that highlighted how our national champion, our hero, was serving as a daily wage labourer to make ends meet. Now the hockey hero has been given a job by the Punjab Chief Minister. We aired this story, and now Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann has acted, ensuring that this hockey hero no longer has to toil as a daily wage labourer.
पंजाब के फरीदकोट के रहने वाले परमजीत कुमार, जो कि कभी तिरंगा झंडा लेकर चलते थे, हॉकी में भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व करते थे, पंजाब का सिरमौर होते थे, लेकिन हालात ऐसे बदले कि परमजीत कुमार को आज के दिन मजदूरी करनी पड़ रही है। लेकिन ये खबर जब इंडिया टुडे पर दिखाई गई, शायद परमजीत की किस्मत बदल गई है। आपको जब ये खबर चली, सबसे पहले किसका फ़ोन आया?
नमस्कार सर, मेरे को सबसे पहले पंजाब के सीएम मानयोग भगवंत मान जी का कॉल आई मेरे को, और उनसे मेरी फिर 5-6 मिनट बात हुई। तो जो भी बात हुई, मैंने अगली नेक्स्ट इंटरव्यू में मैंने बोला क्या बातचीत हुई थी। कुछ टाइम तो मेरे को यकीन नहीं आया कि मेरे को उनकी कॉल है, फिर मेरे को यकीन आ गया। तो
ये भगवंत मान साहब ने सीधे फ़ोन किया था आपको सीधे खुद से?
हाँ जी, उन्होंने अपने पर्सनल नंबर से डायरेक्ट मेरे को कॉल की उन्होंने ही।
फिर आपको लगा कोई मजाक कर रहा है?
हाँ जी, कुछ टाइम तो मेरे को लगा, पर नहीं, बाद में जल्दी मेरे को पता चल गया था नहीं ये रियलिटी है, ये मान साहब की कॉल है मेरे को।
तो इस कॉल ने क्या आपकी अब ज़िंदगी बदल दी है? क्योंकि जो एक खिलाड़ी होता है, अगर वो खुद ना खेल पाए तो उसका सपना होता है कि कम से कम 10-20 बच्चों को मैं अपने लेवल पर लाकर खड़ा कर दूं।
हाँ जी, मेरा लाइफ का टारगेट ही है कि अब अपने बच्चों को इंडिया के लिए तैयार करना, अपने बच्चों को। और वैसे भी अगर मेरे को मान साहब कुछ दे देते हैं तो मैं आने वाले टाइम में पंजाब के ज़्यादा नहीं तो 5-7 लड़के तो मैं इंडिया को दे ही दूंगा ना तैयार करके। इतना कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे को है हॉकी में।
तो आज आप
So we had reported on this story a week ago. Here's an excerpt from our coverage last week with Rajdeep Sardesai.
From a national hockey player to a daily wage labourer, Paramjeet Singh has seen it all. The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living. His only dream now to see his son make a career in hockey. At a time when the World Cup hockey fever is in Odisha, this is a story as part of our Get Real India series. Take a look.
India's cricket fixation is often much debated. But facts remain, other sports don't give the income security that cricket does. Ask Paramjeet Singh, a hockey player now reeling under the burden of poverty. Paramjeet, who has played at the national level 9 times and was also selected for the Indian hockey team twice, is now a daily wage labourer. He earns his bread and butter by working in a warehouse, picking up sacks of wheat and paddy.
कमाई 300-350-400 रुपया हो जाती है कमाई। गुजारा तो नाम का गुजारा ही है, बस खाना खा रहे हैं एक टाइम बस ओनली।
Whenever Paramjeet gets time these days, he reaches the hockey field to coach his son.
मैंने देखा आपका बच्चा भी खेल रहा है आपके साथ, तो क्या बनाना चाहते हैं?
हाँ जी, जो सपना मैंने देखा था मैं वही सपना अपने बच्चे में देखना चाहता हूँ।
Paramjeet hopes the government will help him find a job.
सरकारों से क्या मांगे?
सरकारी जॉब।
ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਮਿਲੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਨਾ ਮਿਲੇ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟਰਗਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
Paramjeet now has only one dream, that his son makes it to the national team and achieves what he could not. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're happy to report that Paramjeet Singh will no longer have to work as a labourer. That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks for tuning in. Do stay with us. Coming up on the other side, all the live updates from Parliament.
After skipper Hardik Pandya opted to bat first, India got off to a poor start
as they lost opener Ishan Kishan in the second over.
With his friend.
But Shubman Gill and Rahul Tripathi played some good attacking cricket to peg the New Zealand bowlers back, and India seized the initiative once again.
Felicitation, and while we've been looking at the guests, another remarkable shots.
Tripathi would fall just 6 runs short of his half-century, but Gill continued to bat on and would grow in confidence as the match went on. Having gotten himself well set, Gill went on the offensive and memorably smashed Ben Lister for back-to-back sixes.
This is even better and further.
Gill would then bring up his maiden T20I century with a boundary, and India ended the innings with a mammoth total of 234 for 4 on the board.
And he's just 23 years of age. Take it.
In response, New Zealand got off to a nightmare start as they lost both Finn Allen and Devon Conway in the space of 2 balls.
Hardik Pandya takes the catch, and it's Devon Conway.
Things then went from bad to worse as, before the 5th over was even completed, they had lost half their side.
Who's been dismissed? Much fuller.
Shivam Mavi then got 2 wickets in his first over, and the Kiwis were left staring down the barrel of a huge loss. And in the end, India were able to seal a comfortable victory in the third T20I and seal the series, thus continuing their run of T20I series wins under Hardik Pandya.
Spectacular catch, underlights, never easy here.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
भारत के वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। हमारा बजट भी काफ़ी बड़ा हुआ है, जिसके कारण आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान के रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो हमने निर्धार व्यक्त किया कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के रोड बनेंगे, वो उद्दिष्ट हम निश्चित रूप से पूरा कर सकेंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन पावर, हर जगह पर जो ग्रीन बात के उल्लेख किया गया, वो हमारी इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने की दृष्टि से एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारे आम आदमी के जीवन में जो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन की जो समस्याएं गंभीर है, वो ग्रीन अप्रोच के कारण निश्चित रूप में हमारे क्वालिटी लाइफ में काफ़ी बड़ा सुधार होगा।
मिडिल क्लास के बारे में सोचा नहीं जाता था, इस बार पहली बार मिडिल क्लास को भी काफ़ी राहत दी गई है। गांव, गरीब, मजदूर और किसान का कल्याण करने वाला और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा करने वाला और हिंदुस्तान को वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी में एक सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर बनाने के लिए ले जाने वाला ऐसा ये बजट है। स्क्रैपिंग के लिए जो विशेष रूप से हमारी रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री थी, उसके बारे में राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार दोनों जगह अब नई गाड़ी आएगी जिससे प्रदूषण कम होगा और निश्चित रूप से स्क्रैपिंग के कार्य को भी काफ़ी बड़े इससे शुरुआत हो जाएगी। बहुत अच्छा बजट निर्मला जी ने दिया है, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और ये बजट प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हिंदुस्तान को भविष्य में प्रगति और विकास की ओर ले जाएगा, ऐसा विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Now.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. We'll be getting you all the latest live updates that come in from Parliament in a few moments from now. Let's begin with the headlines. Fireworks likely in Parliament budget session today. Opposition and centre in a huddle over Parliament session as opposition set to target Modi government over Adani controversy. Bears Mall beleaguered Adani. Bloodbath continues in Dalal Street as 5 out of 10 Adani stocks hit the lower circuit. Adani breaks silence on stocks crash moments before market opened. Thanks investor says withdrawing FPO will not impact current plans.
Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
As Adani FPO called off, sources say India's market regulator to examine a route to the shares of Adani. SEBI to also probe several allegations made by Hindenburg Research. YS Sharmila reignites war against KCR. Sharmila to meet governor before Padayatra to raise failures of the state government. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used in the making of the deities at Ram Mandir. Devotees worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. We're cutting across live right now to Lok Sabha, where the budget session has kicked off. It's going to be extremely stormy as the opposition in their strategy huddle already decided that they're going to be raising a number of issues, including the Adani controversy. So that's going to dominate proceedings. Let's take a look at exactly what's happening as we speak. All right, we'll cut across live in just a bit to Sansad TV and get you those updates of what's playing out in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. You can see right now that there's a foreign delegation that's present in the Lok Sabha as well. But the opposition is making it very clear that in both houses, they are going to be raising only one issue right now, the Adani controversy, the Hindenburg research papers, as well as what's played out in the market. They have a couple of demands. One, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi break his silence on the issue. Second, they want a parliamentary committee to be set up to probe the issue. So right now, as we speak, formalities being ironed out in both houses. The official session where the opposition is going to be raising the issue of the Adani controversy will begin in a few moments from now. Just about 30 minutes back, there was also an opposition huddle where a united opposition came together to say that they're going to be raising the Adani controversy. That is going to be their focus right now. They want a parliamentary committee to be set up to look into the Hindenburg research papers and to also look into what's played out in the markets in the last few days, particularly the serious allegations of stock manipulation.
प्रश्नकाल है और प्रश्नकाल महत्वपूर्ण होता है और प्रश्नकाल चले इसकी चिंता है सभी विधानमंडल के सम्मेलन में इसकी चिंता व्यक्त की थी और सभी माननीय विधानमंडल के अध्यक्षों ने कहा है प्रश्नकाल स्थगित नहीं होना चाहिए। आप सदन को चलाना नहीं चाहते, आप सदन की मर्यादा नहीं रखना चाहते।
माननीय मंत्री जी ने बहुत विस्तार से
अपने बुनियादी सवालों को आप उठाएं, मैं आपको पर्याप्त समय पर्याप्त अवसर दूंगा।
सभी जानते हैं हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
नो, प्लीज जाइए अपनी सीट पर। नो, बिना तथ्यों के कोई बात नहीं करना। प्लीज जाइए, अपने सदन पे जाइए। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं पुनः आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, आप अपनी अपनी सीट पर जाकर बैठें। प्रश्नकाल महत्वपूर्ण समय होता है जब माननीय सदस्यों के प्रश्न पर सरकार से जवाब पूछते हैं, उस प्रश्नों से समस्याएं हल समाधान होती है। प्लीज जाइए अपने अपने सदन पर। सदन की कार्रवाई आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So in a matter of 4 minutes, Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. considering that the opposition has started sloganeering. Several appeals from, in fact, Mr. Om Birla went completely ignored by the opposition. He did say that question hour is underway. We will ensure that your issues are raised later. Let the proceedings continue. But the opposition entered the well of the House and refused to allow the proceedings to continue, saying very clearly our focus is going to be on the Adani controversy. And that's the only matter of business that the opposition wants raised today. The Congress also, as we speak right now, seeking a debate in the Rajya Sabha. We're going to try and see what's happening right now in the Rajya Sabha as the Lok Sabha remains adjourned till 2 p.m. So you can already make out that today it's going to be a day of non-stop disruptions, of non-stop adjournments as a result of the Adani controversy. The opposition making it very clear, a united one at that. Over 10 parties have come together saying that they want only one issue to be raised today. So they're ensuring their voices are heard in the Lok Sabha. You saw that the moment the House was convened, you had all of the opposition MPs storm the well of the House, making it clear that they want the Adani controversy to be spoken about. They want a statement from the government. The government has said that we're willing to discuss all issues, but right now it looks like they want the question hour to go forward. And you had Om Birla trying to appeal to, in fact, all of the opposition MPs there, but clearly there is no more to listen right now, saying we want a discussion immediately to take place on this. So for about 3 minutes, Lok Sabha functioned before it was adjourned till 2 p.m. The Speaker attempting to bring, in fact, some sort of decorum into the House, but failed as the opposition refused to listen to him, got up from their seats, started sloganeering, raising Adani slogans, and also entering into the well of the House. Jitendra Bahadur is with us, getting us the latest of what's playing out right now in Parliament. जितेंद्र, 3 मिनट के लिए पार्लियामेंट प्रोसीडिंग्स हुआ था और फिर एडजर्न हो गया लोकसभा।
बिल्कुल, लोकसभा में बहुत ज्यादा हंगामा हुआ क्योंकि हिंडनबर्ग की जो रिपोर्ट है उसको लेकर के विपक्षी पार्टियों की तरफ से ये कहा जा रहा था कि इस पर सरकार की तरफ से चर्चा की जानी चाहिए और इस मुद्दे को लेकर के विपक्षी पार्टियों की आज बैठक हुई थी और उसके बाद उनकी तरफ से निर्णय लिया गया कि इस पर ज्वाइंट जो विपक्षी पार्टियां हैं सब मिल करके सदन के अंदर जाएंगी और सरकार की इस बात को लेकर के डिमांड करेंगी कि इस पर चर्चा होनी चाहिए। यही वजह है कि उनकी तरफ से कहा गया कि प्रश्नकाल को
Jitendra, just stay with us. I want to cut across live right now to Rajya Sabha, where it's seeing more sloganeering, more ruckus.
Please take your seat. I expect the members to observe decorum in the house and maintain order. The house is adjourned to meet at 2 p.m.
Same story playing out in the Rajya Sabha as well. Vice President and Rajya Sabha Chairman there, Jagdeep Dhankar, trying to bring order in the House, trying to push forward with question hour, but clearly opposition saying, no way, we want only a discussion of the Adani controversy. So much like the Lok Sabha, the Rajya Sabha also now adjourned right up until 2 p.m. as endless disruptions, protests continued. This is from moments ago from the Lok Sabha, where you can see a frustrated, agitated Speaker, Mr. Om Birla, trying to tell the opposition to return back to their seats with no answer from the opposition. With all of them continuing their protests, finally he adjourned the House to 2 p.m. Similar, in fact, sequence of events that played out in the Rajya Sabha as well. You can see in those images, even before the House, in fact, came into session, before the proceedings began, most of the MPs moved out of their seats. They were standing. The chairman started off with the formalities, and almost immediately after that, the sloganeering, the disruptions began. And this was strategy really from the opposition in both houses to ensure that they raise only one issue. They don't want question hour to continue. Several adjournment motions have been put in to suspend question hour, saying that the nature of what's playing out with regards to the Adani controversy, it must be discussed immediately, was the message that came in from the opposition in their huddle as well. So Jitendra Bahadur is tracking the latest for us. Jitendra, अभी जो जानकारी मिला है, राज्यसभा भी adjourn हो गया 2 बजे तक. यही opposition की strategy है कि question ना हो जाए, सिर्फ अदानी controversy पे चर्चा हो.
बिल्कुल, विपक्षी पार्टियों की तरफ से 10 बजे के आसपास ये मीटिंग की गई थी और मीटिंग के बाद ये निर्णय लिया गया कि अडानी समूह पर जिस तरीके के आरोप लग रहे हैं उस मुद्दे को लेकर के संसद के अंदर चर्चा होनी चाहिए और इस बात को लेकर के उनकी तरफ से नोटिस भी दिया गया था और ये कहा गया था कि क्वेश्चन आवर को स्थगित करके इस पर चर्चा की जाए। हालांकि उसके बाद जब लोकसभा में कार्रवाई शुरू हुई तो उसके तुरंत बाद 2 से 3 मिनट तक कार्रवाई चली और उसके तुरंत बाद लोकसभा को 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित कर दिया गया। ऐसे ही राज्यसभा में इस मुद्दे को लेकर के विपक्षी पार्टियों की तरफ से जो मांग की गई थी, नोटिसेस जो दिए गए थे, उस पर वो लोग चर्चा कराने चाह रहे थे, लेकिन राज्यसभा के सभापति की तरफ से इस पर भी उन्होंने कहा कि अभी इस पर चर्चा करने के लिए किसी भी तरीके का कदम नहीं बढ़ाया गया है और उन्होंने भी 2 बजे तक के लिए राज्यसभा स्थगित कर दिया गया है। यानी कि दोनों जो सदन है पर हंगामा हुआ और हंगामा होने के बाद इस पूरे हंगामे के बाद पूरे दोनों सदनों को स्थगित कर दिया गया है। पर आपको बता दें कि जो दोनों सदनों में आज के लिए जो समय अलॉट किया गया था उसमें ये कहा गया था कि राज्य सभा और लोकसभा में राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होनी है और उसके लिए 4 दिनों का समय दिया गया है और इसमें यह कहा गया था कि 4 दिनों तक पूरी चर्चा की जाएगी और उसके लिए अलग अलग पार्टियों को अपनी अपनी बातें रखनी है। इसके साथ ही 7 तारीख को प्रधानमंत्री को इस पूरे मुद्दे पर राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर जो चर्चा होगी उस पर जवाब देना है लोकसभा में 7 तारीख को और 8 तारीख को राज्यसभा में उनको जवाब देना। लेकिन इस पूरे मुद्दे से अलग हट करके विपक्षी पार्टियों ने अपनी जो मांग रखी थी और उन्होंने कहा था कि अडानी ग्रुप पर जिस तरीके के आरोप लग रहे हैं, हिडनबर्ग की जो रिपोर्ट है उस रिपोर्ट के आधार पर इस पर काम करना चाहिए और सरकार को इस पर जवाब देना चाहिए और यही वजह है कि उनकी तरफ से दोनों सदनों के लिए यह कहा गया था कि जो कार्य स्थगन है प्रस्ताव दिया गया था और उसको स्थगित करके उसमें इस बात को लेकर के चर्चा की जाए कि आखिर किस तरीके की धोखाधड़ी हुई है। लेकिन दोनों सदनों को इस वजह से स्थगित कर दिया गया क्योंकि हंगामा हो रहा था और आगे प्रोसीडिंग जो है वो बढ़ नहीं रही थी।
Jitendra, stay with us. Let's play out for you all the reactions that came in from the government and opposition before the House was in session. The government appealing for discussions, for debate and not for disruption. The opposition saying very clearly that they want only one issue to be discussed today, and that's the Adani controversy.
मैटर चर्चा करने के लिए राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण में कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, चर्चा करने तो उसमें उत्तर मिलेगा। तो अभी प्रश्न है, सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाना है, कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव सजेशन है तो देना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है, सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
We have asked for an adjournment, suspension of all the business to discuss that. There cannot be a greater important thing for the parliament to discuss than this particular issue. For a simple reason, we have a lot of time to discuss budget. We have a lot of time to discuss the presidential motion. So these two apart, we should talk about something important. This has become important for us. So we said we should call for it.
Even if they have an iota of truth in them, they constitute a very serious structural failure of the regulators. So the question is not only one promoter, the question is the efficacy of your entire regulatory ecosystem. So under those circumstances, we are demanding that a joint parliamentary committee should be constituted to look into all these allegations, and especially if there has been a regulatory failure of our institutions in the capital market or otherwise.
भारत की वित्त मंत्री को सामने आकर ये बताना चाहिए कि आरबीआई क्या कर रही है, सेबी क्या कर रही है, ईडी क्या कर रही है, सीबीआई क्या कर रही है। इतने बड़े भ्रष्टाचार पर अब तक पूरी सरकार खामोश क्यों है? देश की जनता का लाखों करोड़ रुपए गाढ़ी कमाई का पैसा डूब गया शेयर मार्केट के अंदर अडानी के भ्रष्टाचार के कारण, और अभी तक प्रधानमंत्री और भारत की सरकार खामोश है। तो ये एफपीओ की अभी तो शुरुआत है। अब आप देखिए कि कैसे जो ये झूठ का पहाड़, इन्होंने फ्रॉड का पहाड़ खड़ा किया था, वो कैसे गिरेगा।
आज आपके सामने इतनी सारी चीज़ें उजागर हुई हैं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने वाला है। उम्मीद करती हूँ इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा, टाइम बाउंड मैनर में होगा और जनता का कॉन्फिडेंस मार्केट्स में फिर से बढ़ेगा। जिस तरीके से कल मार्केट गिरी है और लगातार पिछले 3-4 दिन से हो रहा है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं ये जो हिंडनबर्ग की रिपोर्ट आई है दिखाता है कि इस पे मैनिपुलेशन चल रहा था, ओवर प्राइसिंग हो रही थी।
Rahul Gautam is with us, getting us the latest political updates that are coming in. Doesn't look like there'll be any business at all in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha today, Rahul. The government saying that, let business continue. After a few days, once the discussions that are planned, including the question hour, ends, we will be open to discussing these issues. But the opposition wants it today.
Absolutely, and this stalemate is, costing us the proceedings of the House because of the fact that opposition is insisting upon discussion on Adani controversy. They are saying that this requires urgent attention given the fact that millions of investors, as they are claiming, have lost their money, and therefore, this entire episode needs to be, entirely probed. On the other hand, the government has made it very clear that they're ready to discuss the issue, provided there is decorum in House in the order. In fact, they also said that they're going to discuss this with the floor managers of the opposition camp, later in the day, and they're going to decide as to when can, such issues can be discussed. So you can expect that this impasse is going to continue in coming days. But it seems that most of the political parties, as far as opposition is concerned, have come together on a single platform to corner the government on this issue. We have just heard Sanjay Singh, pointing fingers towards the central government, saying that, why this leverage is being given to, one particular corporate house, why he's not being probed. So you can expect that this issue is certainly going to gather more heat and certainly going to become another flashpoint between Treasury and opposition benches in coming days.
Rahul, thanks very much for getting us all those political updates. Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in. And news coming in that the Reserve Bank of India has also now stepped in and taking stock of what the situation is as far as the Adani controversy is concerned. RBI has asked local banks for details of their exposure to the Adani group of companies. Reports, in fact, telling us that RBI has also sought details of the local banks' exposure to the government and banking sources. Now, besides this big news that's coming in, remember that the SEBI has already sought to report the market regulator, considering that Adani has lost $100 billion in market cap since January 1st. In a matter of 1 month, $100 billion that the Adani Group has lodged. So with SEBI already seeking a report, they'll be presenting a report essentially on what's happening and particularly on the allegations of stock manipulation that was put forth by Hindenburg Research. Now you have the RBI also stepping in, asking banks to reveal exposure that they have to, in fact, the Adani Group right now, to take stock of what's really happening. Important to also highlight that this is happening at a time when other companies like Citigroup, for example, has stopped accepting Adani securities as collateral for margin loans. That step comes after Credit Suisse had taken a similar step yesterday. So what we're hearing at this point is that the RBI has also stepped in after SEBI. The RBI now taking stock with local banks, asking them to reveal what level of exposure they have to the Adani Group, essentially getting set in case banks also feel the pressure right now of the Adani Group, feeling, in fact, all the stress that they are in the markets. So the RBI now stepping in, asking banks to come clean on what kind of exposure they have to the Adani Group. And this comes after the market regulator in India, SEBI, also stepped in. SEBI will be examining a rout in the shares of the Adani company. Sources telling us here on India Today that SEBI is also going to look into several of the allegations made by Hindenburg Research and into any potential irregularities in a key share sale by the flagship Adani Enterprises. Among several allegations, Hindenburg accused Adani Group of using offshore tax havens and stock manipulation. It also raised concerns about high debt and the valuations of the 7 listed Adani companies. So this is, in fact, another big update that's come in. There have been a lot of questions, particularly from the opposition, on what the government is doing or what the SEBI is doing. But now the SEBI has stepped in and they are going to be probing. We're hearing that a report will be ready in a matter of 48 hours, seeing the urgency of the situation and seeing the impact that this issue has had on the markets. Now, SEBI is going to be looking into a number of aspects. First, primarily is going to be into how the Adani shares have performed, the rout in the shares of Adani companies. Besides that, several of the allegations made by Hindenburg Research into potential irregularities in the share sale by Adani's, that too is something that they will be probing. So the Adani companies yesterday announced that the FPO has been junked in light of what's been playing out in the markets. The Adani Group stocks, however, fell despite that, even after the FPO withdrawal. 5 out of 10 stocks have hit lower circuits. Citigroup's wealth arm has stopped accepting securities of Gautam Adani's group of firms as collateral for margin loans. The US lenders moved to restrict lending comes after a similar change at Credit Suisse Group AG. This was done yesterday. This comes after Adani yesterday announced in a big move that they're calling off the 20,000 crore rupees follow-on public offer. Remember that the FPO was fully subscribed on Tuesday. The company will refund proceeds it had received as part of its FPO, which was bailed out largely by corporates and foreign investors on Tuesday. The group chairman, Gautam Adani, said going ahead with the issue will not be morally correct. In a rare address that he in fact made, he said that the balance sheet is healthy and they'll review the FPO again once the market stabilizes. This bombshell development comes amid a massive market rout in the Adani Group stocks following the release of the Hindenburg Research report that accused the group of brazen stock manipulation and accounting fraud.
Dear friends, after a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of its withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects. The fundamentals of our company are very strong. Our balance sheet is healthy and assets robust. Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you all about Vice Sharmila's latest war against KCR. She's going to be meeting the governor before her Padayatra.
You are watching India Today.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state chief minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a new fad in India. Chai shops listing the owner's educational qualifications. Meet engineer chaiwala from Uttarakhand's Haldwani. Pankaj Pandey, a 28-year-old diploma holder in mechanical engineering, is a hit in the town.
मैंने मैकेनिकल से पॉलिटेक्निक किया हुआ है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक गरूर से, तो उसके साथ साथ मैं अपनी जेई के लिए तैयारी भी करता रहता हूँ, जूनियर इंजीनियर के एग्जाम्स के लिए. और जो मेरा मेन जो विजन है वो इसी को आगे लेके जाना है, इंजीनियर चाय वाले को.
Pandey used to work at a call center in Noida earlier. While he is proud to run a tea shop, he is also attempting to clear entrance exams for further education.
अपकमिंग जो भी जेई के एग्जाम्स होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मैकेनिकल के लिए, उनकी तैयारी कर रहा हूँ. और लेकिन मैकेनिकल की तो वैसे वैकेंसी निकलना बहुत कम हो चुका है. कई सारे डिपार्टमेंट तो बहुत बिल्कुल ख़त्म ही कर दी है वैकेंसी, लेकिन फिर भी एक उम्मीद है.
Pandey's chai is popular among locals and tourists alike.
कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है. अच्छा कर रखा है उनने, यहाँ पे चाय की दुकान खोल दी है और बहुत बढ़िया चाय अच्छी लग रही है, टेस्ट बहुत है.
बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर आजकल, इसलिए भैया ने अपना खोल लगा छोटा मोटा काम, ये बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है. अपन इनका रेगुलर लगाते हैं सर, सुबह 4 से 9 बजे तक लगाते हैं.
Pankaj Pandey opens his tea stall every evening for 2 hours. Bureau Report, India Today.
watching India Today.
We're cutting across live now to an opposition briefing as Parliament, both houses have been stalled.
आज देश में आर्थिक दृष्टि से घोटाले हो रहे हैं, उसके बारे में एक आवाज़ में सदन में उठाना ये हमारा सबका मकसद है। इसीलिए हमने एक नोटिस दी थी 267 के तहत। मैं आपके लिए कहूँगा ताकि उसमें क्या चीज़ें हमने लिखी है इसका थोड़ा सा ठीक ढंग से उसका मालूमात आपको मिले। ये सस्पेंशन ऑफ बिजनेस नोटिस अंडर रूल 267 for 2nd February 2023. I hereby give notice under Rule 267 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of States of Rajya Sabha of my intention to move the following motion for suspension of business listed for 2 February 2023. So आज के बिजनेस को सस्पेंड करके आप ये हमारी नोटिस को महत्व देना और चर्चा के लिए हमको परमिशन देना। और उसमें ये विषय हमने बताया कि दैट दिस हाउस डू सस्पेंड 0 hour and relevant rules relating to question hour and other businesses of the day to discuss the issue of investment by LIC, public sector banks and financial institutions in companies losing market value, endangering the hard-earned savings of crores of Indians. ये हमारा नोटिस है और ये नोटिस पे हम चर्चा चाहते थे, लेकिन और जब भी हम नोटिस देते हैं तो मुझे मालूम नहीं हो रहा कि किस तरीके का नोटिस देना चाहिए। हर वक्त हमारे नोटिसेस रिजेक्ट होते हैं और महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय है, मुद्दे हैं, जब हम उठाते हैं तो उसको चर्चा का अवकाश नहीं मिलता, समय नहीं मिलता। इसीलिए हम सभी ने ये तय किया कि सदन में एक वॉइस में एक होकर जो आज करोड़ों लोगों का पैसा LIC में है, एक जिसको बहुत ही रेप्यूटेड इंस्टीट्यूशन है और सभी लोग करोड़ों लोग उसमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, पॉलिसी लेते हैं, बच्चों के पढ़ाई के साथ और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस भी करवा लेते हैं। तो ऐसे करोड़ों लोगों से संबंधित इंस्टीट्यूशन का पैसा आज बर्बाद हो रहा है। और दूसरी तरफ जो बैंक है, SBI बैंक हो और दूसरे नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक्स हो, उसमें भी गरीब लोग अपना पैसा रखते हैं और वो पैसा भी आज हर जगह डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जा रहा है, चंद कंपनियों को दिया जा रहा है। और उस कंपनी के बारे में इंटरनेशनली एक रिपोर्ट जो बाहर आई, US की कंपनी, एक हिडनबर्ग जो रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट है, उसने बाहर निकाला है। अब जब निकालते ही देश के अंदर जितने भी ये जिस कंपनी को इन्होंने पैसे दिए थे, उस कंपनी के शेयर्स तो इतने गिर गए कि बहुत से लोगों को मूर्छा आया वहीं गिरे सुनते ही। ऐसी स्थिति देश का ये सरकार ने बना के रखा है। और ये कौन कंपनी के मालिक है आपको तो मालूम है। और बार बार हम एक व्यक्ति के रूप में किसी को टीका करने के बजाय हम तो ये कहेंगे कि सरकार ऐसे कंपनियों को कैसा पैसा दे रही है, क्यों प्रेशराइज करके दिला रही है, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा। इसीलिए लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए और जो ये LIC, SBI, दूसरे बैंक्स जो सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं दिए हैं, इसकी एक जांच होना चाहिए। इसके लिए हम इस चर्चा में डिमांड करना चाहते हैं, या तो जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो चीफ जस्टिस है उनके नेतृत्व में इसकी इंक्वायरी हो और डे टू डे रिपोर्ट भी जनता के सामने रखे, उसका प्रोग्रेस क्या है और किस ढंग से ये इंक्वायरी चल रही, इसका एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी उसमें आती है और लोगों को भी मालूम होता है कि उनके पैसा, उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट और उनके जो कमाई कहाँ गई, कहाँ तक रही, कहाँ तक बच गई, इसका भी उनको एक विश्वास मिलता है। नहीं तो सारे लोगों का, इस देश के जो भी जितने भी करोड़ों पॉलिसी होल्डर्स हैं या बैंक में डिपॉजिट रखने वाले, उनका विश्वास बैंकों पे से उड़ जाता है, LIC से उड़ जाता है। तो इसीलिए लोगों के हित में हम ये काम कर रहे हैं और हमारा डिमांड यही है, चर्चा कराओ। और हमारी मांग ये है कि या तो जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी बनाओ और इसकी इंक्वायरी करो, या नहीं है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस के नेतृत्व में कमेटी बनाकर इसको इंक्वायरी कराइए और डे टू डे रिपोर्ट बाहर करते जाइए। यही हमारा डिमांड है, इसीलिए हम आपके पास आए हैं और सारे पार्टी के नेता लोग भी हमारे साथ हैं, वो भी एक एक मिनट अपनी बात रखेंगे। आप उनका भी ज़रा सन से, आपको तो सहनशीलता है, फिर भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि आप उनकी बात भी सुने। थैंक यू।
राम गोपाल यादव जी, समाजवादी पार्टी से।
ये माननीय खरगे साहब ने जो कहा है उससे समाजवादी पार्टी पूरी तरह सहमत है। एक बात और मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि पूरे देश में जिनके पैसे बैंकों में जमा हैं या LIC की पॉलिसी जिनके पास हैं और अन्य वित्तीय संस्थाओं में पैसे जिनके हैं, उन लोगों में दहशत पैदा हो गई है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि जिला स्तर पर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया जैसी प्रतिष्ठित बैंकें, जो लोग अपना पैसा निकालने जा रहे हैं उनको ये कह के लौटा रहे हैं कि पैसा अभी नहीं है, शाम को आना, 2 बजे आना। ये स्थिति हो गई है। पूरा देश जिन पैसा, अभी तक लोग यही तो समझते थे कि बैंक में सबसे ज़्यादा सुरक्षित है, न वहाँ डकैती पड़ सकती है, न कोई छीन सकता है, लेकिन ये तो सारे देश के लोगों की जेब पर डकैती पड़ गई सीधी, और पड़ने वाली है। इसलिए जो हम लोग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि मैं जानता हूँ तमाम लोग ये कहेंगे संसद में 1 मिनट का इतना पैसा खर्च होता है, लोग टाइम बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। हम तो पूरे देश के लोगों को ही लड़ रहे हैं, पूरे लोग, और उनके लड़ने के लिए हम लोगों के लड़ने से अगर जो जनहित में कुछ गवर्नमेंट को फैसला लेने के लिए विवश होना पड़ सकता है तो वो करेंगे ही।
नौ पार्टियों ने आज एडजमेंट मोशन दिया है राज्यसभा में, इसी तरीके से लोकसभा में भी देना चाहिए। हम सब लोग सहमत है, जो खरगे साहब एज ए लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन कहते हैं, स्पिरिट वही है हर पार्टी में। लेकिन आश्चर्य की बात यह है कि चेयरमैन साहब उठ के आज बोलते हैं कि तुम्हारी रिपोर्ट, आज ही नहीं दूसरे चेयरमैन भी यही बोलना शुरू करें कि आपका नोटिस ऑर्डर में नहीं है, कोई प्रोफार्मा नहीं है। एज फार एज एडजमेंट मोशन इज कंसर्न देयर इज नो प्रोफार्मा एट ऑल। अगर तब प्रोफार्मा नहीं है तो ऑर्डर वो दीजिए, हम पढ़ने को तैयार है, सीखने को तैयार है। ऑर्डर वो नहीं बताते कि ऑर्डर क्या चीज़ होती है, तो वो ऑर्डर नहीं है। इसके लिए मैं मेरा ऑब्जेक्शन रजिस्टर कर रहा हूँ थ्रू यू के इन द ऑब्सेंस ऑफ एनीथिंग प्रोफार्मा यू कांट टीच अस एज व्हाट इज एन ऑर्डर ऑफ द रिपोर्ट। वन बात। दूसरी बात ये है कि ये जो इशू है सस्पेंशन ऑफ बिजनेस, ये बहुत सबसे बड़ी अगर इम्पॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट होती है तो आप सस्पेंड करते हैं बिजनेस को। मेरे जहाँ तक ख्याल है, जैसा कि खरगे साहब बोले, इससे बड़ा सीरियस इशू कौन सा हो सकता है, क्योंकि द एंटायर इकोनॉमी नहीं, इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी अगेंस्ट द बैकड्रॉप ऑफ क्रोनिक कैपिटलिज्म मैं किसी को ब्लेम नहीं कर रहा हूँ, पर्सनल नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं कैपिटलिज्म को क्रू नहीं कर रहा हूँ। एक का दोस्त बनता तो वो कैपिटल बन जाता है। कि जैसा कि हमारे पास चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब बोल रहे कि आप लोग सोशलाइजेशन ऑफ लॉसेस एंड प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ प्रॉफिट्स का इश्यू है ये तरीके से आपने एक दिया है, इससे बड़ी कोई चीज़ नहीं होती है। और इसको मत मिलाइए, थोड़ा कन्फ्यूजन चल रहा है कि उन्होंने अपना कॉल ऑफ कर दिया है 20,000 के थिंग कोई मॉरल इशू पे। व्हाट इज द मोरालिटी? द एंटायर अदानी एंटरप्राइजेस स्टॉक्स हैव गॉन डाउन बाय 27% इन वन डे। जो एक दिन में 27% क्रैश होता है, उसका मतलब है उस आदमी का क्रेडिबिलिटी चले जाता है। क्रेडिबिलिटी जाने के बाद और पैसे लेते हैं आप लोग, उसमें मोरालिटी की क्या बात है? मॉरल इशू ही नहीं है इसमें। वो इशू ना ऑटोमेटिक नेचुरल था, आया है, हमने यही किया। आर वन, ऑल ऑफ अस आर वन। स्पिरिट यही है कि दिस हैज़ टू डिस्कस एंड वी हैव आस्क्ड फॉर जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट कमिटी, बट वी आर एग्रीइंग विद लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन दैट इन केस इफ इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर एनी रीजन देन वी आर इवन प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर द इंक्वायरी बाय सुप्रीम कोर्ट जज। थैंक यू।
टीएमसी से शांतनु सेन साहब अपनी बात रखेंगे।
नहीं, हम सब ने ये देख रहा है कि पिछले कई सालों से 267 नोटिस जो लीगल जो रैशनल डिमांड है हम लोगों का, एक भी 267 अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा है। हमको तो ये लग रहा है जो वेटरन एमपीज है उनको क्लास लेना पड़ेगा चेयरमैन सर से कि 267 किस तरीके से दिया जाता है। जिस तरीके से 267 हर बार रिजेक्ट कर दिया जा रहा है, ये डेमोक्रेसी के खिलाफ है। और जहाँ तक इस इशू का सवाल है, टीएमसी का मांग है एक प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए और जो सच है वो आदमी के सामने लाना चाहिए।
थैंक यू। टीएमसी अलामारा करीम जी बात करेंगे।
I have also given notice under Rule 267 demanding discussion in the House and proper investigation on the revelation of Hindenburg, how Adani and his company looted this country, public money of LIC and SBI under the patronage of Modi government. We demand discussion and proper investigation on this
opposition briefing
scandal.
that you see on your screens there by members of prominent parties, all of them questioning why the centre, why the Modi government is shying away from a debate in parliament, from a discussion on the Adani controversy. The demand from the opposition is clear. They're saying we want a detailed discussion, we want the Prime Minister to speak on this issue, and we want a parliamentary committee to be set up to look into the serious allegations put forth by the Hindenburg research report.
देखिए, हम सारे लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और एलओपी महोदय की बात से सहमत हैं कि इतने बड़े घोटाले पे, इतने बड़े महा घोटाले पे मोदी जी की सरकार खामोश क्यों है? मोदी जी की सरकार खामोश इसलिए है कि ये जो महा घोटाला किया है उस व्यक्ति का नाम है अडानी, जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सबसे करीबी मित्र है, जिसके हवाई जहाज में प्रधानमंत्री घूमते हैं, जिसके पैसे से भारतीय जनता पार्टी चलती है, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का खजांची है। अडानी विदेशों में फर्जी कंपनियां बनाता है, हजारों करोड़ रुपए के शेयर खरीदता है अपनी ही कंपनी के, अपने ही शेयर को ओवर वैल्यू करता है और लाखों करोड़ रुपए का कर्जा बैंकों से ले लेता है। आज LIC, SBI और LIC, SBI जैसे तमाम और बैंकों में जिन्होंने लाखों करोड़ रुपए अडानी की कंपनी में लगा रखा है, वहां जिन लोगों ने अपना पैसा जमा किया, बेटी की शादी के लिए LIC में पैसा जमा किया, छोटा सा घर बनवाने के लिए पैसा जमा किया, बीमारी के लिए पैसा जमा किया, पेंशन के लिए पैसा जमा किया, आज वो सारे लोग चिंतित हैं, परेशान हैं कि आज LIC डूब रही है, SBI डूब रही है, लोगों का पैसा डूब रहा है, लेकिन मोदी जी चैन से सो रहे हैं। अमृतकाल में ये महा घोटाला है और इस महा घोटाले पे सदन में चर्चा कराओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मॉनिटर्ड इसकी पूरी जांच कराओ और JPC बनाओ। इस डिमांड के साथ हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में अपनी आवाज़ आज भी उठाए हैं, आगे भी उठाते रहेंगे। ये कोई छोटा मामला नहीं है, देश के करोड़ों लोगों की जिंदगी से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है।
थैंक यू। कनिमोली DMP से बात रखेंगे।
This is the money not of corporate institutions. It is the money which hard-working Indians have saved. It's their lifetime saving and their hard work which they've invested for their future, for the future of their children in government institutions and particularly LIC. And LIC and these public institutions, public banks which people have trusted because we believe that the government, the Indian government stands behind it, today are cheated. Today they don't know what their future holds for them, what the future holds for their children. So we as people's representatives have to take it up to fight for the people who have lost their rights, to fight for the people who've invested in these institutions because they feel let down by this BJP government and by these private corporates who've taken over their lives and their life saving. So DMK, our leader Stalin, today stand with the opposition in this fight for justice for the people of this country.
शिवसेना से प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी अपनी बात रखेंगे।
आज हमने 267 नोटिस दिया था और यूनानिमस यही राय थी कि ये देश का बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दा है जहां पर जनता का पैसा जो लगा हुआ है स्टॉक मार्केट में लगा होगा, LIC के माध्यम से लगा होगा, SBI के माध्यम से लगा होगा, वो कल रातों रात कौड़ी के भाव हो गया। जिस तरीके से 1,40,000 करोड़ का मार्केट कैपिटल खत्म हुआ है और अदानी ग्रुप को मजबूर किया है FPO वापस लेने के लिए, वो देश में चर्चा उसकी होनी चाहिए। जिस तरीके से घोटाला हम देख रहे हैं 2014 से एक ही ग्रुप को जिस तरीके का फ़ायदा हो रहा है, फोर्ब्स में नंबर 3 या 4 पे आ जाते हैं और अब गिरावट हो रही है, ये सिर्फ स्टॉक मैनिपुलेशन और स्टॉक की ओवर प्राइसिंग की वजह से हुआ है। ये हम लोग ही नहीं कह रहे हैं, देश के कुछ हमारे MPs ने भी बात की है। सेबी का जो मार्केट रेगुलेटर है, उनकी ये जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जनता में विश्वास बना रहे स्टॉक मार्केट का, उनका इन्वेस्टर कॉन्फिडेंस बना रहे। सेबी ने भी, सरकार ने भी उनको फेल किया है। हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का गठन हो। अगर वो नहीं पॉसिबल है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के मॉनिटर्ड ये प्रोब हो कि किस तरीके से इतनी खुली छूट दी गई एक ही ग्रुप को कि इन्वेस्टर्स को एकदम उनका कॉन्फिडेंस चकनाचूर कर दें। यही हमारी मांग है।
CPI से बिना उस्मान जी अपनी बात रखेंगे।
एनसीपी बात कर रहे हैं।
So friends, it's very clear that the government is not for the people of India. ये लोग कहता है
Representatives of all opposition parties, they're coming together to send out a message to the government saying that we want nothing but the Adani controversy to be discussed on a priority in Parliament. Remember that Parliament was adjourned at 11 this morning for barely a couple of minutes. We saw business really happening as protests raged on. The opposition leaders came together demanding a discussion on Adani, which led to the House being adjourned till 2 p.m.
The PSUs are bogus and they say that the private sector is the greatest of the country. But once the sector of the private capital is in danger, they pump in money from the PSUs. That means they want to save the private looters. Public money for private looting. And the government is praying for them on their knees. This government has to be exposed. So we believe that we are together standing here to say that in this way they cannot run this country. This country is of the people, not of Adani.
Okay. NCP से वंदना चौहान मैडम जी बात रखेंगे।
Namaskar. Since several sessions now, the media has seen and the people of this country have seen that whenever the opposition gives a notice under 267, it is not being allowed. We are a democracy, and here the voice of the opposition is as important, in fact more important, where you bring up the issues of the people of this country in the fore. Unfortunately, the government of the day is not allowing us.
So that's the joint briefing by opposition parties, making it very clear that they want only the Adani controversy to be discussed in Parliament. We're going to continue getting you all the big political updates and the updates coming in from the markets on the biggest story of the day. We're slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back.
watching India Today.
After skipper Hardik Pandya opted to bat first, India got off to a poor start as they lost opener Ishan Kishan in the second over.
With his friend.
But Shubman Gill and Rahul Tripathi played some good attacking cricket to peg the New Zealand bowlers back, and India seized the initiative once again.
Felicitation. And while we've been looking at the guests, another remarkable shots.
Tripathi would fall just 6 runs short of his half-century, but Gill continued to bat on and would grow in confidence as the match went on. Having gotten himself well set, Gill went on the offensive and memorably smashed Ben Lister for back-to-back sixes.
This is even better and further.
Gill would then bring up his maiden T20I century with a boundary, and India ended the innings with a mammoth total of 234 for 4 on the board.
And he's just 23 years of age.
In response, New Zealand got off to a nightmare start as they lost both Finn Allen and Devon Conway in the space of 2 balls.
Hardik Pandya takes the catch, and it's Devon Conway.
Things then went from bad to worse as, before the 5th over was even completed, they had lost half their side.
Who's been dismissed? Much fuller.
Shivam Mavi then got 2 wickets in his first over, and the Kiwis were left staring down the barrel of a huge loss. And in the end, India were able to seal a comfortable victory in the third T20I and seal the series, thus continuing their run of T20I series wins under Hardik Pandya.
Catch under lights, never easy here.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
यकीन मानिए पहला सप्तर्षि में पहला इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, कोई एक धारा दिखा दीजिए कि इंक्लूसिव मॉडल हो। बेरोजगारों की संख्या कितनी है? कई करोड़ में है, और आपके पास क्या मॉडल है रोजगार के लिए? तो आपने गोल गोल बातें की हैं, कोई भी ठोस ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है। तो फिर ये आम बजट कैसे हुआ साहब? ये तो खास लोगों का, खास लोगों द्वारा खास तरह से बनाया गया बजट है।
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. Let's get you an India Today impact story. A week ago, we had reported how a former national level hockey player, Paramjit Singh, was forced to work as a porter. And after we aired the report, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann has now stepped in, giving him a job. He also took to social media to thank India Today for our coverage that led to this big impact of our hockey hero finally getting a job from the Punjab government.
मान साहब, एक समय ऐसा होता था कि हॉकी की बात करते थे तो सिर्फ पंजाब ही दिमाग में आता था कि हॉकी टीम का मतलब पंजाब की टीम, वो इंडिया की टीम से ज़्यादा ऐसा लगता था पंजाब की टीम है। आपने वादा किया था कि एक रंगला पंजाब बनाएंगे, नशों को हटाना है, तो परमजीत जैसे और भी टैलेंटेड खिलाड़ी हैं, तो क्या आप ऐसा सर्च अभियान चलाएंगे कि टैलेंट जो है निकल कर बाहर आए और उनको एक मौका मिले?
जी, मैं तो यही कहता हूँ, ज़रूरी नहीं है कि वो जब टीवी पर आएँ तभी मैं उनकी सार लूँ। मेरा फ़र्ज़ बनता है एज ए हेड ऑफ़ द स्टेट कि यहाँ भी मुझे पता चले, मुझे बताइए कि ये प्लेयर है, अच्छा प्लेयर है, इसकी वजह कोई छोटी मोटी कमी की या कोई किसी पक्षपात का शिकार हो गया, नहीं चुना गया, नहीं सिलेक्ट हुआ, लेकिन टैलेंट था और आज दिहाड़ी करनी पड़ रही है और पता नहीं अगले वक्त की रोटी मिलेगी या नहीं मिलेगी। तो ये हमारा फ़र्ज़ भी बनता है कि हम अपने प्लेयरों को, चाहे वो एक्स हैं चाहे वो करंट हैं, तो उनको हम प्रोत्साहन दें, उनकी देखभाल करना, उनको सहूलत देना हमारा फ़र्ज़ है। तो हॉकी में परमजीत ने जो अचीवमेंट की है वो देखकर तो मैं हैरान हूँ कि इन्हीं सर्टिफिकेट की वजह से जो इसके पास हैं तो बड़े बड़ी पदों पर हमारे प्लेयर पहुँच चुके हैं। तो परमजीत को पीछे नहीं रहने देंगे, इसका जो जितना भी काला दौर कर लो, बुरा दौर कर लो, वो ख़त्म हो जाएगा।
तो ये भगवंत मान साहब ने सीधे फ़ोन किया था आपको सीधे खुद से?
हाँ जी, उन्होंने अपने पर्सनल नंबर से डायरेक्ट मेरे को कॉल की उन्होंने ही।
फिर आपको लगा कोई मजाक कर रहा है?
हाँ जी, कुछ टाइम तो मेरे को लगा, पर नहीं, बाद में जल्दी मेरे को पता चल गया था नहीं ये रियलिटी है, ये मान साहब की कॉल है मेरे को।
तो इस कॉल ने क्या आपकी अब ज़िंदगी बदल दी है? क्योंकि जो एक खिलाड़ी होता है अगर वो खुद ना खेल पाए तो उसका सपना होता है कि कम से कम 10-20 बच्चों को मैं अपने लेवल पर लाकर खड़ा कर दूं।
हाँ जी, मेरा लाइफ का टारगेट ही है कि अब अपने बच्चों को इंडिया के लिए तैयार करना, अपने बच्चों को। और वैसे भी अगर मेरे को मान साहब कुछ दे देते हैं तो मैं आने वाले टाइम में पंजाब के ज़्यादा नहीं तो 5-7 लड़के तो मैं इंडिया को दे ही दूंगा ना तैयार करके, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे को है।
Let's get you the report that we aired a week ago, an excerpt of that broadcast with Rajdeep Sardesai.
From a national hockey player to a daily wage laborer, Paramjeet Singh has seen it all. The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living. His only dream now to see his son make a career in hockey. At a time when the World Cup hockey fever is in Odisha, this is a story as part of our Get Real India series. Take a look.
India's cricket fixation is often much debated. But facts remain, other sports don't give the income security that cricket does. Ask Paramjeet Singh, a hockey player now reeling under the burden of poverty. Paramjeet, who has played at the national level 9 times and was also selected for the Indian hockey team twice, is now a daily wage labourer. He earns his bread and butter by working in a warehouse, picking up sacks of wheat and paddy.
कमाई 300-350-400 रुपया हो जाती कमाई, गुजारा तो नाम का गुजारा ही है, बस खाना खा रहे हैं एक टाइम बस ओनली।
Whenever Paramjeet gets time these days, he reaches the hockey field to coach his son.
मैंने देखा आपका बच्चा भी खेल रहा है आपके साथ, तो क्या बनाना चाहते हैं?
हाँ जी, जो सपना मैंने देखा था मैं वही सपना अपने बच्चे में देखना चाहता हूँ।
Paramjeet hopes the government will help him find a job.
सरकारों से क्या मांगे?
सरकारी जॉब।
साडी सरकार ਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗ ਆ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਮਿਲੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਨਾ ਮਿਲੇ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟਰਗਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ।
Paramjeet now has only one dream, that his son makes it to the national team and achieves what he could not. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for on this broadcast. I'm joining you with the headlines and lunch break in just a few moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
The Modi government's last full-year budget before the general elections due in 2024.
The capital investment outlay
is being increased steeply.
Scaling up capital investment.
I propose to reduce the highest surcharge rate,
Raising the rebate threshold.
an agriculture accelerator fund,
Boosting farm credit.
an urban infrastructure development fund
Bolstering infrastructure.
through use of priority sector lending shortfall. We envision a prosperous and inclusive India in which the fruits of development will reach all sections and citizens, especially our youth, women, farmers, OBCs, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Through formation of large producer enterprises,
The Modi government called it an inclusive budget.
1,000 members.
BJP netas, cabinet ministers hailed it in synchronicity as progressive, visionary and far-sighted.
This budget shows how our stable, growing economy, the power of young India, the technological and innovative capabilities, the multicultural work ethics, and how firmly India is poised for infrastructure-driven growth.
क्या कांग्रेस समर्थन करेगी क्या? आपसे लोग बात करें, मैं देख रहा था जब इनकम टैक्स की घोषणा हुई, रबर पर एग्जम्पशन दिया गया तो, और जब वो शुगर फैक्ट्री को दी वो भी ताली पीट रहे थे।
कई सराहनीय कदम आज बजट में प्रस्तुत हुए। महिला होने के नाते जो सेविंग स्कीम्स आज विशेषतः वित्त मंत्री ने प्रस्तुत की, उसके लिए मैं उनका विशेष अभिनंदन करती हूँ।
But the opposition not so enthused. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi called it bereft of vision.
The budget for 2023-24.
His party colleague and former finance minister P. Chidambaram termed it callous.
How far this government has removed...
Congress sought to punch holes in the new tax regime proposed by the finance minister. Chidambaram insisted it will dent social security. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav alleged the union budget would not generate enough employment. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insisted the budget favoured crony capitalists and big businesses.
Taxes बढ़ गए हैं, जो वेलफेयर स्कीम्स हैं जिस पे ये पैसा खर्च होना चाहिए था, सब्सिडीज पे जो पैसा खर्च होना था, वो उस पे पैसा खर्च नहीं हो रहा है।
नील बट्टा सन्नाटा है, बिहार को फिर से ठगा गया, कुछ भी नहीं मिला बिहार को।
Some of those things are good. I'm not going to be completely negative, but I have still some questions. There was no mention of Manrega. What are we going to do about the poor rural labour? There was no mention of unemployment. There was no mention of inflation.
With the Lok Sabha vote little over a year away, the budget seems to have pushed economic issues up on political agenda. Bureau Report, India Today.
1 hour 25 minutes.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon. You're watching Lunch Break here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nantagopal. Rounding up the day's top stories, our focus, of course, is going to be on the Adani controversy and the politics that's playing out over it. The headlines first. Political showdown plays out in Parliament. Both houses adjourned till 2 p.m. as opposition seeks debate on Adani FPO orders probe into a controversy. The markets bears mall beleaguered Adani. Bloodbath continues in Dalal Street as multiple Adani stocks hit the lower circuit. Adani breaks silence on stocks crash moments before market opened. Thanks investor says withdrawing FPO won't impact current plans. As Adani FPO is called off, sources say India's market regulator examining a rout in the shares of Adani. RBI also puts Adani in watch list. YS Sharmila reignites war against KCR. Sharmila to meet governor before Party Yatra to raise failures of the state government. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used in construction. Devotees worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. Let's begin this broadcast by getting you what's played out in Parliament. Both houses adjourned after a very brief session where there was sloganeering ruckus by the opposition. Supriya Bharadwaj is joining us live. She's going to be getting us voices from the opposition. But first, I want to get you highlights of what Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge said in his briefing just a couple of minutes ago.
सरकार ऐसे कंपनियों को कैसा पैसा दे रही है, क्यों प्रेशराइज करके दिला रही है, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा। इसीलिए लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए और जो ये LIC, SBI, दूसरे बैंक्स जो सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं दिए हैं, इसकी एक जांच होना चाहिए। इसके लिए हम इस चर्चा में डिमांड करना चाहते हैं, या तो जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो चीफ जस्टिस है उनके नेतृत्व में इसकी इंक्वायरी हो और डे टू डे रिपोर्ट भी जनता के सामने रखे।
Let me take this across to Supriya Bharadwaj. She has with her representatives of opposition parties who have been upping the ante over the Adani controversy. Supriya, it's over to you. Get us a sense of really what the opposition strategy is and what the response is to the government saying that they'll have this discussion a few days later. Let the question hour continue first.
Well, as far as the opposition is concerned, Akshita, they're up in arms and they're saying that nothing short of a full-fledged discussion and that of the JPC probe demand. I have been joined by Congress Party's Deputy Leader in Lok Sabha, Mr. Gaurav Gogoi. I have also been joined by Shiv Sena MP Priyanka Chaturvedi ji. I've also been joined by Mr. Sanjay Singh from Aam Aadmi Party, and as well as at the same time from the CPM, also the leaders there. CPI, Mr. Binoy Bishoy. So all of them are here. First, let me start from the Lok Sabha. What is your major demand? Government is saying, let the House function, then we'll have a discussion.
All the opposition parties are united in raising their concern about the lacks of money of ordinary Indians that have been deposited in LIC and SBI, and both these two institutions have been forced to invest and buy shares of Adani, and we have seen what has happened over the last couple of days. The amount of stock value that both LIC and SBI, and subsequently the amount of money of ordinary Indians that have just gone, and there have been numerous reports saying that how these businesses are dubious, and therefore we demand a joint parliament committee probe, because this is unsure in terms of who put this pressure on LIC and SBI to play with the money of ordinary Indians.
Ma'am, what do you have to say? Because there's bloodbath on the Dalal Street. There are lower circuits on the shares of in the stock market of the shares of the Adani Group companies. What do you have to say?
The country is witnessing a government which has consistently supported one group and given India's critical infrastructure in his hands, and how Adani Group was indulging in stock manipulation and stock overpricing to seek more loans from nationalized banks. We are seeing nationalized banks, SBI leading it, as well as LIC, investing, pumping in a lot of money. The overexposure of these, nationalized companies in Adani Group. All we are asking is for an investigation. Why is the government running away from that? Why is Prime Minister quiet on that? That is our problem.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party was the first party. I still remember over here only Sanjay Singh ji had addressed a press conference saying that you guys have boycotted the president's address, and today also you guys moved the adjournment motion. Sir, क्या कहना है आपको इस पूरे मसले में?
देखिए, इस पे सीधे ये कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने मित्र को कोयला दे दिया, आयरन ओर दे दिया, स्टील दे दिया, सीमेंट दे दिया, उनको पोर्ट भी दे दिया, एयरपोर्ट भी दे दिया, ड्रग्स का धंधा करने की छूट भी दे दी, सब कुछ एक आदमी के हवाले कर दिया। और इतना ही नहीं किया, LIC, SBI जैसी प्रतिष्ठित संस्थाओं से हजारों करोड़ के लोन दिलवा दिए, लाखों करोड़ के लोन दिलवा दिए। हमारा कहना यह है कि अगर अडानी ग्रुप्स ने फर्जी कंपनियां बना के, सेल कंपनियां बना के, अपने ही शेयर खरीद के उसको ओवर वैल्यू करके बैंकों से लोन लिया है, तो आज उन बैंकों में जिनका पैसा जमा है, LIC में जिनका जमा है, SBI में जिनका जमा है, वो सारे करोड़ों लोग चिंतित हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपना पैसा लगाया था बेटी की शादी के लिए, छोटा सा मकान बनाने के लिए, बीमारी के लिए, बुढ़ापे की पेंशन के लिए। वो सब लोग सरकार से जवाब चाहते हैं। इस पे JPC बने या सुप्रीम कोर्ट मॉनिटर्ड टाइम बाउंड इंक्वायरी हो, तब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो पाएगा। कहाँ है CBI, कहाँ है सेबी, कहाँ है ED, कहाँ है इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट? जैसे बाकी फाइनेंशियल करप्शन करके, फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड करके बाकी लोग भाग गए हिंदुस्तान छोड़ के, विजय माल्या, नीरव मोदी, मेहुल चौकसी, ऐसे ये भी भाग जाएंगे। तो लोगों का क्या होगा? उनके पासपोर्ट जब्त होने चाहिए अडानी के, उसको रोकना चाहिए, वरना वो भी भाग जाएगा यहाँ से।
जब तक डिस्कशन नहीं, तब तक हाउस में ऐसे आप लोग वॉकआउट करेंगे, डिस्ट्रप्शन रहेगा?
को जवाब देना चाहिए। अभी तो हम लोगों ने आज सवाल उठाया, इसका 267 का नोटिस भी दिया है।
Binoy sir, what do you have to say on this entire thing? Because we have been saying that you guys have been raising this issue time and again in both the houses. Over here on the press conference after press conference that you guys have done. Now this crisis has come. On one hand, there is bloodbath at Dalal Street. People are really worried as far as LIC and SEBI is concerned. What do you have to say on this thing? Because opposition is up in arms and saying nothing short of a JPC probe.
We are raising it. Again and again we raise that issue. But the government is very adamant to save their cronies, Adanis, Ambanis, and all those are their political relatives. I should call that Adani is the economic cousin of Narendra Modi. And Narendra Modi is the political guide of Gautam Adani. And that empire was built upon a very fragile foundation because of this political patronage that they got from the government. And every empire of every nature built upon fraud and fragility, it has to fall down one day. Naturally it fell down. And when it fell down, you saw how frantic was the government. Government was so frantic and they jumped in and drawn in the LIC, the SBI and all the public money. Till yesterday they were telling that public sector is a bogus thing, there's no value in the country. So they were preaching prayers for the private sector. But the country once again see, when the private sector is in trouble, in deep crisis, they have no other way but to bring in the public sector, and they are playing with the public money and the people's money. That money has to be saved. So we will continue the battle inside the house and outside the house.
So these are sentiments just outside the parliament. We are at Vijay Chowk and the entire opposition is up in arms and saying that nothing short of a full-fledged discussion in both the houses on this matter. At the same time also a JPC probe. And they are saying till the time these demands are not met, they will continue this war inside and outside parliament. So this is what is latest is happening. The Congress party and the president, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who happens to be the leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha, has already said that they are demanding a JPC probe and they are going to all out and ensure the entire opposition we have seen is somewhat united on this matter. We have seen MPs from across party line, even that of Samajwadi Party and Aam Aadmi Party and TMC, who came here at Vijay Chowk Akshata and have said that in one voice that they want that the government should come out, tell us what is happening. At the same time also a demand for JPC probe.
All right. Thanks, Supriya, for joining us with that live report and getting us all of those opposition voices as well. Let's also focus on what's playing out in the markets. The FPO has been junked as announced by the Adani Group. Gautam Adani remains on a tailspin. The Adani Group stocks fell even after the FPO withdrawal. This even as Citigroup's wealth arm has stopped accepting securities of Gautam Adani's group of firms as collateral for margin loans. The US lender's move to restrict lending comes after a similar change was announced yesterday at Credit Suisse Group AG. This is after Adani also called off its 20,000 crore rupees follow-on public offer. Remember, it was fully subscribed just on Tuesday. The company will refund proceeds it had received as part of its FPO, which was bailed out largely by corporates and foreign investors on Tuesday. Gautam Adani, in a rare address, said going ahead with the issue was not morally correct as per him. He also asserted that the balance sheet is healthy, saying they will review the FPO again once the market stabilizes. There's been a massive market rout in Adani Group stocks following the release of the Hindenburg research report that accused the group of brazen stock manipulation and accounting fraud.
Dear friends, after a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of his withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects. The fundamentals of our company are very strong. Our balance sheet is healthy and assets robust. Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
So after the Adani stock meltdown, sources have told us that SEBI, the market regulator here in the country, has taken note. So has RBI. While SEBI has decided to examine the rout in the shares of Adani's companies, RBI has also put the Adani Group on the watch list. SEBI is looking into reportedly several of the allegations made by Hindenburg Research and also into any potential irregularities in the key share sale by Adani Enterprises. The RBI, meanwhile, has asked local banks for details of their exposure to the Adani Group of companies, to the government and banking. With those updates, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you details of how Kerala journalist Siddiq Kappan has finally walked out of Lucknow jail after 2 years. Remember, he was put behind bars on terror charges.
After skipper Hardik Pandya opted to bat first, India got off to a poor start as they lost opener Ishan Kishan in the second over.
With his friend.
But Shubman Gill and Rahul Tripathi played some good attacking cricket to peg the New Zealand bowlers back, and India seized the initiative once again.
Felicitation, and while we've been looking at the guests, another remarkable shots.
Tripathi would fall just 6 runs short of his half-century, but Gill continued to bat on and would grow in confidence as the match went on. Having gotten himself well set, Gill went on the offensive and memorably smashed Ben Lister for back-to-back sixes.
This is even better and further.
Gill would then bring up his maiden T20I century with a boundary, and India ended the innings with a mammoth total of 234 for 4 on the board.
And he's just 23 years of age. Take it.
In response, New Zealand got off to a nightmare start as they lost both Finn Allen and Devon Conway in the space of 2 balls.
Hardik Pandya takes the catch, and it's Devon Conway.
Things then went from bad to worse as, before the 5th over was even completed, they had lost half their side.
Who's been dismissed? Much fuller.
Shivam Mavi then got 2 wickets in his first over, and the Kiwis were left staring down the barrel of a huge loss. And in the end, India were able to seal a comfortable victory in the third T20I and seal the series, thus continuing their run of T20I series wins under Hardik Pandya. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Some of those things are good. I'm not going to be completely negative, but I have still some questions. There was no mention of Manrega. What are we going to do about the poor rural labour? There was no mention of unemployment. There was no mention of inflation. So there are a number of questions still. There's some good things in the budget, I don't deny that. And I certainly found myself applauding when they created a new digital library for children around the country. All these are good things. But there are still some fundamental questions that remain to be answered.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Two years after the Hathras rape and murder case, Kerala journalist Siddique Kappan, who was accused of terror and taken into custody by the UP police, has walked out of Lucknow jail today. Kappan was arrested in Uttar Pradesh on terror charges. He was on his way to Hathras in Uttar Pradesh, reportedly to cover the issue, and he was taken into custody midway. Remember, this was the incident where a Dalit woman had died after allegedly being raped. He and 3 others were accused of having links with the now banned Popular Front of India and being a part of a conspiracy to instigate violence, and thereby he was taken into custody. He was charged under the UAPA to conspire and spread terror across the country and also for money laundering. So multiple cases that were there against him, and finally he's walked out of jail. In September, the Supreme Court granted Kappan bail in connection with that case, but he continued to be in jail because of a money laundering case filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Kappan has said that he didn't get justice for what happened and reiterated that he was packed behind bars based on a bogus case linking him to PFI.
28 महीने के बाद हम वापस मतलब बाहर आया, एक आज़ादी का हवा मिल गया। मीडिया पर्सन सबको शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ मैं, ठीक है।
Moving on, there's a tug of war between Mamata Banerjee and Central University. Amid a heated exchange of words between the Vishwa Bharati and Nobel laureate Amartya Sen over the economist's alleged unauthorized possession of land in Shantiniketan, the university asked the economists either to discuss the matter with them or the issue will be settled in court. Mamata hit back, saying the university was saffronized.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shantiniketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state Chief Minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
The KCR versus YS Sharmila showdown is all set to regain steam. The YSRTP president is all set to resume her Padayatra in Telangana after recently receiving a nod from the High Court. This Padayatra will resume from Narsampet, the same place where she stopped her Padayatra earlier, claiming an attack on her convoy, spurring a mega showdown with the KCR government. YS Sharmila will be meeting with Telangana Governor Tamilisai Soundararajan as well to submit a petition against the alleged failures of the KCR government. This meet comes in the backdrop of a recent face-off between the state government and the governor over Republic Day celebrations. Parts of Himachal Pradesh, including Manali, Shimla and Auli, as well as Kashmir, have received fresh snowfall. Let's get you all the images coming in. A massive avalanche hit the upper reaches of Jammu and Kashmir ski resort Gulmarg, killing 2 Polish tourists and trapping 21 skiers who were later rescued from the slopes. Videos of the avalanche showing people running for their lives has gone viral. Rescue operations are currently underway in the area. The ski slopes where the avalanche happened have now been declared a no-go zone. Avalanches have been frequent in the higher reaches of Kashmir in these months, especially after fresh snowfall. Uttarakhand's Rudraprayag has also witnessed snowfall, snow-capped mountains and a white carpet continues to attract large number of tourists. Even after the snowfall, the weather remained pleasant with temperatures hovering around 6 degrees. Another tourist hotspot, Auli in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, is freezing at -3 degrees Celsius after heavy snowfall. This has turned the district into a winter wonderland. Snowfall was also reported in Uttarakhand's Bageshwar. Sky remained cloudy and fog continued to envelop the district throughout the day. The cold has intensified and in most villages there's been heavy snowfall as well. And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we get you a special broadcast from Ayodhya, where the auspicious Shaligram Shila has reached. It's with this stone that the deity of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will be carved.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state chief minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. The holy Shaligram stones from Nepal have finally reached Ayodhya amid a grand welcome and celebrations. The holy rocks that were in fact dispatched from Nepal's Kali Gandaki waterfall reached Ayodhya on Wednesday evening. A large number of devotees have come together to offer their prayers to these holy stones in Ayodhya. The two huge Shaligram rocks will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust today. Saints and members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad are offering special prayers to the holy rocks. They will be used essentially to carve out the idols of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita that will be placed at the Grand Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. The two Shaligrams earlier were dispatched from Nepal on Saturday, so they've reached Ayodhya in 4 days. The construction of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya is currently underway, and Home Minister Amit Shah only recently announced that the temple will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi on 1st January 2024.
राम कथा का सत्संग चल रहा है छोटी छावनी में सत्संग भवन में। हमारे राम कथा के पीरियड में हमको इसका दर्शन होके हमको कुछ उत्स्फूर्त लगेगा, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा और हम हमारा नसीब समझते जिंदगी में इतना अच्छा मौका हमारे को मिला है।
And let me take this across to our reporters who are on the ground. The Arpita Arya is joining us live from Ayodhya. We also have with us Abhishek Mishra, who's been getting us every single update. Arpita, I'd like to begin with you. Can you show us around what really is the mood? I can see Ayodhya is fully decked up. It's a huge moment really in the construction of the Ram Mandir.
बिल्कुल अक्षता, जैसा आप देख पाएंगे अगर तस्वीरों में हम आपको दिखाएं, देखिए अभी फिलहाल जो हस्तांतरण की पूजा यानी नेपाल से ये शिलाएं आई हैं और अब औपचारिक तरीके से कहिए, आधिकारिक तौर पे कहिए, भारत को ये सौंप दी गई है। ये 2 शिलाएं आपको नजर आ रही हैं, एक में माँ सीता का नाम लिखा हुआ है तो एक में श्री राम का नाम लिखा हुआ है। और अब यहाँ अंदर अभी तक लोगों को परमिशन दी गई थी कि आप जाइए और दर्शन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अब उन्हें बाहर की तरफ जो है भेजा गया है ताकि वो एक परिक्रमा ले पाए। अब जितने अयोध्या वासी हैं या जो यहाँ लोग रहते हैं उनको सीधे तौर पर ये लग रहा है कि राम ही जैसे अवतरित हो गए हों। तो किस चौपाई के साथ आज शुरू करेंगे आप?
देखिए,
भजन राम का
भजन तो हमारे शास्त्री जी गाएंगे। जड़ चेतन गुण दोष में विश्व किन करतार, रमे रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे सहस्र नाम तत्तुल्यम राम नाम वरानने अपि स्वर्णमयी लंका नमे लक्ष्मण रोचते जननी जनक भूमिश्च स्वर्गादपि गरियसी। कहा गया है जिनके चन्नामृत लेने से अकाल मृत्यु समाप्त हो जाता है, भवाप्टी जो संसार के आने जाने का चक्कर समाप्त हो जाता है, अकाल मृत हरणम सर्व व्याधि विनाशनम विष्णुर पादोदकम पित्वा पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते। वह क्षण जो मूर्त रूप में होने जा रहा है, जो अंतराल 500 वर्षों के बाद, जो 5 लाख राम भक्तों के शहादत बलिदान के बाद, 74 युद्ध लड़ने के बाद जो क्षण साकार और मूर्त रूप में होने जा रहा है, सभी अयोध्या वासी पूरे भारत के लोग
भजन के
जो हैं आह्लादित हैं।
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा मेरे सरकार आए हैं। मेरे सरकार आए हैं माँ जानकी, और माँ जानकी के बहुत ही प्रिय भगवान श्री रामचंद्र जी, हमारे अयोध्या वासियों के प्रिय भगवान श्री रामचंद्र जी के मूर्ति का विग्रह का प्रादुर्भाव यहाँ पर हो चुका है। जल्द ही शिल्पकारों द्वारा, भारत के श्रेष्ठ शिल्पकारों द्वारा भगवान श्री रामचंद्र जी का और माँ जानकी के मूर्ति को बनाया जाएगा और राम दरबार में उसको प्रतिष्ठित किया जाएगा। हम लोगों के लिए गौरव का विषय है, क्योंकि हमारे पूर्वज, हमारे संत 500 सालों तक निरंतर प्रयास किए, लड़े, इसलिए कि हम लोगों के लिए गर्व के विषय। हम वो पीढ़ी हैं जो इस सुखद अनुभव को अनुभूति कर रहे हैं। हमारे कितने पूर्वज बिना देखे मंदिर चले गए, तो यह गौरव बताया नहीं जा सकता या सुख व्यक्त नहीं किया जा सकता। बस इतना ही कहना है कि सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा मेरे सरकार आए हैं, लगे गुलशन सिकुटिया भी मेरे सरकार आए हैं। तो हमारे सरकार आए हैं, हम अपने सरकार का स्वागत कर रहे हैं। देख लीजिए आप कैमरा घुमा के कितने कितने लोग आए हुए हैं। जय जय सिया राम, जय जय श्री राम।
यहाँ पर ये पूरी पूजा की तो विधि हो गई है, आज किस किस तरीके की विधि रही होगी? ये हस्तांतरण, ये जो दान पूजा एक तरीके से कहिए, कैसी ये विधि रहती है?
इसकी विधि ये रहती है कि जैसे शुरुआत से सनातन से परंपरा चली आई है कि कन्या पक्ष वर पक्ष के यहाँ कोई भी मांगलिक कार्य होता है तो कुछ ना कुछ उपहार भेंट करता है। तो जो महंत जी आए थे वहां से, नेपाल से, तो मिथिला के, उन्होंने अपना दान दिया है अयोध्या के महंत जी को, जो यहाँ का ट्रस्ट के महंत जी हैं। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये सनातन की परंपरा रही है कि बेटी के घर पे कुछ भी शगुन का कार्य काम होगा, वहाँ पे जरूर कुछ न कुछ उपहार दिया जाएगा। यहाँ पर पहले स्वस्तिवाचन से कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ है, मांगलिक गीतों से कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ है, और उसके पश्चात जो है मंत्रों से कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ। कार्यक्रम हो गया।
कहाँ से आई हैं आप? तो किसी खास उत्सव बारे आपके तो जरा सीताराम छपवाया।
सीताराम हाँ
आप महाराष्ट्र से आए?
हाँ, महाराष्ट्र, मुंबई है ना, मालूम, मुंबई पुणे।
शिला देखने के लिए?
हाँ, शिला देखने के लिए आए।
हम यहाँ पर मतलब राम की दर्शन के लिए आए थे, और योगायोग से यहाँ हमें शिला के दर्शन भी हो गए।
कैसा अनुभूत, कैसा महसूस कर पा रहे?
मतलब लग रहा है ये अभी कलयुग का नया श्री राम जन्म वाला है ना, ये पत्थर से, इसलिए हम टाइम अच्छा लगा इधर आने का।
खड़े हुए।
और मेरा बेटे का नाम श्री राम है।
आपके बेटे का नाम?
बेटा श्री राम चंद्र लिखा है। गांव में हमारा पिताजी ने श्री राम मंदिर बना है।
गांव में बना
है बोरी बुद्रुक।
और आप दोनों ही आए और भी लोग आए?
नहीं, हम दोनों हैं।
आज तो आपको ये पता था कि आज ये भी शिला भी यहाँ पर देखने मिल जाएगी? आपको कब सुना?
गूगल पे।
कल रात को देखा, कल रात को।
आज आप दर्शन करने के लिए? तो आज तो पूरे विधि विधान के साथ ये पूजा हुआ, ये तो अलग ही अनुभव जो आप शायद पूरी जिंदगी याद रखेंगे।
बहुत अच्छा, मतलब अब मैंने बताया ना, रोंगटे खड़े हुए, और इतनी शांति मिली कि अब हम ये इस मूर्ति को देखने बाद में आएंगे, लेकिन दर्शन तो पहले हो गए।
ये अभी तो मूर्त रूप नहीं है, यानी मूर्ति नहीं बन पाई है, बस शिला है, लेकिन इसको देख आपने महसूस किया परिक्रमा की?
जी हाँ, परिक्रमा से
फुल चढ़ा
बहुत अच्छा लगा।
बहुत अच्छा। तो यहाँ पर देखिए, आपको जल्दी से एक बार फिर से तस्वीरें दिखा दें। यहाँ पर भी आपको दिख रहा है कि औरतों का जमावड़ा भी दिख रहा है, अलग अलग दूर दूर जगहों से। सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं है कि अयोध्या से लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, अलग अलग जगहों से भी आ रहे हैं लोग। आइए जरा आपको तस्वीरों के माध्यम से कुछ और चीजें दिखा देते हैं। अक्षता, ये जैसा आप देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पर एक जमावड़ा तो आपको दिखेगा ही। लोगों की एक संख्या जो है अब तो थोड़ी कम हुई है। मैं तो सुबह से यहाँ मौजूद लगातार देख रही हूँ, संख्या बढ़ती जा रही है, लोगों की तादाद बढ़ती जा रही है इस शिला को देखने के लिए। जो शिला आप समझिए, यही 2 शिला 2 ट्रकों में रखकर शालिग्राम शिला, जिसके बारे में मान्यता ये है कि विष्णु का वास है इसमें उनको माना जाता है कि, और भगवान राम को भी विष्णु का रूप माना जाता है, इसलिए भी आज इसकी महत्ता बढ़ जाती है। यहाँ पर हम आपको ये तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं। साथ ही साथ अब देखिए, समारोह थोड़ा कम हुआ है तो लोगों की संख्या भी आपको कम दिख रही होगी, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर जमावड़ा जो है लोगों का बना ही हुआ है। हर कोई अभी भी यहाँ पर। आप कहाँ से आए सर?
हम पौरपूर्णा तालुका सेगांव से आ गए, महाराष्ट्र से।
सब महाराष्ट्र से आए? हाँ, हम। तो कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा। मंदिर हो जाएगा। आज जो मूर्ति बन रही उसका दर्शन होगा, हमारा भाग्य। बहुत आए
भगवान को, हमको कहीं नहीं देते भगवान, हम प्रत्यक्ष उसका दर्शन हुआ।
हम दोनों भी आ गए साथ, हमारे साथ में लोग है, यात्रा आ गए। हम घूम के यहाँ से काशी जाएंगे दर्शन के लिए।
भाग्य की परिचय करने को मिला हमको।
जो मूर्ति बन रही उसका आज ही दर्शन होगा। तो आगे होता क्या नहीं, क्या गर्दी रहेंगी भरपूर। तो
आपने
आगे दर्शन को आएंगे आप।
आगे भी आएंगे।
आगे आएंगे, जरूर आएंगे भगवान की कृपा से।
यहाँ पर जो लोग अभी इन तस्वीरों को देख लेना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ये तस्वीर शायद ही उनके जिंदगी में उन्होंने कभी देखा होगा, क्योंकि इन्हीं शिलाओं से मूर्ति का निर्माण होना है। और मूर्ति निर्माण से पहले इन शिलाओं को देख लेना। वो शिलाएं जो नेपाल से आई हैं, एक लंबा सफर तय करके नेपाल से जहाँ जहाँ ये शिलाएं गई हैं, वहाँ एक जन सैलाब हमने देखा है। लोगों की भीड़ देखिए। मैडम, कहाँ से आई हैं आप? बड़ी मुस्कुराते हुए सारा कैमरे में कैद कर लेंगे।
बिल्कुल, हम लोग अयोध्या के निवासी हैं और हमारे लिए बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है।
अयोध्या वाले तो भजन बहुत बढ़िया गाते हैं। हमने जितने लोगों से बात की, बहुत बढ़िया भजन। तो आज एक भजन के साथ, क्योंकि अयोध्या में महसूस हो कि हम अयोध्या की धरती पे।
बिल्कुल, हमारी बहनें गाएंगी भजन।
रामा शिला देखना आई, हमें दे दो बधाई। रामा शिला देखना आई, हमें दे दो बधाई। कुंडल भी दे दो, बाली भी दे दो, कुंडल भी दे दो, बाली भी दे दो, अंगूठी की दे दो सवाई, हमें दे दो बधाई। रामा शिला देखना आई।
बिल्कुल। तो ये क्योंकि आज का दिन जो नेपाल से लोग आए हैं, अरे बाद में फोटो हो जाएगी मैडम। जो लोग नेपाल से आए हैं वो ये मान रहे हैं कि आज विदाई हुई है। यहाँ पर बकायदा जो सीता माता है, ऐसा ये मान रहे हैं कि इस शिलाओं के माध्यम से वो एक बार फिर से विदा होकर ससुराल आई हैं अपने। तो ऐसे ससुराल में जब विदाई होकर आते तब कौन सा गीत गाया जाता है?
विदाई वाला गाना गा दो भाई। हम तो यही जानते हैं, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, बस जय सिया राम। और हमारा सबका जन्म सफल हो गया। आज हम लोगों ने अयोध्या में जन्म लिया और आज ऐसी चीज हम लोगों ने देख लिया कि हमारा जन्म सफल हो गया। और इससे ज्यादा हम लोग कुछ
अभी तो भव्य मंदिर
बिल्कुल बनेगा, लेकिन ये जो बन गया भव्य मंदिर तो बनेगा, लेकिन इसको स्पर्श करने का मौका मिला, उससे बड़ी क्या बात है।
इसके शिला के बारे में आपने सुना था? शालिग्राम
सब हम लोग को मालूम, हम लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे। बसंत पंचमी चली, आज एकादशी के दिन ये यहाँ पे आ गई, इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है।
आज के दिन को भी लोग कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि एकादशी और आज शिला।
एकादशी वाले दिन आए, इससे पवित्र दिन और कुछ हो सकता।
साक्षात विष्णु जी हमारे यहाँ पधारे हैं। राम जी
बनेगी, राम की मूर्ति
बिल्कुल बनेगी। जय श्री राम,
जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम।
आपने कुछ नहीं कहा, आप
हम लोग साथ में हैं।
साथ में है तो बड़े देर में आई। कल नहीं आई थी?
नहीं, कल तो नहीं आ पाए थे, आज
आई है। तो अभी आप अंदर कहीं परिक्रमा की?
हाँ, परिक्रमा अंदर जाने को नहीं मिला, बाहर से मैंने कर लिया।
तो यहाँ पर आप देखिए, यहाँ जो लोग पहुँच रहे हैं उत्साह से भरपूर यहाँ पर नजर आ रहे हैं। बाकायदा अभी यहाँ पूजा, आरती, गायन सब हमने वो देखा। और लोग जो अयोध्या वासी हैं वो भी अब यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से पहुँच रहे हैं। अब यहाँ पर आप यहीं के अयोध्या में?
जी, अयोध्या में यहीं पर हम लोग रहते हैं।
कोई भजन हो जाए?
जी,
भजन कोई राम को लेकर?
सीता राम जी की प्यारी राजधानी लागे।
अयोध्या की धरती पर है।
हाँ जी। राम राजा हमारे हम उनके प्रजा, राम राजा हमारे हम उनके प्रजा, महारानी सिया जो मजा ही मजा, महारानी सिया जो मजा ही मजा।
आज का ये दिन कैसे याद करेंगे आप, जब कि आज आपने ये दो शिलाएं जो कि भगवान राम, भगवान माँ सीता से जुड़ी हुई शिलाएं जिनकी मूर्ति बननी है, बाल स्वरूप बनना है, उसको देखकर आप क्या?
देखिए, उन संघर्षों को याद किया जाएगा जो सतत 500 वर्षों तक चलता रहा है। शिला की जगह लगा दे, प्राण बिठा दे, वहाँ राम भगवान, अयोध्या करती है आह्वान, ठाट से कर मंदिर निर्माण। तो आज वो समय अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है हमको कि जब अब ठाट से हम और गर्व से और राष्ट्र मंदिर के रूप में भव्य और दिव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण कर रहे हैं। और नेपाल से पधारे हमारे आराध्य जो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम राम है, इस शालिग्राम स्वरूप, नारायण स्वरूप, जो गंडकी नदी मानी जाती है कि नारायण की भी जननी है, तो वो जननी ने नारायण को साक्षात भेजा है। और सिर्फ 5 से 7 वर्ष की अवस्था में भगवान राम जो है स्थापित होंगे उस राष्ट्र मंदिर में। तो नेपाल और भारत का जो संबंध है वो पुनः गाढ़ा होगा और ये सदैव तक चलता रहेगा, नित्य निरंतर चलता रहेगा। तो इस खुशी को ना शब्दों के माध्यम से नहीं बताया जा सकता है, सतत 500
चौपाई के माध्यम से बताया जा सकता है,
शब्दों के माध्यम से सच्ची
बढ़िया सी चौपाई
शब्दों के माध्यम से, हाँ बिल्कुल होगी, शब्दों के माध्यम से ना ये सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि है। सिया राम मय सब जग जानी, करहु प्रणाम जोड़ी जुग पानी, यद्यपि सब बैकुंठ बखाना, वेद पुराण विदित जग जाना। लेकिन अयोध्या का प्रभाव जा मज्जन ते बिनहि प्रयासा, मम समीप नर पावहि बासा। तो ये अयोध्या है। तो इस अयोध्या का बखान कर पाना ना, तो स्वयं तुलसीदास जी भी लिखते हैं, वाल्मीकि जी भी लिखते हैं, और यहाँ तक कि रच महेश निज मानस राखा, जो भगवान शंकर सबसे पहले भगवान का चरित्र लिखते हैं ना, वो स्वयं कहते हैं ना कि मेरे जैसे हजारों शिव, हजारों सूर्य अगर भगवान के चरित्र को लगातार निहारे ना तो भी वर्णन नहीं कर सकते हैं। ये लेखनी कम पड़ जाएगी, धरती कम पड़ जाएगी, पत्रिकाएं कम पड़ जाएंगी भगवान के चरित्र को लिख पाने में। इसीलिए एक ही शब्द है, राम रामेति रामेति रमे रामे मनोरमे, सहस्र नाम तत्तुल्यम श्री राम नाम बरानने। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ सिर्फ इतना कह दे,
एक भजन तो बनता है,
सिर्फ इतना कह देना बनता है कि जय श्री राम। बिल्कुल, भजन तो सतत चलता ही रहेगा।
आप बहुत बढ़िया भजन सुना, तो बहुत ही बढ़िया था।
वो कौन? अच्छा, वो भजन सुनाए आपको। राम कहने से तर जाएगा, राम कहने से तर जाएगा, पार भव से उतर जाएगा। और अभी कुछ लोग घुट घुट के मर रहे हैं ना, तो इनका वही दशा है जो राम को नहीं कहेंगे ना, तो वरना घुट घुट के मर जाएगा, राम कहने से तर जाएगा। राम कह देखे, राम भक्तों पर किसी कभी कालखंड में गोलियां चली थी, राम भक्तों को मारा गया था। महाराज आज वो अपने अस्तित्व को खोजने में लगे हैं, जगह जगह ढूंढ रहे हैं कि कहाँ हमको शांति मिले, कहाँ हमारी राजनीति स्टैंड हो जाए। लेकिन ये अनादि से चलता आ रहा है कि जब धर्म स्वरूपा माँ जानकी को रावण ने अपनी तपस्या और सत्य निष्ठा के बल पर जब वो अपार शक्तियों को संग्रहित किया ना, तो उसी के अहंकार में आकर धर्म स्वरूपा माँ जानकी को हरण कर लिया अहंकारवश। तब भगवान राम ने उसके समूल वंश का नाश कर दिया था। आज जब फटिक शिलाएं, प्राण स्वरूप फटिक शिलाएं आज यहाँ अयोध्या में हम सभी देख रहे हैं, तो आज उन सभी के अस्तित्व पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा हो गया है। जिन्होंने भगवान राम को कल्पना बताया था, राम सेतु पर प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा कर दिया था, आज ऐसे लोग अपना अस्तित्व खोज रहे हैं। और मैं कहूंगा कि अंतिम यात्रा पर निकल चुके हैं, अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े हैं। आज उनको तो मानव मानना भी व्यर्थ हो गया है। आज कुछ लोग अपने आप को मानव साबित नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। कुछ नाम नहीं लेना चाहिए आज ऐसा
आज अवसर ऐसा है कि इस पर सर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, इस पर सिर्फ मोहब्बत बांटनी चाहिए। और मोहब्बत से एक भजन और
सजा दो घर को गुलशन सा, अवध में राम आए हैं। सजा दो घर को गुलशन हंसा अवध में राम आए हैं, अवध में राम आए हैं, मेरे सरकार आए हैं, लगे कुटिया भी दुल्हन सी, मेरे सरकार आए। अब इनसे सुनिए आप।
कहाँ से आई हैं आप?
ये अयोध्या में।
अच्छा, अयोध्या में ही। तो ये कहिए ना, अयोध्या अपने आप में काफी है बताने के लिए कि राम जन्मभूमि से आप जुड़ी हुई हैं। तो बढ़िया टीका वीका लगा के एकदम राम मैं दिख रही हैं।
जी जी,
कैसा लगा शिला देख?
बहुत बढ़िया लगा, बहुत सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमें ये देखने को मिला।
तो ये कब खबर मिली और आज आप पूरा परिवार पहुंचा था?
जी, सब लोग आए हैं, सुबह सुबह ही न्यूज मिली, तुरंत हम आ गए।
तो आप भी भजन गाती हैं, आवाज आपकी अच्छी लग रही है।
जी, थोड़ा बहुत।
गुनगुनाइए। साथ दीजिएगा, आप लोग खड़े हुए हैं, थोड़ा सा लगना चाहिए रामनगरी में है।
सजा दो घर को दुल्हन सा, मेरे सरकार आए हैं। बस
बहुत बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बहुत आपका शुक्रिया। आप सब
so colorful. Arpita Arya getting us that detailed report from the ground. Arpita, just stay on with me. You've given us a sense of the mood. There's so much devotion, so much love there on the ground. Abhishek Mishra is joining us from another vantage point. Abhishek, right now people from across the country, as Arpita just showed us, have gathered there to catch a glimpse of those extremely, holy the rocks which have come all the way from Nepal. Take us through the mood out there. What's next? When are these rocks actually going to be carved into the deities of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita?
Well, certainly, Akshita, and it's a very important day for Ayodhya, not for the fact that, these rock has finally arrived from Janakpur. They will be carved in the shape of the statue of Lord Ram, but also the sentiments which are very high in Ayodhya. And we have been witnessing this from morning itself when the people started to arrive here. They want to witness these rocks. They believe it's very auspicious. It's going to give them a lot of positivity, and it will also have a lot of implications in their personal life. And that is only the thing that they are coming here trying to take a picture, they're trying to worship it, and at the same time, be it the women, small children, men, senior citizens, everybody, they're very much involved in the process of this Ram temple. Now let me speak to some of the people who are here and what they believe as far as these shilas is concerned. आपका क्या नाम है?
पुतुल सिंह।
पुतुल जी, आप क्या मान रहे हैं, कितना इंतजार कर रहे थे इसका और कितना जरूरी है ये इसकी मूर्ति बनेगा, क्या कुछ होगा, कितना महत्वपूर्ण मानते हैं इसको?
भैया, हम तो इसको बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मानते हैं और ये तो जब इतना मेहनत से लाया गया तो इसका मूर्ति ही बनेगा और हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। आशा भी नहीं कहते कि हम लोग इनको देख पाएंगे, लेकिन अचानक
लंबे समय से इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
जी भैया, जी
पूरे परिवार के साथ आए?
हाँ, आज मेरा बेटा का बर्थडे है, लेकिन वो तो स्कूल गया है। मेरी बेटी, ये मेरी मम्मी है।
और जी, आपका क्या नाम है?
सुमन देवी।
सुमन जी, आपने तो देखा अयोध्या रहे हैं आप इतने सालों से, मंदिर की खुशी दोगुनी हो गई?
बहुत खुशी है, पूरा हिंदू की खुशी है। हम लोग तो बहुत खुशी हैं, खुशी से यहाँ दर्शन करने हम लोग आए हैं।
कुछ सुनाना चाहेंगे आज आप किस तरीके के राम जी को याद करते हुए, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? दिमाग में क्या आ रहा है कि आज जिस तरीके के राम?
दिमाग में बस यही आ रहा है कि खूब जोर जोर से जय श्री राम करें, लगाएं इनका। यार हम लोग तो बहुत देर से आवाज भी लगा रहे हैं, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
सम अदर पीपल। सर, आपका क्या नाम है?
अनिल कुमार सिंह।
अनिल, आपको क्या लग रहा है किस तरीके से ये अब शिलाएं यहाँ पर आ चुकी हैं, अब ये जल्दी उस शक्ल में आ जाएंगी जो देखने के लिए लोग हजारों सालों से अब इंतजार कर रहे थे?
ये तो कई हजारों साल का मतलब राम जी का यहाँ पर मंदिर बनना था, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर राम जी का जो मंदिर अभी जो बन रहा है, ये एक बहुत ही भव्य बन रहा है। विश्व का नंबर 1 मंदिर बनेगा और इस पत्थर को पूरे देश नहीं, पूरे वर्ल्ड इस पत्थर को देख रहा है।
कितना महत्वपूर्ण है ये, जनकपुर से आया हुआ है और कहा जाता है वो भगवान राम का।
ये पत्थर इतना महत्वपूर्ण है कि अब इसका हम कल्पना नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए हमारे आस्था से जुड़ा हुआ है और हमारे लिए ये प्रभु श्री राम का मंदिर ही है। और ये पत्थर मंदिर में जब स्थापित होगा तो
रहेगा कि जल्दी से आप भगवान राम,
हमें नहीं, पूरे वर्ल्ड को इंतजार है, पूरे वर्ल्ड इंतजार कर रहा है कि ये पत्थर लगे और राम जी का इसको मतलब
Certainly,
देखिए हम
you just heard what all these people has to say. They are very, keenly waiting for that time, that moment when Lord Ram's image, that childhood image will be carved on this rock. Now, I would like to tell you also one thing very important, because these rocks have been been gifted to India, to the trust by the Nepal administration, the Nepal government, and the former Deputy Prime Minister. He spoke to us exclusively, and he has said that it has become a significance of the deep down relationship between Janakpur, which is the home of Goddess Sita, and Ayodhya, which is the Janma Bhumi of Lord Ram. So in that way also, if you see, it's going to be very important. And as far as the significance of this particular stone is concerned, why this stone? There could be any other stone, there could be any other metal, any other element, but it has been said that this stone represents Lord Vishnu, and there is a mythological story behind it. That is why it has a very deep meaning to it, and the trust, which has been in talking terms with the Janakpur Temple Trust, and they were willing to have these rocks so that the image, the statue could be carved through this, and that is the only reason that these rocks have been selected. And now officially also these had been handed over to the Ram Bhumi Janma Trust, and at the same time it has also been said that it will take at least 8 to 9 months for these rocks to take the shape of a grand statue, and at the same time the deadline, it is January 2024. It has already been announced that the Grand Temple will be open for the darshanas.
What's nice to also see is that on both the rocks, one rock you've got Sri Ram inscribed upon it, and the other Ma Sita. So you're going to be seeing the deities of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita being carved out of that very rock. Abhishek as well as Arpita, thank you very much for joining us here and getting us those detailed ground reports from Ayodhya. With these images, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. We'll be right back.
After skipper Hardik Pandya opted to bat first, India got off to a poor start as they lost opener Ishan Kishan in the second over.
With his friend.
But Shubman Gill and Rahul Tripathi played some good attacking cricket to peg the New Zealand bowlers back, and India seized the initiative once again.
And while we've been looking at the guests, another remarkable shots.
Tripathi would fall just 6 runs short of his half-century, but Gill continued to bat on and would grow in confidence as the match went on. Having gotten himself well set, Gill went on the offensive and memorably smashed Ben Lister for back-to-back sixes.
This is even better and further.
Gill would then bring up his maiden T20I century with a boundary, and India ended the innings with a mammoth total of 234 for 4 on the board.
And he's just 23 years of age.
In response, New Zealand got off to a nightmare start as they lost both Finn Allen and Devon Conway in the space of 2 balls.
Hardik Pandya takes the catch, and it's Devon Conway.
Things then went from bad to worse as, before the 5th over was even completed, they had lost half their side.
Who's been dismissed? Much fuller.
Shivam Mavi then got 2 wickets in his first over, and the Kiwis were left staring down the barrel of a huge loss. And in the end, India were able to seal a comfortable victory in the third T20I and seal the series, thus continuing their run of T20I series wins under Hardik Pandya.
Catch under lights, never easy here.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
भारत के वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। हमारा बजट भी काफ़ी बड़ा हुआ है, जिसके कारण आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान के रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो हमने निर्धार व्यक्त किया कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के रोड बनेंगे, वो उद्दिष्ट हम निश्चित रूप से पूरा कर सकेंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन पावर, हर जगह पर जो ग्रीन बात के उल्लेख किया गया, वो हमारी इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने की दृष्टि से एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारे आम आदमी के जीवन में जो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन की जो समस्याएं गंभीर है, वो ग्रीन अप्रोच के कारण निश्चित रूप में हमारे क्वालिटी लाइफ में काफ़ी बड़ा सुधार होगा। मिडिल क्लास के बारे में सोचा नहीं जाता था, इस बार पहली बार मिडिल क्लास को भी काफ़ी राहत दी गई है। गांव, गरीब, मजदूर और किसान का कल्याण करने वाला और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा करने वाला और हिंदुस्तान को वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी में एक सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर बनाने के लिए ले जाने वाला ऐसा ये बजट है। स्क्रैपिंग के लिए जो विशेष रूप से हमारी रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री थी, उसके बारे में राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार दोनों जगह अब नई गाड़ी आएगी, जिससे प्रदूषण कम होगा और निश्चित रूप से स्क्रैपिंग के कार्य को भी काफ़ी बड़े इससे शुरुआत हो जाएगी। बहुत अच्छा बजट निर्मला जी ने दिया है, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और ये बजट प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हिंदुस्तान को भविष्य में प्रगति और विकास की ओर ले जाएगा, ऐसा विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. You're watching the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Both houses adjourned till 2 p.m. after hangama, sloganeering by the opposition that has cornered the government over the Adani FPO, orders an investigation into the controversy.
हमारे नोटिस रिजेक्ट होते हैं और महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय है, मुद्दे हैं, जब हम उठाते हैं तो उसको चर्चा का अवकाश नहीं मिलता।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट से
Bears Mall beleaguered Adani. Bloodbath continues in the Dalal Street. Multiple Adani stocks hit the lower circuit.
after a fully subscribed FPO. Yesterday's decision,
Adani Enterprise.
Adani himself breaking silence on the stocks, crashing moments before the market opened, thanks investors, assures them and says withdrawing FPO will not impact current plans.
once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
As Adani FPO called off, sources say India's market regulator is examining a rout in the shares of Adani Group. RBI also puts Adani in the watch list. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. These holy boulders will be used in the construction of the temple and the idols. Devotees worshipping the holy rocks that have been dispatched all the way from Nepal, now reaching Ayodhya. YSRTP Chief Sharmila shoot dare now to Chief Minister KCR. She's challenged the Chief Minister with a shoe dare, and that is by basically showing the shoe on your screen, a box of shoe, asking the Chief Minister to join the yatra. Walk with us, she said. Sharmila says that join the yatra to know people's problems. YSRTP Chief Y. Sharmila shows this box and asking Telangana Chief Minister KCR to join the walk with her. Know the real problems of the public. Don't just keep sitting in your secretariat.
On my bus, they created a law and order problem. They beat up our people, and the police cited the law and order problem, arrested me and brought me to Hyderabad. That's how the Padayatra came to a halt, and after that you saw me trying to parade those vehicles before the CMO. I got arrested, I was retained, and then I went on a hunger strike, and then I was advised rest. And after all that, we are resuming the Padayatra today. Today I challenge Mr. KCR, like you said, with the shoebox that we presented to him, I challenge Mr. KCR to walk with me one day. If in fact, as KCR says that this is the golden state, the Bangaru Telangana, if there are no problems to the people of Telangana, if my people are not reeling under poverty, as he says, then I will apologize to Mr. KCR, I will retire from politics forever and go back home.
Let's bring in Abdul Bashir in this afternoon telecast live from Hyderabad. Abdul, you know, it's very interesting that she's not just asking him to join in. This is in many ways a sarcastic attempt to say that come and walk with us. What exactly happened? Has the Padyatra started? When is it planning to? And any response from KCR party or the government?
See, earlier we have seen that YSRTP and the BRS had been into a high political drama, and now again today YS Sharmila, she had planned to meet the governor, submit a memorandum and resume her Padayatra today itself. But due to some unavoidable circumstances, she had not met the governor. But here she had made a statement. Here she has clearly stated that if she has challenged KCR to work with her in the Prajaprasthana Yatra that she has already resumed and she's walking now. And if KCR, if he comes and walks, then if he does not find any kind of issues in the state, then she will resume. She will, get back from her political career. She will, take sannyas from the political career. This is what the statement that YS Sharmila had given. She has also sent a pair of shoes to KCR, where she has asked him to join in the yatra for at least a day in the Prajaprasthana Yatra that she's going to resume today. And here she had alleged that the BRS government, the KCR's government, has not fulfilled the promises that had been made for the past 9 years. And now, if any of those promises finds to be fulfilled in these areas, then definitely she's going to resign from her political career. She's going to get back. So this is a big statement that she has made it's
very interesting to see the rise of Sharmila as well. The manner in which she's been directly taking on KCR and different initiatives, attempts that she's been indulging in. It's interesting how she's the one becoming the main person to take on KCR. Stay on with me because I want the viewers to listen in again to what she said. She showed a shoebox and challenged KCR with this statement.
On my bus, they created a law and order problem. They beat up our people, and the police cited the law and order problem, arrested me and brought me to Hyderabad. That's how the Padayatra came to a halt, and after that you saw me trying to parade those vehicles before the CMO. I got arrested, I was retained, and then I went on a hunger strike, and then I was advised rest. And after all that, we are resuming the Padayatra today. Today I challenge Mr. KCR, like you said, with the shoebox that we presented to him. I challenge Mr. KCR to walk with me one day. If in fact, as KCR says that this is the golden state, the Bangaru Telangana, if there are no problems to the people of Telangana, if my people are not reeling under poverty, as he says, then I will apologize to Mr. KCR, I will retire from politics forever and go back home.
So Y Sharmila is all set to begin a Padyatra in Telangana. Remember, there was a nod and approval that had come from the High Court too, but ahead of that Yatra, she showed this shoe box and a pair of shoes, said given to KCR, he can walk with us in the Padyatra to know people's problems. There's a banner at the AIDMK meeting in Tamil Nadu's Erode sparking controversy after it dumped BJP leaders' pictures for a few hours ahead of the by-election to the Erode East Assembly constituency scheduled for 27th February. So there's going to be a by-election, but it appeared that there were no BJP netas' images in the AIADMK banners. The banners skipped the mention of the BJP and its principal leaders, bearing the Alliance Party under the heading National Democratic Progressive Alliance, the NDPA, instead of NDA, in which the BJP, of course, is the main party. The banner soon gained controversy. Senior party men claimed it to be a message for Tamil Nadu's BJP. The banner carrying these small party leaders while negating BJP leaders' pictures has given rise to speculation. Has EPS decided to form an alliance of its own and likely keep the BJP out? Let's take a look also how this has been escalating, but this is the big issue, and primarily remember with regard to, is there a message that the AIDMK also is sending out?
NDPங்கிறது ஏன் காலையில் இருந்துச்சு, NDA 6 மணி நேரத்தில் எப்படி மாறிச்சுன்னு நீங்கள் தான் கேட்கணும். NDPயை நான் உருவாக்கலை, NDA தான் நம்முடைய கூட்டணிங்கன்னா அது எனக்கு சீனியர் தலைவர்கள் அதிமுகவிலிருந்து பேசியிருந்தாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி வந்து அவர்கள் காரணம் சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி வந்து பிரிண்டிங் மிஸ்டேக் ஆயிடுச்சு, அது நீங்கள் அவங்ககிட்ட தான் கேட்கணும். நீங்கள் அவங்ககிட்ட தான் கேட்கணும், எங்கிட்ட கேட்கக்கூடாது. நீங்கள் வந்து யார் பேனர் வைத்தார்களோ அவங்கள கேட்கணும்.
Let's bring in Pramod Madhav for the latest on that. Pramod, do we see a message at all there? What exactly is happening? Because it appears the BJP is also reacting strongly.
Well, what we see first of all is a lot of confusion because this is a bipole. AIADMK and BJP are said to be in strong relation, alliance parties in National Democratic Alliance. But this is the first time we've seen a banner being replaced in a party meeting 3 times, not once or twice, but 3 times. The first one said it as National Democratic Progressive Alliance, and then it was changed to National Democratic Alliance, and the last one with no name about the alliance as well. But in all 3 banners, the BJP Neta's pictures, be it the Prime Minister Modi or be it Annamalai, their pictures were not there, and nobody from AIDMK wants to come out and say directly what exactly happened. But it's very clear because within AIDMK, they have decided to field in 2 candidates, and O. Pannirselvam, who is still calling himself as a coordinator of the party, is a rival candidate. His rival candidate is Sendil, and he claims it's kind of like a caveat candidate, stating that if BJP contests, he will recall his candidate. All these things have not gone well with EPS, though he has not reacted directly, and that's what being seen here, that this banner could be a message to BJP to pull the act together.
All right, so Pramod Madhav telling us that precisely, while there is confusion, it is also a message in some way. But could AIDMK go on its own? Could EPS actually be able to pull off this? Or will he definitely need the support of the BJP? We have some more breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Thank you, Pramod, for now. In election-bound Karnataka, if there is one issue that refuses to die down, it is who could be the Congress CM candidate. And amid this, between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, support is growing. Whether directly or not, well, that is anybody's guess. But the support this time for Siddaramaiah to become the Congress Chief Minister face has got a backing from another Congress MLA. who's decided to support him openly at a party rally. Incumbent Congress MLA Ramesh Kumar endorsing Siddaramaiah as the Chief Minister candidate, saying, people of the state want him as the Chief Minister. What can I do? He's recognized himself as, clearly as it appears, Siddaramaiah camp. The camp means there is one with DK Shivkumar, a senior leader of the Congress party in Karnataka. Many call him the troubleshooter for the Congress party. Another senior leader and has been former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. And both of them are aiming for Chief Minister's candidate position by the Congress party. The question is, who will the leadership announce as one? Karnataka goes to elections in less than 3 months. Let's first listen in to what was said.
కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీలో ఒక పద్ధతి ఉంది. పార్టీకి బహుమతం వస్తే ఎమ్మెల్యేలంతా కూర్చొని పార్టీ అధిష్టాన వర్గం చెప్పినట్టు ఎవరినో ఒకరిని ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఎన్నుకుంటారు. మనకు కుమారస్వామి కాకుండా, బొమ్మాయి కాకుండా ఒక కాంగ్రెస్ వాడు చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ అయితే సిద్ధరామయ్య గాని శివకుమార్ గాని మనకేం వ్యత్యాసం లేదు. కానీ దేశం ప్రజలు, రాజ్య ప్రజలు సిద్ధరామయ్య కాని అంటారు. దానికి నేనేం చేసేది?
Let's bring in my colleague Anaga Keshav for the latest on that. Anaga, while it's interesting that both are aiming for the position, isn't it correct to say that that more direct support has come in for Siddaramaiah from the people who've been very vocal about the support has been those vouching for Siddaramaiah, not as much DK Shivkumar?
Yes, Pooja, and this is because Siddaramaiah, no matter what, is a mass leader. He has a mass following. Whereas DK Shivkumar is also a mass leader, but in his own capacity, but not as much as Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah has massive support from the Kuruba voters, from the Ahinda voters, from the minority community. He has he has also been a former chief minister. DK Shivkumar, while on the other hand, he has also been given a very good position in the Congress party, still has not left his tall ambition to become the chief minister. So no matter what, even when we see DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah together in most party events, the tensions are still there because both of them want to become a chief minister if Congress gets majority. Both of them are vying for the same position, that is to become a chief minister. In the party, there are two factions. One followers who support DK Shivkumar and the other that support Siddaramaiah. And yesterday we heard Kolar MLA from the Srinivaspura constituency, Ramesh Kumar, come out openly in support of Siddaramaiah.
The Congress leadership and whether it is Mallikarjun Kharge or Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi, they will have to finally decide who becomes the chief minister candidate and if they choose to announce it before elections. Time for a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams which has come from Nepal will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspiciality for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these Shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
Hi.
Hi.
ये तो फुल लाइन मार रही है मुझ पे। क्या बोल रही? Hi.
From wacky one-liners to some light-hearted cheesy dialogues. Looks like Ranbir Kapoor is all set to charm his way into his fans' hearts courtesy his new rom-com Tu Jhooti Main Makkar, the trailer of which went viral in no time.
Lovable, humble, respectful, romantic, प्यारा।
प्यारा और lovable same होता है।
मैं दोनों हूँ।
With healthy dose of intimacy, the film stays true to its name and also manages to stick to the genre. This Love Ranjan directorial also stars Shraddha Kapoor, making it her first collaboration with the filmmaker as well as Ranbir Kapoor. एकदम अच्छी ड्राइव है, मजे करेंगे।
गाड़ी खराब हो गई और होटल में सिर्फ एक कमरा हो तो मैं जमीन पे नहीं सोऊंगा।
तू बिस्तर पे सो जाना, मैं जमीन पे सो जाऊंगी। Ahead of the trailer launch, the star cast, including Ranbir Kapoor, Shraddha Kapoor, and filmmaker Love Ranjan, was seen posing for the cameras. During the same, Ranbir was also seen adding a piece of heart to the puzzle.
किसी मासूम के दिल से खेलने का नतीजा क्या होता है?
Tu Jhooti Main Makkar is all set to roll out in cinemas on March 8th.
खेलते हैं।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
कदर ही नहीं रह गई दुनिया में प्यार की। मेरा तो दिल कर रहा है कूद के मर जाऊं। इतने फ्रिवलेस हो चुके हैं लोग, छी।
This is the big financial story of the day. FPO jumped, but Gautam Adani on tailspin again. Adani Group stocks fall even after the FPO withdrawal. Meanwhile, it's now added to their woes. Citigroup Inc.'s wealth arm has stopped accepting security of Gautam Adani's group of firms as collateral for margin loans. US lenders' move to restrict lending comes after a similar change at the Credit Suisse Group AG. This is after Adani called off 20,000 crore rupees follow-on public offer, the FPO. The company, which means now will refund these proceeds it had received to the investors as part of its FPO, which was bailed out largely by corporates and foreign investors on Tuesday. The group chairperson then himself, apart from the statement that was released, came to say, we're releasing this video statement, that going ahead with the issue will not be morally correct, asserting that their balance sheet is healthy. Adani has added that they will review the FPO again once the market stabilizes. Bombshell development, though, coming amid a massive market rout in Adani Group stocks following the release of the Hindenburg research report that accused group of brazen stock manipulation allegedly and accounting fraud.
Dear friends, after a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of his withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects. The fundamentals of our company are very strong. Our balance sheet is healthy and assets robust. Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way. The
Adanis continue to bleed red. Adani stocks drop below 400. Adani loses around 19% of the stock value today. As of now, what we are being told, and we can see as in your screen too, Adani Enterprise is at 1,733.45, 18.82%, and it's minus 401.90 today. This is what we are looking at. Remember, the day is still progressing, and we'll continue to track the latest. It's a developing story. But for now, it appears that most of the stocks continue to show a dip and in the red for the Adani Group. So Adani Enterprise right now is at 1,733. Adani Wilmar, for example, down 421 and at about and ACC also. So there are, remember, different stocks that we are looking at, and Adani Group is one of the most prominent groups and with regard to port, energy, power. And this specifically, while I mentioned about the Adani Enterprise, is at about 1,733.45, which is 18.82% and at minus 401.90 today. But this is just one stock. We have other, for example, Adani Green as well, Adani Wilmar, the Ambuja Cements. These are considered to be separate entities, but since acquisition are seen as one. Adani Port also again in the red. So most of the stocks of Adani Group right now showing in red right now. There has been a complete stock meltdown of the Adani. Sources say that the Indian market regulator, SEBI, and the RBI have now stepped in. SEBI has decided to examine this route and the allegations with regard to the shares of Adani's companies, while the Reserve Bank of India has also put Adani's in the watch list. Sources also added that SEBI is looking into several of the allegations that were made in the Hindenburg research and into any potential irregularity in a key share sale by the flagship Adani Enterprise. Sources is adding to India today that the RBI has asked local banks for details of their exposure to the Adani Group of companies, the government and the banking. So there are, remember, now it's also going to be about the banks in the country that have given loans to the Adani Group. That will also be, there will be questions also asked to that. So that is just about the market and the business industry. But there is a fallout in politics too. Opposition is upping the ante against Prime Minister Modi, the government at the centre, over this bombshell. Under the leadership of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, key opposition parties made a long list and launched a scathing attack one by one on the business tycoon and also at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These political parties appeared united for once today and demanded a joint parliamentary committee. And they said it should be a Chief Justice of India designated committee, and that should investigate into the Adani Group. The leaders are questioning the silence, they're saying, of Prime Minister Modi over this issue, asking why is the government running away, allegedly, from this discussion. This was after both houses of the parliament were adjourned till about 2 p.m. after there was complete commotion and the sloganeering that took place in the parliament. Now, government, on the other hand, has urged all the political parties to let the houses function smoothly. Remember, the budget session is on, and the government is saying raise only key issues in the parliament for now. Other issues like unemployment, inflation will also be picked up by the opposition parties to slam the Sarkar.
सरकार ऐसे कंपनियों को कैसा पैसा दे रही है, क्यों प्रेशराइज करके दिला रही है, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा. इसीलिए लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए और जो ये LIC, SBI, दूसरे बैंक्स जो सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं दिए हैं, इसकी एक जांच होना चाहिए. इसके लिए हम इस चर्चा में डिमांड करना चाहते हैं या तो जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो चीफ जस्टिस है उनके नेतृत्व में इसकी इंक्वायरी हो और डे टू डे रिपोर्ट भी जनता के सामने रखे.
अमृतकाल में ये महाघोटाला है और इस महाघोटाले पे सदन में चर्चा कराओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मॉनिटर्ड इसकी पूरी जांच कराओ और जेपीसी बनाओ. इस डिमांड के साथ हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में अपनी आवाज आज भी उठाए हैं, आगे भी उठाते रहेंगे. ये कोई छोटा मामला नहीं है, देश के करोड़ों लोगों की जिंदगी से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है.
जिस तरीके से 1,40,000 करोड़ का मार्केट कैपिटल खत्म हुआ है और अदानी ग्रुप को मजबूर किया है FPO वापस लेने के लिए, वो देश में चर्चा उसकी होनी चाहिए. जिस तरीके से घोटाला हम देख रहे हैं 2014 से एक ही ग्रुप को जिस तरीके का फायदा हो रहा है, फोर्ब्स में नंबर 3 या 4 पे आ जाते हैं और अब गिरावट हो रही है, ये सिर्फ स्टॉक मैनिपुलेशन और स्टॉक की ओवर प्राइसिंग की वजह से हुआ है। इसीलिए हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का गठन हो। अगर वो नहीं पॉसिबल है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया के मॉनिटर्ड ये प्रोब हो कि किस तरीके से इतनी खुली छूट दी गई एक ही ग्रुप को कि इन्वेस्टर्स को एकदम उनका कॉन्फिडेंस चकनाचूर कर दें।
LIC and these public institutions, public banks which people have trusted because we believe that the government, the Indian government stands behind it, today are cheated. Today they don't know what their future holds for them, what the future holds for their children. So we as people, representatives, have to take it up to fight for the people who have lost their rights. DMK, our leader Stalin, today stand with the opposition in this fight for justice for the people of this country.
हमने ये देख रहा है कि पिछले कई सालों से 267 नोटिस जो लीगल जो रैशनल डिमांड है हम लोगों का, एक भी 267 अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा है। हमको तो ये लग रहा है जो वेटरन MPs है उनको क्लास लेना पड़ेगा चेयरमैन सर से कि 267 किस तरीके से दिया जाता है। जिस तरीके से 267 हर बार रिजेक्ट कर दिया जा रहा है, ये डेमोक्रेसी के खिलाफ है। और जहाँ तक इस इशू का सवाल है, TMC का मांग है एक प्रॉपर इंक्वायरी होना चाहिए और जो सच है वो आदमी के सामने लाना चाहिए।
कि उन्होंने अपना कॉल ऑफ कर दिया है 20,000 के थिंग कोई मॉरल इशू पे। व्हाट इज द मोरालिटी? The entire Adani enterprises stocks have gone down by 27% in one day. जब एक दिन में 27% क्रैश होता है, उसका मतलब है उस आदमी का क्रेडिबिलिटी चले जाता है। क्रेडिबिलिटी जाने के बाद और पैसे लेते हैं आप लोग, उसमें मोरालिटी की क्या बात है? मॉरल इशू ही नहीं है इसमें।
कि पूरे देश में जिनके पैसे बैंकों में जमा हैं या LIC की पॉलिसीज जिनके पास हैं और अन्य वित्तीय संस्थाओं में पैसे जिनके हैं, उन लोगों में दहशत पैदा हो गई है। आप आश्चर्य करेंगे कि जिला स्तर पर स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया जैसी प्रतिष्ठित बैंकें, जो लोग अपना पैसा निकालने जा रहे हैं उनको ये कह के लौटा रहे हैं कि पैसा अभी नहीं है, शाम को आना, 2 बजे आना। ये स्थिति हो गई है।
मैटर चर्चा करने के लिए राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण में कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, चर्चा करने तो उसमें उत्तर मिलेगा। तो अभी प्रश्न है सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाना है, कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव सजेशन है तो देना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
We have big news coming in on our neighboring nation, Pakistan, which is currently embroiled in an economic crisis. The International Monetary Fund has rejected Pakistan's circular debt management plan presented by the government and asked the authorities to raise their electricity tariff by 12.50 per unit rupees, which is of course Pakistan rupees. 12.50 per unit electricity tariff to be used in order to restrict additional subsidy at 335 billion Pakistan rupees for the current fiscal year. A news report has been published and that's what we are quoting here. So clearly the trouble is not ending anytime soon for Pakistan, where the IMF has rejected another management plan. Let's bring in Gaurav Sawant for the latest. Gaurav, this is absolutely embarrassing because then clearly IMF can see that if they do give them this subsidy, how will it ever be repaid? So what are you looking at? How should we view what's happening in Pakistan?
Pakistan is now in decline, and some argue in terminal decline, because unless they got this bailout from the IMF, there is no way, whether it's the UAE or Saudi Arabia, were willing to fund them. They said, get the IMF bailout, get IMF on board, carry out these reforms and then come to us. Remember, from Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif to their finance minister, they'd gone with a begging bowl to the UAE, to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia. The army chief went with a begging bowl, and the Prime Minister used words to the effect that they have a nuclear bomb in one hand and a begging bowl in the other. But the IMF is very clear. The subsidy bill needs to go down. The prices have already been hiked. And, you know, in India today, we've been getting details about how the common people in Pakistan, the Aam Aadmi of Pakistan, is suffering. Their gas prices have gone up. Their fuel prices have gone up. Fuel prices have gone up by 35 rupees, the Pakistani rupees, to a litre of petrol and diesel. Gas prices gone up virtually 75%. Their dollar, the IMF had also told Pakistan's finance minister and the State Bank of Pakistan to ensure that the dollar is no longer protected. So from 235 Pakistani rupees to $1, it went up to 270 in some instances. In the open market, close to 300 Pakistani rupees to $1. So people in Pakistan are suffering. The government has absolutely no idea. But, the flip side of this is that Pakistan Army and ISI, the expenditure being made on them, that hasn't come down. Pakistan Army and ISI continue to fund terror, and that is where the world says pressure must continue to be mounted on Pakistan so that the Pakistan Army is reorganized, so that intelligence budget, Pakistan ISI budget comes down, so that Pakistan does not use terror as a low-cost option, whether in Afghanistan or in India, or now even have its sleeper cells in Europe, America and Canada.
So almost no money in the coffers, but clearly continue to still fund the army and the ISI. But it's also a reflection, isn't it, Gaurav, that this is not immediate. This is not sudden development for Pakistan. They had been facing crisis of power. All their premiers are either assassinated or in exile. They are clearly funding terror. Their focus was never on economy, and it's horrifying visuals to see what's happening to people across the border right now.
So you're absolutely right. Pakistan had this inflated ego. Pakistan would beg, borrow, steal, and continue to subsidize its people. They were in the past borrowing money left, right, and center from Saudi Arabia and from the entire Middle East, for that matter. Saying that they are the ones who have the Islamic bomb. They're the only Islamic country with a nuclear weapon, and they would, be the net security provider and so on. And China, of course, with this China-Pakistan economic corridor, they would keep taking loans from China. But ultimately, everybody realized when it comes to Pakistani leadership, whether it's their civilian leadership or their military leadership, there's an old saying, "Aisa koi saga nahi jise Pakistan ne thaga nahi." They cheated the Chinese CPC. Xi Jinping's biggest disaster in China is the China-Pakistan economic corridor. They're sinking in $60 billion into China-Pakistan economic corridor, where Chinese people are being killed across Pakistan. Initially, it was only restricted to some pockets, but after that Confucius Center terror attack, they are being killed in Pakistan's Punjab. Pakistan actually raised an entire division to protect CPEC, but those generals were called Papa John generals.
And Gaurav, this is apart from how the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has been literally raiding the country right now. We saw what happened in Peshawar. So Pakistan right now clearly in a chaos, and it doesn't seem to be ending. And it's not just economy right now. IMF's rejection of the management plan right now will affect, but there is clearly on all fronts that Pakistan is facing a big mess. Remember, by China's debt, it will also be political slavery. Now, Gaurav Sawant with the latest on that. But apart from what's been happening across the border, now a big confession by a Pakistan minister on record. The Defense Minister of Pakistan, Rana Sanaullah, appears to be admitting that they sowed the seed of terrorism, of mujahideen, as they call it, in their nation. Take a look.
As families buried 100 Namazis killed in the Peshawar mosque suicide bombing, Pakistan's Interior Minister dropped a bombshell. Rana Sanaullah conceded it was a mistake to have created and supported Mujahideen, or holy warriors, in US war against the Soviet Union. It has only created more problems for Pakistan.
ये इज्तमाई गलती, कौमी गलती ये हुई हैं, ये लैप्सेस हुई हैं। कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी मुजाहिदीन तैयार करने की, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी कि किसी भी जो है वो आलमी ताकत या किसी के भी कहने पे हमें जो है वो उस लड़ाई में जो है वो शामिल होने की। इन लोगों को मुजाहिदीन जो है वो हमने खुद बनाया।
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif spoke of the need to create a national consensus in Pakistan for an all-out operation against terrorist outfits similar to Operation Zarb-e-Azab in 2014.
तमाम जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं दे आर ऑन वन पेज। आइंदा आने वाले दिनों में डेफिनेटली एनएससी की मीटिंग भी होगी और एक कॉमन जो पॉलिसी जो है वो सामने आ जाएगी, आप लोगों के सामने आ जाएगी, अवाम के सामने आ जाएगी। हमारी तो कोशिश होगी कि तमाम मकतबा फिक्र जो हैं वो एक पेज में आए। जिस तरह मियां नवाज शरीफ साहब ने APS के बाद जो है उस ट्रेजेडी के बाद जो है सारी कौम को एक पेज पे लाए और एक दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ एक जहाज शुरू हुआ और वो जहाज जो है उसके नतीजे में पाकिस्तान में अमन कायम हुआ।
Pakistan is in shock after a suspected suicide bomber carrying close to 10 to 12 kilograms of explosives blew himself up, killing at least 100 worshippers at the time of afternoon namaz at the ultra-high security Peshawar Police Lines Mosque in the Red Zone. More than 220 worshippers are injured, including some critical. Pakistan Defence Minister Asif compared the Peshawar attack to the December 16, 2014 attack on Army Public School in Peshawar, in which more than 130 Pakistan Army school children and teachers were massacred by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan terrorists.
पाकिस्तान जो है तहरीक-ए-तालिबान अफगानिस्तान की हलीफ रही। ये तकरीबन 7,000 लोग जो थे उनके साथ जो है सारी जंग में शरीक थे। वो डेफिनेटली दे फील ओब्लाइज्ड टू देम। उनके मशहूर हैं, एहसानमंद हैं कि इन लोगों ने अब उन्होंने अगर पाकिस्तान में जो है अपनी जंग दोबारा शुरू की है तो डेफिनेटली तहरीक-ए-तालिबान अफगानिस्तान में कोई ना कोई ऐसे ग्रुप जरूर होंगे जिनकी हमदर्दियाँ इनके साथ होंगी, सिंपथीज जो है एक्टिवली इनके साथ हैं या वैसे दुआगो हैं।
The ruling dispensation has also blamed former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's policies of going soft on TTP terrorists, especially after the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Imran Khan has spoken of integrating the TTP in mainstream despite its multiple attacks on the Pakistan Army and police. Pakistan may now believe creating the Mujahideen was a collective national mistake. There is so far no consensus on eradicating terror in Pakistan. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a very quick break, but when I return, I take you to Ayodhya. That's where the auspicious Shaligram Shila is on today. These are holy rocks that have been dispatched all the way from Nepal and have reached Ayodhya, will be used in the construction of the Ram temple and also in carving of the idols of Lord Ram and Goddess. We'll get you the details on that after very short.
This 8-year-old differently abled student of a government school in UP has brought glory to his city, Bahraich. Whoever says disability can slow you down should look up to this little one. Divyansh, who is more than 40% disabled in his legs, created a record by doing Shirshasana continuously for 44.1 minutes in the G20 Yogasan Record 2023 program.
शर्मा सर और मैं 2 घंटा करता हूँ, पढ़ाई भी करता हूँ और प्रैक्टिस करके भी डीएम सर को हराऊंगा।
क्या बनना चाहते हो?
IAS.
His teachers were equally joyous as Divyansh bagged his name in Yogasan Book of World Records.
इन बच्चों को स्वयं से और कोच बुला करके महीने में 2 बार या 3 बार इनको कोचिंग देते हैं और इसी कोचिंग के बल पर बच्चे हमारे म्यूजिकल योगा में भी आगे हैं और सामान्य योगा भी ढंग से करते हैं। उसी का परिणाम है कि आज हमारा बच्चा दिव्यांग बच्चा शीर्षासन का रिकॉर्ड बनाया है।
Divyansh also won praise from the district magistrate.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और मुख्यमंत्री जी ने दिव्यांग बच्चों के कल्याण के लिए विभिन्न कल्याणकारी योजनाएं यहां पर प्रारंभ की हैं। उस बच्चे ने खुद अपनी प्रतिभा से यह स्थापित कर दिया है कि वह दिव्यांग नहीं बल्कि अन्य सशक्त बच्चों से भी ज़्यादा सशक्त है।
Divyansh's aspirations don't just end here. He wishes to be an IAS officer in future. Bureau Report, India Today.
The holy Shaligram rocks from Nepal have now reached Ayodhya and will be used in the construction of the Ram temple. And amid grand welcome and celebrations that was given to the rocks and the ones who brought them here, these holy rocks or boulders were dispatched from the Kali Gandaki waterfall and are considered centuries old and holy. They have now reached Ayodhya with a large number of devotees coming to offer their prayers. The two huge Shaligram rocks will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust today. The ceremony that took place just about a short while ago, there were seers and members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad. There were priests seen on the location too. Special prayers were offered to the holy rocks. These rocks will be used in the carving of the idol of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, and apart from that will also be used in the construction of the Ram Temple. The two Shaligrams were dispatched from Nepal on Saturday, and throughout the journey, people had been coming in to offer their prayers. This, remember, is quite incredible how from Nepal, the two centuries-old rocks have been sent for the Ram temple construction. The construction is currently underway, and it is likely to be inaugurated when the temple finishes the construction by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who will be likely to inaugurate it on 1st January 2024. So now let's listen in to Nepal's former Deputy Prime Minister Bimalendra Nidhi. He had coordinated with the Janaki temple in Nepal that sent these two big boulders from the Kali Gandaki river, and the waterfall, also very quite popular, is considered holy around for the stones where these Shaligrams are found in abundance and are used for creating idols specifically for the Hindu faith.
Sir, what do you have to say? The kind of, we have seen pictures, you have gifted these stones to Ayodhya, how relevant it is, how important it is, and how it's going to add on to the Ram temple.
There is no any dispute and no any question about the relevancy of this stone, because this is a precious stone is considered and defined as the symbol of God Vishnu. Or since Ram is also incarnation of the Vishnu, God Vishnu, that's why it is very relevant. It is not only very, the only relevancy of this stone is that the idol of Ram Lala, Bhagavan, in Ram temple will be made of this stone. This is called a variety, a kind of, a family of Shaligram Shila that is found only in the Kali Nadi of Nepal. No other there.
So let's bring in this live telecast, my colleagues Navjot and also Abhishek, who just sent us that ground interaction for the latest on that. You can see a lot of color and a reflection of faith. Remember, rocks being brought all the way from Nepal to be included into the Ram temple construction. That's what devotion has been. And these rocks specifically have centuries-old connection. Navjot, over to you now. I can see a lot of color behind you. What is the flavor like there in Ayodhya today?
So Pooja, as you mentioned, these are not just only the rocks. Yes. We can see the bonding of Janakpur and Ayodhya. I met so many people. There were like 200 to 250 people who just came from Janakpur to Ayodhya just to deliver these rocks. And they said, these are the sentiments. We are the ladki walas. So the roti boti rishta is still there. So we are the ladki wala. They consider themselves ki hum log to ji Sita ke परिवार से आए हैं. So I met 2-3 girls. They said हम सालियाँ हैं. And Pooja, you can see like in our rituals साली का कितना महत्व होता है. So she said कि I'm in Ayodhya. So मैं तो साली हूँ और मैं उसी तरह से सज धज के आई हूँ. Secondly, so they have a very good bonding. Let me show you both the rocks. I mean, people are coming here, they're clicking pictures, but this is the one and the other one. The smaller one, which I had a word with the archaeologist also who came from Nepal. He said that the one which is a smaller one, they proposed that this should be carved in for Lord Rama and the other one for the Sita. But yes, the bonding is there and people came from Nepal. I have a few other people. Let me speak to them who are here, because in Ayodhya also it is like a festival, and we can see from the day when it was started from Janakpur and till today. So it is like a festival for the people of Ayodhya. आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग लखनऊ से आए हैं।
लखनऊ से। आप ये सिर्फ शिलाएं देखने आए हैं?
जी, शिलाएं देखने आए। रात में आए थे हम लोग साथ में, जब ये यहाँ पे आई थी।
कैसा लग रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत गर्व महसूस हो रहा है कि हम लोग देख पा रहे हैं। हाँ। आने वाली पीढ़ी को बता पाएंगे कि हम लोगों ने मूर्तियों का जो बना है जिस पत्थर से, उसको हम लोगों ने देखने को पाया है।
और त्रेता युग का एक तरीके से हम कहें कि त्रेता युग की यादों को और उसको उन परंपराओं को वापस से दोहराया जा रहा है। बहुत हम लोग सौभाग्यशाली हैं जो ऐसा मौका हम लोगों को मिला, तो इतनी जल्दी लोगों को नहीं मिल पाता है। हाँ। हम लोग खास लखनऊ से शिला देखने के लिए आए। सिर्फ शिला देखने के लिए। लखनऊ इज लाइक ऑलमोस्ट 2.5 किलोमीटर्स फ्रॉम 2.5 आवर्स फ्रॉम हियर। 2.5 घंटे का वक्त लग जाता है, तो 2.5 घंटे
का हम लोग रात के आए हैं। हम लोग रात भर से यहीं पे थे।
आप कहाँ से हैं?
मैम अयोध्या से।
अयोध्या से। अयोध्या वासियों के लिए ये तो एक उत्सव है।
जी मैम, बहुत बड़ा मैम उत्सव मैम, क्योंकि मैं नेपाल से मैम यहाँ अयोध्या तक आया मैम। इतने दूर मतलब बहुत लंबी यात्रा है।
लंबी यात्रा।
और यहाँ पर आया मैम, हम लोग को बहुत खुशी है मैम कि मैम नेपाल से आकर यहाँ पे भगवान की प्रतिमा बनेगी, वो भी शालिग्राम पत्थर से।
लेकिन अभी तक तो ये तय नहीं है कि दोनों में से किससे प्रभु श्री राम को उकेरा जाएगा और किससे माता सीता को उकेरा जाएगा।
यस मैम, बस इसी का इंतजार है मैम, किस पत्थर में किस भगवान का रूप का दर्शन होगा।
जी। So Pooja, you can see the sentiments, you can see the feelings, and you can see the bonding of Nepal, I should say Janakpur and Ayodhya.
Well, to some it may just be a rock or a boulder. To many it is about the idol, and their Lord Ram or Goddess Sita will be there. Abhishek, let me come to you. You've been getting us reactions, and also for our viewers watching right now, one of the reasons that these rocks have been brought in from Janakpur, because it's considered to be the birthplace of Goddess Sita, or many call her Ma Janaki as well. Abhishek, over to you. Massive arrangements there that have been made. Is it all over right now or just starting?
Well, of course, Pooja, and as far as this, occasion is concerned, it is very important, not just for the fact that how important these rocks are, adding on as a very important element of the temple, but also the sentiments of people of Ayodhya, which are very high. Now, let me show you again the visuals of both these rocks. Now, as far as the rituals and the pujas and the prayers are concerned that have already been offered, now the people from Ayodhya who lives nearby, they are coming. They just want to witness this rock. They want to have a glimpse of it. Somebody's taking the picture, somebody's trying to touch it, because they feel it's very auspicious, and for them it's an incarnation of Lord Ram in itself, because these shilas, these shaligrams are not just only for the people, only a rock piece, but also our significance of Lord Ram. I'm joined with some of the women of Ayodhya who are coming here doing the parikrama. आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम बिंदु पांडे है।
जी, आप परिक्रमा कर रहे हैं, क्यों परिक्रमा कर रहे हैं, इसका महत्व?
अरे वो शालिग्राम बाबा है, उनका परिक्रमा करने से बहुत कुछ प्राप्त होगा, बहुत खुशी मिलती है हम लोग को।
राम जी का अवतार मानते हैं आप इनको?
बस बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ के अवतार है राम जी से। अरे हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं इनको देख के।
आपका क्या नाम है? आपका क्या नाम
मीरा देवी।
है? आपको भी ये लगता है आपके लिए भी भगवान राम का स्वरूप है?
हाँ, भगवान राम का रूप है, बहुत अच्छा लगा। हम परिक्रमा उसको पांदा करे हैं, बस यही खुशी है।
सोचे थे कभी इसका दर्शन हो जाएगा?
नहीं नहीं, पहली बार बहुत 22 साल के बाद ये दर्शन हुआ है।
Certainly, just heard what these devotees has to say. They are very excited with the fact that they got an opportunity to witness this moment, because it has been said that both these rocks are approximately 15 ton is one, the smaller one, and 30 ton is the other one, will be used to carve Lord Ram. Now, also it is very important, Pooja, that it remains to be seen, because in the meeting of the trust, it will be determined how they are going to utilize these rocks. Yes, indeed, the Janakpuri Trust and the Janakpuri Temple Authority has, gifted it to the Ram Temple Trust, and at the same time, if I talk about the mythological significance of this, it is very important because they feel that this Shaligram is indeed an incarnation of Lord Vishnu itself, and Lord Ram is an incarnation of Lord Vishnu. So that is the only reason that it's linked with
so
Janakpuri,
there's definitely a connect that's coming in. Abhishek, you're one lucky person. You get to touch and offer your prayers too for the Shaligram there, and the ceremony currently is underway. Remember, this is also about India-Nepal relations. This is the Ramayan circuit we're talking about, considered the birthplace in Janakpur. That's where these rocks have come. I want to thank both Navjot and Abhishek for the latest on that, for this special coverage. It will continue through the day. You can track it on indiatoday.in. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned.
After skipper Hardik Pandya opted to bat first, India got off to a poor start as they lost opener Ishan Kishan in the second over.
With his friend.
But Shubman Gill and Rahul Tripathi played some good attacking cricket to peg the New Zealand bowlers back, and India seized the initiative once again.
Felicitation, and while we've been looking at the guests, another remarkable shots.
Tripathi would fall just 6 runs short of his half-century, but Gill continued to bat on and would grow in confidence as the match went on. Having gotten himself well set, Gill went on the offensive and memorably smashed Ben Lister for back-to-back sixes.
This is even better and further.
Gill would then bring up his maiden T20I century with a boundary, and India ended the innings with a mammoth total of 234 for 4 on the board.
And he's just 23 years of age.
In response, New Zealand got off to a nightmare start as they lost both Finn Allen and Devon Conway in the space of 2 balls.
Hardik Pandya takes the catch, and it's Devon Conway.
Things then went from bad to worse as, before the 5th over was even completed, they had lost half their side.
Who's been dismissed? Much fuller.
Shivam Mavi then got 2 wickets in his first over, and the Kiwis were left staring down the barrel of a huge loss. And in the end, India were able to seal a comfortable victory in the third T20I and seal the series, thus continuing their run of T20I series wins under Hardik Pandya.
Catch under lights, never easy here.
Sports Bureau, India Today.
यकीन मानिए पहला सप्तर्षि में पहला इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट। कोई एक धारा दिखा दीजिए कि इंक्लूसिव मॉडल हो। बेरोजगारों की संख्या कितनी है? कई करोड़ में है, और आपके पास क्या मॉडल है रोजगार के लिए? तो आपने गोल गोल बातें की हैं, कोई भी ठोस ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है। तो फिर ये आम बजट कैसे हुआ साहब? ये तो खास लोगों का, खास लोगों द्वारा खास तरह से बनाया गया बजट है।
Shankar, a career diplomat, today leads India in global platforms with an elan that very few thought he would be able to. When Sushma Swaraj became seriously ill in the summer of 2019, this soft-spoken, multilingual recruit of 1977 Indian Foreign Service was chosen to fill up the position of Minister for External Affairs. BJP, led by Narendra Modi, has just come back to power with a thumping majority for the second term, and many dismissed him as a poor attempt to fill in the stalwart Sushma Swaraj's shoes. Politically, he was a comparatively young minister. A year before he became the External Affairs Minister, he was Foreign Secretary for the Government of India, a post he served since his return as the Ambassador of India to the USA in 2015. In those 3 crucial years, he was the shadow to Sushma Swaraj and got mentored by her. With a master's and doctorate degree in international relations, S. Jaishankar was the right person for India's diplomatic service. After joining Indian Foreign Service in 1977, at the age of 22 years, he served diplomatic assignments in embassies in Moscow, Colombo, Budapest and Tokyo. By birth a Tamilian, raised in Delhi, Jaishankar is fluent in his mother tongue, Hindi, English and learnt Russian during his stint in Moscow. Later, he picked up some Hungarian, conversational Chinese and Japanese. Subramaniam Jaishankar met his counterpart Kyoko in Tokyo, with whom he not only shares his life but also his birthday. Together, they are proud parents of 3 well-established children, Dhruv, Arjun and Megha. The induction of Jaishankar as a cabinet minister at a juncture when Sino-US relations were getting increasingly complex at the global stage, throwing a number of challenges on key areas, especially on trade and cybersecurity, was considered as an interesting choice in the summer of 2019. 3 summers later, critics are quiet, and the only voice that fills the vacuum is cheering Jai Jaishankar.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. You're watching the lunch break. Let's begin quickly first with the headlines. Adani stocks are in the red hours after FPO was revoked. Market regulator to probe the route. RBI also putting Adani Group on the watch list. Adani storm rocks the parliament. Both houses adjourned after sloganeering. Opposition is demanding an investigation by a parliamentary panel. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya is on. These holy rocks from Nepal will be used in the construction in the Ram temple. Devotees worshipping holy rocks in Ayodhya. The ceremony is on. Why Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifting shoes to KCR, dares him to walk with her for a day. Trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. IMF rejects Pakistan's revised debt management plan, calls revised Pakistan debt plan unrealistic. All right, big international news coming in. Zakir Naik terror protege has been unmasked. This news is coming from Singapore. A teenager, barely 18 years of age, radicalized by videos via Zakir Naik, was planning to indulge in terror attacks. This is clearly evidence yet again this time. And remember, this has nothing to do with India. This 18-year-old suspect, as you can see on your screen, by the name of Mohammad Irfan, was radicalized by Zakir Naik, and specifically his videos that were circulating. This teenager got influenced, radicalized, was planning to carry out 3 deadly attacks in Singapore, according to their agencies. Singapore has now detained him. This is an 18-year-old ISIS supporter. He had plans allegedly to attack army camp and grave site. This young man was radicalized after the videos. Remember, this is the Singapore authorities who have given out this official information. He started down the path of radicalization in 2020 after he came across some of these videos on YouTube by foreign extremist preacher Zakir Naik. This statement, as I read, is from Singapore's Ministry of Home Affairs that has clearly stated, and I quote it here, that Irfan made plans to take part in armed violence in Singapore and abroad in support of the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, and that he wanted to live in an Islamic state of Sharia, and that is why he was planning to launch these attacks, not even 19 years of age. So that's the big news coming in. He has been for now detained. Investigation will be on. But how did precisely the Singapore authorities manage to snoop down on this young man? Let's bring in more details on that. Joining me now is my colleague Gaurav Sawant for the latest. Gaurav, it's important because this has nothing to do with India. This is Singapore ensuring that terror is not indulged in on their soil, on their territory. But the shocking bit is this young man is not even 19, barely 18 years of age, and radicalized by the videos of Zakir Naik.
You're absolutely right. Extremely alarming, and not the first time. You'd recall that Zakir Naik and his terror tentacles, through his venomous speeches, had indoctrinated terrorists even in Bangladesh. While there were red flags in India, because of political correctness, people were not going after, agencies were not going after Zakir Naik in India. But it was after the terror attack in Bangladesh that red flags went up and action was taken. And he shifted base first to Malaysia, and after Malaysia, now to Qatar. Incidentally, at a time when the World Cup, the Football World Cup was on. But coming to the instant story, so in Singapore, the authorities were keeping an eye on a 19-year-old. His name is Irfan, and he was indoctrinated hearing Zakir Naik's speeches. And he wanted to establish something like the Islamic State Caliphate and carry out terror activities. So while they kept a hawk-eye on him, on his developments, the moment they realized that there was clear and present danger and he could resort to a terror strike, the authorities swooped down and nabbed him. During interrogation, it's appeared that the youngster, this 19-year-old, was indoctrinated by Zakir Naik's speeches. Incidentally, a large number of people had been detained in the past in India, indoctrinated by Zakir Naik's speeches, who unfortunately some political parties and leaders in India, whether for minority votes or whatever reason, kept encouraging while he's spewed venom in our country.
And defending Zakir Naik as if he's just a preacher and not really, as you can see, radicalizing young men, not even 19 years of age. And Singapore authorities managed to eventually snoop down, and there could be many more. Radicalization through YouTube and social media is a big issue right now, specifically among young men in the Muslim community. Gaurav Sawant with the latest on that. Gaurav, thank you very much for now. All right, big statement has come from the RSS leader, and I quote him here: "We cannot close door for those who ate beef under compulsion." The statement by senior RSS leader Dattatreya Hosbale while quoting MS Golwalkar. RSS's Dattatreya Hosbale has said that all people living in India are Hindus because their ancestors were Hindus. Their worship method may be different today, but they all have the same DNA. And this is what he's added: more than 600 tribes in India used to say that we are different, we're not Hindus. Anti-India forces had done the work of provoking them. On this, Golwalkarji had said that he's a Hindu. The doors are not closed for them as we work on the concept of Vasudev Kutumbakam. Even if someone has eaten beef under compulsion, they cannot close the door if they leave for some reason. Even today, he can return home. That option is always open. Let's listen in to what RSS leader Dattatreya Hosbale has said.
जो स्वयं को हिंदू मानता है वो हिंदू है, और तीसरा भी एक है, हम जिनको हिंदू कहते हैं वो हिंदू है। भारत में कितने जनजातियां हैं? 600 से अधिक। दक्षिण में, उत्तर में, पूर्वांचल में, मध्य भारत में। वहां के जनजाति तथा हम अलग अलग है, हम ही तो नहीं है। कई जगह पर उनको आप हिंदू नहीं है ऐसे कहने का उकसाने का कार्य लोगों ने किया, भारत विरोधी ताकतों ने। लेकिन वो हिंदू हैं और यदि वो मतांतरित हुए हैं उनको वापस ला सकते हैं। ये गुरुजी ने एक हिंदू समाज के धार्मिक नेतृत्व को, शंकराचार्यों को समझाया। ठीक है, वो गोमांस खाए होंगे मजबूरी से, लेकिन किसी कारण से वो गए तो दरवाजा नहीं बंद कर सकते, इसलिए वो घर के अंदर आ सकते, घर वापसी उनको करवा सकते हैं।
Joining me now is my colleague Jai Kishan for the latest on that. Jai Kishan, there have been lately a lot of these statements coming in from the RSS. What exactly was said? Can you give us more details?
Pooja Dattatreya Hosbole was addressing a lecture on Deen Dayal Upadhyay. The subject was RSS Aaj, Kal aur Aaj. He made a big statement because RSS has been constantly active in Rajasthan since last few days. He said that, and I quote him, that there were more than 600 tribes who used to say that we are not Hindus. Anti-Hindu forces used to provoke them, but our doors are open for them. Unki ghar वापसी हो सकती है. So he was giving a lecture on Hinduism, and he said that Golwalkar reiterated that those who are Hindus. We will not fall into the category of who Hindus are not. Anybody who has their roots in India, who have their roots in Hindustan, are Hindus. Big thing is that on 26 January, Mohan Bhagwat was here, and then yesterday, Dattatreya Hosbole was here. Elections are just 8 months away. So the certain political experts are looking that the RSS and BJP is trying to woo the Hindu voters. They want to capitalize on the Hindu vote bank in Rajasthan too. They have learnt a lesson from their last defeat in Rajasthan in 2018.
And even it appears with regard to the tribal belt too, Jai Kishan, very interesting what you're telling us, that these statements clearly, is there a larger messaging to it that's being made by the RSS lately? Jai Kishan with the latest coming in from Rajasthan. We have news coming in from Karnataka. This is BJP files a complaint in Lokayukta against Siddaramaiah, KJ George, Robert Vadra, Zamir Ahmed, N.A. Haris, MLA Krishna, also UT Khader, former Minister MB Patil, 6 IAS officers, 6 IRS officers in Bengaluru, with allegations of cheating, misuse of power, faking documents, dereliction of duty as well. So I repeat that the BJP has filed a complaint in Lokayukta against a long list, including at top Siddaramaiah, KJ George, Robert Vadra, Zamir Ahmed, N.A. Haris, MLA Krishna Bargoda, UT Khader, and former Minister MB Patil. This is apart from 6 IAS officers, 6 IRS officers in Bengaluru with the allegations of cheating, misuse of power, faking documents and dereliction of duty. But of course, remember, amid all these names which are part of the Congress party officially or the government, it's Robert Vadra's name that has been highlighted, or why precisely Robert Vadra's name has been mentioned among other either politicians or ministers, former, and also Indian Administrative Services officers as well, with allegations of cheating, misuse of power, faking documents and dereliction of duty. Let's quickly bring in India Today's Nagarjun Dwarkanath for the latest on that. Nagarjun, first, it's a very curious list that we're looking at, a mix of politicians and officers, but also Robert Vadra has been added. What exactly is this case about? Why has the BJP filed it in Lokayukta?
Well, the BJP's counter-allegation to the Congress allegation on BJP 40% commission has come out today. 10 complaints, separate complaints have been filed in front of Lokayukta by BJP spokesperson. The allegations are that from 2013 to 2018, in the 5 years of Congress tenure, there have been scams in different aspects, in LED, procurement of LED lights, in advertising the government projects in Bangalore bus stands, and also in procuring food materials at Indira Canteen. The allegations are that in procurement of all these, they were extrapolated amount, exaggerated amount quoted, and the kickbacks were received. That's the complaint they have given against Siddaramaiah, Robert Vadra, MB Patil, UT Khader, senior stalwarts of the Karnataka Congress leader. They have got an acknowledgement slip, but however, it is unlikely that this will go to a logical end. But this is the narrative that they want to create, that it's not that Congress is alleging 40% sarkar. BJP says that they also have credible evidences to pinpoint corruption charges on Congress during their tenure too.
Nagarjun Dwarkanath with the latest coming in from Karnataka on that. Now, the big developing story today is about the Adani Group. Their stocks continue to be hammered in the market since it opened at 9:15 a.m. today. A day after the business group took this mammoth step of cancelling a fully subscribed FPO, almost all Adani Group shares have come under big selling pressure, often hitting the lower circuit. The Adani Group had lost nearly, take a look closely, 19% of its stock prices today till about 1 p.m. The markets are still on, so we'll be tracking as and when the details come in. Adani Enterprise shares hovering around 1,700. Meanwhile, apart from this, Citigroup has stopped accepting securities of Gautam Adani's group of firms as collateral for margin loans. US lenders' move to restrict lending comes after a similar change at Credit Suisse Group AG. Late last night, Adani Group decided to refund investors of its flagship FPO. Group Chairman Gautam Adani, apart from a statement that was released, came on video, then to add and reassure the investors that to continue right now will not be morally correct, but asserting that their balance sheet is healthy and they will review the FPO again once the market stabilizes. Earlier, remember, basically, the Hindenburg research report accused the group of stock manipulation and allegedly accounting fraud.
Dear friends, after a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of its withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects. The fundamentals of our company are very strong. Our balance sheet is healthy and assets robust. Once the market stabilizes, we will review our capital market strategy. We have a strong focus on ESG, and every business of ours will continue to create value in a responsible way.
So after the Adani stock meltdown, sources say that India's market regulator, SEBI and RBI have also now stepped in. While SEBI has decided to examine the rout in the shares of Adani companies, the Reserve Bank of India has also put Adani Group in the watch list. Sources add that SEBI is also looking into several of allegations made by the Hindenburg research and into any potential irregularity in a key share sale by the flagship Adani Enterprise. Sources says that RBI asked local banks for their details of their exposure to the Adani Group of companies, government and banking. This, remember, is because banks had given loans and have given in with large numbers to the Adani Group. So there will be questions asked about what precisely is their exposure to the Adani Group of companies. But while that is what is happening in the market, it's also a political showdown in the parliament. Look closely on your screens. It was a united opposition today, upping the ante against Adani on one side, but directly targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Under the leadership of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who's a senior leader in the Rajya Sabha, key opposition parties launched a scathing attack on the centre. The parties are demanding a joint parliamentary committee or a Chief Justice of India designated committee, and that to investigate into the Adani Group. The leaders are questioning the silence of Prime Minister Modi over this issue, asking why is the government running away, allegedly, from this discussion. For now, both houses of the parliament were adjourned till tomorrow now, after there was this commotion in the parliament. Government on the centre, on the other hand, has urged all the parties to let the houses function smoothly, raise only key issues in the parliament during the budget session as is required. Other issues like unemployment, inflation, however, will also be picked up by the opposition to slam the government at the centre.
सरकार ऐसे कंपनियों को कैसा पैसा दे रही है, क्यों प्रेशराइज करके दिला रही है, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा। इसीलिए लोगों के हित को ध्यान में रखते हुए और जो ये LIC, SBI, दूसरे बैंक्स जो सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं दिए हैं, इसकी एक जांच होना चाहिए। इसके लिए हम इस चर्चा में डिमांड करना चाहते हैं, या तो जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी हो या सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जो चीफ जस्टिस है उनके नेतृत्व में इसकी इंक्वायरी हो और डे टू डे रिपोर्ट भी जनता के सामने रखे।
All the opposition parties are united in raising their concern about the lacks of money of ordinary Indians that have been deposited in LIC and SBI, and both these two institutions have been forced to invest and buy shares of Adani, and we have seen what has happened over the last couple of days. The amount of stock value that both LIC and SBI, and subsequently the amount of money of ordinary Indians that have just gone.
The country is witnessing a government which has consistently supported one group and given India's critical infrastructure in his hands, and how Adani Group was indulging in stock manipulation and stock overpricing to seek more loans from nationalized banks. We are seeing nationalized banks, SBI leading it, as well as LIC, investing, pumping in a lot of money. The overexposure of these, nationalized companies in Adani Group. All we are asking is for an investigation. Why is the government running away from that?
नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने मित्र को कोयला दे दिया, आयरन ओर दे दिया, स्टील दे दिया, सीमेंट दे दिया, उनको पोर्ट भी दे दिया, एयरपोर्ट भी दे दिया, ड्रग्स का धंधा करने की छूट भी दे दी, सब कुछ एक आदमी के हवाले कर दिया। और इतना ही नहीं किया, LIC, SBI जैसी प्रतिष्ठित संस्थाओं से हजारों करोड़ के लोन दिलवा दिए, लाखों करोड़ के लोन दिलवा दिए।
We are raising it. Again and again we raise that issue. But the government is very adamant to save their cronies, Adanis, Ambanis, and all those are their political relatives. I should call that Adani is the economic cousin of Narendra Modi, and Narendra Modi is the political guide of Gautam Adani. And that empire was built upon a very fragile foundation because of this political patronage that they got from the government.
मैटर चर्चा करने के लिए राष्ट्रपति अभिभाषण में कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, चर्चा करने तो उसमें उत्तर मिलेगा। तो अभी प्रश्न है, सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाना है, कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव सजेशन है तो देना चाहिए। तो इसीलिए मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है, सदन सुचारू रूप से चलाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
All right, that's all about the politics for now. I'm heading into a very short break. When we return, we get you our entertainment special in the club, all that's been viral in the entertainment industry. Take a look. Thank you for watching, but stay tuned. Take care.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram, and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams, which has come from Nepal, will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspicity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these shilas, for these shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
In an India Today impact story, former national level hockey player Paramjeet Singh was working as a porter. India Today decided to raise this issue, raise his voice, document his story about what is the future of such players who've contributed to India. And now, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has watched, after watching that story in India Today, has now given him a job and has also expressed his thanks to India Today television for its coverage. Remember, he was a national champ, but was forced to work as a daily wage labourer. We put out the story. The hockey hero has now got a job opportunity from Punjab Chief Minister. Paramjeet Singh has said thank you, expressed it, remember, but it's been sad also to be reporting of how our players have to take up this job. This is why we do what we do, that is put out your voices out.
कोई इंजरी ऐसी हुई कि ये जो पीछे छूट गया, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि इसका टैलेंट ये भूल गया. इंजरी अंगूठे पे इंजरी हुई इसने बताया, लेकिन इसके जो अगर आप देखोगे सर्टिफिकेट, तो मेरे ख्याल में नहीं कोई ऐसी हॉकी की कोई लीग होगी जिसमें इसने स्कोर ना किया हो या गोल ना बचाए हों. तो इतने सर्टिफिकेट, मैं ये कहता हूँ अपने स्पीचेस में भी कि ये सर्टिफिकेट हमें पूरी ज़िंदगी का खाना देने का वादा करते हैं, लेकिन ये सर्टिफिकेट एक वक्त की रोटी पकाने के लिए बालन का काम भी नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन मेरे थैंक्स टू इंडिया टुडे, थैंक्स टू राजदीप जी, जिन्होंने इनकी स्टोरी को दिखाया. मुझे पता चला, मैंने फ़ोन किया और इमीडिएटली मैंने इनको चंडीगढ़ बुलाया. और स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट में हमारे पास कोचेस की कमी है, तो स्पोर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट में हम परमजीत कुमार के लिए एक पोस्ट क्रिएट करेंगे, कोचिंग की, हॉकी की कोचिंग की. जो इसको काम आता है वही करवाएंगे. तो जो इसका कॉन्फिडेंस है कि मैं 5-6 बच्चे तो इंडिया के लिए तैयार कर दूंगा, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. 5-6 बच्चे अगर इंडिया के, तो समझ लो 80-90 तो ये नेशनल खेलने के लिए भी तैयार कर सकते.
ये भगवंत मान साहब ने सीधे फ़ोन किया था आपको सीधे खुद से?
हाँ जी, उन्होंने अपने पर्सनल नंबर से डायरेक्ट मेरे को कॉल की उन्होंने ही.
फिर आपको लगा कोई मजाक कर रहा है?
हाँ जी, कुछ टाइम तो मेरे को लगा, पर नहीं, बाद में जल्दी मेरे को पता चल गया था, नहीं ये रियलिटी है, ये मान साहब की कॉल है मेरे को.
तो इस कॉल ने क्या आपकी अब ज़िंदगी बदल दी है? क्योंकि जो एक खिलाड़ी होता है, अगर वो खुद ना खेल पाए तो उसका सपना होता है कि कम से कम 10-20 बच्चों को मैं अपने लेवल पर लाकर खड़ा कर दूं.
हाँ जी, मेरा लाइफ का टारगेट ही है कि अब अपने बच्चों को इंडिया के लिए तैयार करना, अपने बच्चों को और वैसे भी अगर मेरे को मान साहब कुछ दे देते हैं तो मैं आने वाले टाइम में पंजाब के ज़्यादा नहीं तो 5-7 लड़के तो मैं इंडिया को दे ही दूंगा ना तैयार करके, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस मेरे को है.
So importantly, the job opportunity that he has got now pertains to what his expertise has been. Not being a porter, but a national level hockey player. Here's how India Today had reported his story, his voice, just a week ago. Take a look.
From a national hockey player to a daily wage labourer, Paramjeet Singh has seen it all. The former hockey player is struggling to earn a living. His only dream now to see his son make a career in hockey. At a time when the World Cup hockey fever is in Odisha, this is a story as part of our Get Real India series. Take a look.
India's cricket fixation is often much debated. But facts remain, other sports don't give the income security that cricket does. Ask Paramjeet Singh, a hockey player now reeling under the burden of poverty. Paramjeet, who has played at the national level 9 times and was also selected for the Indian hockey team twice, is now a daily wage labourer. He earns his bread and butter by working in a warehouse, picking up sacks of wheat and paddy.
कमाई 300-350-400 रुपया हो जाती है कमाई. गुजारा तो नाम का गुजारा ही है, बस खाना खा रहे हैं एक टाइम बस ओनली.
Whenever Paramjeet gets time these days, he reaches the hockey field to coach his son.
देखा आपका बच्चा भी खेल रहा है आपके साथ, तो क्या बनाना चाहते हैं?
हाँ जी, जो सपना मैंने देखा था मैं वही सपना अपने बच्चे में देखना चाहता हूँ.
Paramjeet hopes the government will help him find a job.
सरकारों से क्या मांगे?
सरकारी जॉब.
ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਦਰਖਾਸਤ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਦੇਸ਼ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਰੋਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ. ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਸਾਡੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਇਹੀ ਮੰਗ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਮਿਲੇ ਚਾਹੇ ਨਾ ਮਿਲੇ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ ਨੌਕਰੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟਰਗਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ.
Paramjeet now has only one dream, that his son makes it to the national team and achieves what he could not. Bureau Report, India Today.
The big ticket union budget for 2023 comes with a slew of benefits for the Aam Aadmi.
Persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all.
In what can be regarded as a tax bonanza for the salaried and the middle class, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman raised the cap on income tax exemption and cut tax rates under the new tax regime. The biggest relief, there will be no income tax for up to 7 lakh rupees in the new tax regime, up from the previous threshold of 5 lakh rupees.
Currently, those with income up to 5 lakh do not pay any tax, do not pay any income tax in both old and new regimes. I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs in the...
If your income is more than 7 lakh rupees and you opt for the new tax regime, then these slabs will apply. No tax up to 3 lakh rupees, that is 2,500 rupees in your pocket compared with earlier rates in the new regime. From 3 to 6 lakh rupees, the rates are 5%, you can benefit up to 7,500 rupees. 6 to 9 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 10%, a saving of 15,000 rupees when compared with earlier. In the 9 to 12 lakh rupee category, at a rate of 15%, you will save 25,000 rupees. From 12 to 15 lakh, the rate is 20% and the benefit 37,500 rupees. Above 15 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 30%.
I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. Citizens.
The centre also cut the
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. Now, for all SRK fans, the superstar is back on the sets of his next film, Jawan, and pictures from the same are going viral. But let's also begin the show by talking about Pathan's storm. First week is over and the film is still going strong with historic numbers at the ticket counters. It has crossed 650 crores worldwide in just 8 days, and with this, not only did SRK got Bollywood back on its feet after a slew of duds, but also proved yet again why he is still the king of Bollywood, the Badshah of Indian cinema, and above all, the Pathan of box office. The King Khan of Bollywood, the Badshah of Indian cinema, and in fact even the Pathan of box office. That's right, he came and not just conquered, but also took the global box office charts by storm. And how? Pathan has scripted history by becoming the first ever Hindi film to cross over 650 crore rupees worldwide in just 8 days, and has even collected over 330 crore rupees in India.
They are planning a massive attack, और उनका target है India.
A feat only superstar Shah Rukh Khan and his film could achieve, giving another reason why he's still the most loved, undisputed, and the last of superstars. On January 25th, 2023, Bollywood's ultimate superstar, Shah Rukh Khan, returned with all his guns blazing and gracefully proved that love forever trumps hate. Not a single city, or should we just say the world, could hold itself back from joining in to celebrate SRK as he made his comeback with Pathan after a hiatus of almost 5 years. And this sheer love for him perhaps is what even made it a super blockbuster in the history of Hindi cinema, finally breaking the drought of mega hits for Bollywood despite all the boycott calls and controversies surrounding this Siddharth Anand directorial. The film has become the highest grosser in the spy universe, surpassing the lifetime collection of Hrithik Roshan's Star of War, which stands at rupees 475 crores. It has also surpassed the collection of Salman Khan's Tiger Zinda Hai, which ended at 564 crores. What's more, Pathan has even beaten the Hindi version of KGF Chapter 2.
Violence, violence, violence. I don't like it. I avoid. But violence likes me.
Bahubali 2.
हमारे भगवान अमरेंद्र बाहुबली का रक्त हो तुम. जय महेशपति.
And Dangal to become the fastest film to hit 250 crore rupees at domestic box office.
हमने मोहब्बत करनी है, हमने मोहब्बत की है, इस दिल के अलावा किसी से भी ना हमने इजाजत ली है.
This also means it had smoothly managed to even enter 200 crore club in India, that too in just 4 days. After reaching the milestone, SRK on day 5 showed up at his balcony to greet his fans gathered outside his residence, Mannat. Whereas overwhelmed by immense love received for Pathaan, Deepika Padukone visited Gaiety Galaxy Theatre to witness fan reactions. A day before this, SRK also interacted with his fans on Twitter, and while the blockbuster success of Pathaan is undoubtedly a reminder how much the audience loves cinema and above all Shah Rukh, the modest superstar, however, called his co-star Salman Khan the GOAT with utmost humility when a fan during our SRK session told him he cannot beat his record at the box office. This comes even as the Karan Arjun of Bollywood, 28 years on, left the audience with a feeling of nostalgia thanks to their Paisa Vasool sequence as Tiger and Pathaan in this spy thriller. For the unversed, Pathaan stars Shah Rukh Khan as an Indian spy. Whereas Deepika Padukone plays the role of an ex-ISI officer.
पठान तुम्हारी तरह हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं. So are you in or are you out?
While John Abraham gives a tough fight to SRK as an ex-Indian soldier.
ये negotiation नहीं, ultimatum है, and your time starts now.
The film, directed by Siddharth Anand, also features Dimple Kapadia and Ashutosh Rana in key roles.
खान के बनवास का टाइम खत्म हुआ.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now, whether you've watched Pathaan or not, one thing is for sure. The action scenes in the film is something that has got everyone talking about it. Not many know that the makers had got on board the same Hollywood stunt coordinator who has extensively worked with Tom Cruise in films such as Mission Impossible. We on India Today will get you more such similarities between the two most undisputed superstars, Tom Cruise and Shah Rukh Khan. Two superstars, one from the West, another from the home country. While he ruled a million hearts with his charisma in Bollywood,
अगर ये तुझे प्यार करती है तो ये पलट के देखेगी. पलट.
this charmer had his way into his fans' hearts by dominating the action world in Hollywood. Two contrasting personalities, but still connected with the thread of love for their craft and the unfathomable stardom. What's also common between the two superstars are reasons more than one. The thunderous comeback. Shah Rukh Khan and Tom Cruise both were seen in 2018 with their films Zero and Mission Impossible Fallout before taking a break from movies. While Mission Impossible raked in a total collection of $791.1 million worldwide against a production budget of $178 million, becoming the highest grossing Mission Impossible film at the time. Zero, on the other hand, failed to leave an impression. Directed by Anand L. Rai, the film was made on a budget of 200 crore rupees and minted 186 crore rupees worldwide.
कल रात 3:30 बजे तक मैं आपसे नफरत करता रहा. फिर 3:45 हमसे मोहब्बत हो गई।
सीधे मोहब्बत ही हो गई।
हाँ।
बहुत मिलेंगे तुम्हारे जैसे।
हमारे जैसा ही क्यों चाहिए आपको?
गवार पसंद है मुझे।
But when they did return to big screens after a gap in 2022 and 2023 respectively, they ensured the wait was worth it. Shah Rukh Khan shattered all the box office records and scripted history with Pathaan.
हमने मोहब्बत करनी है, हमने मोहब्बत की है, इस दिल के अलावा किसी से भी ना हमने इजाजत ली है।
This film proved yet again why SRK is and always be the Badshah of Bollywood and the Pathaan of box office.
इजाजत की है, बात करते हैं हजारों, है तजुर्बा हमें यारों, ऐसी है बांध लूं मुझ पे वो दिल से दुआ बरसा।
Similarly, Tom Cruise made a comeback with Top Gun Maverick, a film in the popular franchise after 36 years.
You'll never forgive yourself.
That is not just a helicopter. That's Tom Cruise in a helicopter.
And when Lieutenant Pete returned, fans welcomed him with only and only love.
Joining us on the USS Midway, Tom Cruise.
36 years later, and here we are. It's surreal. Top Gun finally is coming out. This is pretty epic. Holy smokes, that's beautiful.
Top Gun Maverick shattered Memorial Day set by Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. Worked with same stunt director. Action scenes in Pathaan got everyone talking about it. But what's interesting is that the makers had got on board Hollywood stunt coordinator Casey O'Neill, who has extensively worked with Tom Cruise in films like Mission Impossible and even Top Gun Maverick.
एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है।
Re-released films. Shah Rukh Khan has been wooing hearts ever since his Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge hit cinemas in 1995. But what came as a treat for SRK fans was when the makers decided to re-release the film across theatres, coinciding with the superstar's birthday on November 2nd. It was a strategic move by the makers before the Pathaan storm took over the ticket counters. Top Gun Maverick, on the other hand, was also re-released between December 2nd and December 15, before James Cameron's Avatar: The Way of Water hit theatres on December 16 to keep cinephiles entertained.
No turning back now.
Come on! Jeez!
Having any fun yet?
Madame Tussauds wax statue. Two towering legends who started off as enraged young men are now nuanced and renowned artists with even their wax statues in the famous Madame Tussauds Museum in London. Young at heart. From trying out new roles to breaking barriers, Tom Cruise and Shah Rukh Khan may just be 60 and 57 respectively, but they have always ensured they are on top of their games to deliver what their audience wants. What's also worth noting is the fact that even though one hasn't seen a crossover between SRK and Tom Cruise in their industries yet, the former had once said that he would love to see the latter to do a Bollywood film. With Gyanisha Malik, Dipali Patel, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now, it took Shah Rukh Khan over 30 years to become a full-fledged action hero. But from DDLJ to now Pathaan, the superstar has only been redefining the industry. The craze for him has brought back the SRK magic on the screens, which were earlier shut. And in fact, iconic Maratha Mandir is also screening both his movies. Once a quintessential next-door boy with his heart on his sleeve,
अगर ये तुझे प्यार करती है तो ये पलट के देखेगी। तो मुझसे प्यार करती हो?
सबसे ज्यादा।
मुझ पर भरोसा है?
खुद से ज्यादा।
is now a badass agent on a mission to protect his country.
एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है।
Shah Rukh Khan took over 30 years to become a full-fledged action hero. But no complaints. It was all worth the wait. And the response from his fans says it all.
तुमने मोहब्बत करनी है, हमने मोहब्बत की है, इस दिल के अलावा किसी से भी ना हमने इजाजत ली है।
Pathaan fever has not only gripped the nation but also the world, in fact to an extent that now even Maratha Mandir, the single-screen cinema hall in Mumbai, which has been screening Shah Rukh's Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge ever since it released in 1995, is simultaneously showcasing his latest outing. That's right, even Pooja Dadlani, Shah Rukh Khan's manager, took a moment to share this picture from outside Maratha Mandir, which has put up the posters of both Pathaan as well as Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. Along with this post, she wrote, and we quote, "Between these two pictures, all of us have had a journey to cherish. Shah Rukh Khan's journey, and just in case you don't get tickets for Pathaan, you know what to watch." This post of Pooja was showered with immense love and even left fans with a feeling of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the craze around Pathaan also brought back the magic of SRK in almost 25 single-screen theatres across India, which were previously shut. Now, if you jog your memory, much to the delight of fans, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge was re-released in 2022 in theatres on November 2nd to coincide with Shah Rukh Khan's birthday.
मैं यहाँ तुम्हें अपनी दुल्हन बनाने के लिए आया हूँ और तुम्हें यहाँ से ले जाऊंगा तभी जब तुम्हारे बाबूजी खुद तुम्हारा हाथ मेरे हाथ में देंगे।
It was and still is regarded as one of the finest films of his career.
तुझे देखा तो ये जाना सनम, प्यार होता है दीवाना सनम। तुझे देखा तो ये जाना सनम, प्यार होता है दीवाना सनम। अब यहाँ से कहाँ जाएं हम, तेरी बाहों में मर जाएं हम।
In fact, this 1995 romantic drama was also a YRF blockbuster, just like Pathaan is.
तुम्हें जो पठान मेरी जान महफिल ही लुट जाए, दे दे जो जुबान मेरी जान उस पे मर मिट जाए।
And even at 57, nothing has changed for Shah Rukh Khan.
हाँ तू सामने
किसी किसी को आता है जान लुटा के दुश्मन की हमने हिफाजत की है
He was and still is the epitome of success.
बात करते हैं हजारों है तजुर्बा हम यारों
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Now to another news that's creating a lot of buzz this week. Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to tie the knot on February 6th at Suryagarh Palace in Jaisalmer. Kiara was seen visiting Manish Malhotra's store ahead of the wedding, while Siddharth was in Delhi to take stock of the preparations. Ceremonies are expected to begin from 4th, and India Today has exclusive details of this year's most anticipated Bollywood wedding. Take a look. Wedding bells are ringing louder than ever as Bollywood's next it couple is finally ready to say their I do's. That's right, with New Year, Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani are all set to begin a new chapter of their lives as husband and wife. According to India Today sources, the most anticipated wedding of 2023 will take place in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan in the first week of February. Sources further reveal that the couple is going all out to ensure they have a lavish Punjabi wedding. The wedding ceremonies will take place over 2 days. There will be Sangeet and Haldi on the same day, and the next day is Pheras. A lot of their common friends and family members have already started shopping for marigold and yellow-themed outfits for the Haldi. Kiara was also heard discussing a Sangeet song playlist with her friends in Dubai over the New Year's. Since Sher Shah was a huge hit for both of them, Radha Lambia is already on the Sangeet playlist. Reports suggest that the guest list will include immediate family and industry friends like Karan Johar, Varun Dhawan, Katrina Kaif and Rakul Preet Singh. And after the wedding, the couple will also be hosting an elaborate reception in Mumbai. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. That's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state chief minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today. The Modi government's last full-year budget before the general elections due in 2024.
The capital investment outlay is being increased steeply.
Scaling up capital investment.
I propose to reduce the highest surcharge rate,
raising the rebate threshold.
An agriculture accelerator fund will
boosting farm credit.
An urban infrastructure development fund
bolstering infrastructure
through use of priority sector lending shortfall. We envision a prosperous and inclusive India in which the fruits of development will reach all sections and citizens, especially our youth, women, farmers, OBCs, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Through formation of large producer enterprises,
the Modi government called it an inclusive budget.
1,000 members.
BJP netas, cabinet ministers hailed it in synchronicity as progressive, visionary and far-sighted.
This budget shows how our stable, growing economy, the power of young India, the technological and innovative capabilities, the multicultural work ethics, and how firmly India is poised for infrastructure-driven growth.
क्या कांग्रेस समर्थन करेगी क्या? आपसे लोग बात करें, मैं देख रहा था जब इनकम टैक्स की घोषणा हुई, रबर पर एग्जम्पशन दिया गया तो, और जब वो शुगर फैक्ट्री को दी, वो भी ताली पीट रहे थे।
कई सराहनीय कदम आज बजट में प्रस्तुत हुए। महिला होने के नाते जो सेविंग स्कीम्स आज विशेषतः वित्त मंत्री ने प्रस्तुत की, उसके लिए मैं उनका विशेष अभिनंदन करती हूँ।
But the opposition not so enthused. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi called it bereft of vision.
The budget for 2023-24.
His party colleague and former finance minister P. Chidambaram termed it callous.
How far this government has removed...
Congress sought to punch holes in the new tax regime proposed by the finance minister. Chidambaram insisted it will dent social security. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Samajwadi Party leader Akhilesh Yadav alleged the union budget would not generate enough employment. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti insisted the budget favoured crony capitalists and big businesses.
Taxes बढ़ गए हैं,
जो वेलफेयर स्कीम्स हैं जिस पे ये पैसा खर्च होना चाहिए था, सब्सिडीज पे जो पैसा खर्च होना था वो उस पे पैसा खर्च नहीं हो रहा है।
नील बट्टा सन्नाटा है, बिहार को फिर से ठगा गया, कुछ भी नहीं मिला बिहार को।
Some of those things are good. I'm not going to be completely negative, but I have still some questions. There was no mention of Manrega. What are we going to do about the poor rural labour? There was no mention of unemployment. There was no mention of inflation.
With the Lok Sabha vote little over a year away, the budget seems to have pushed economic issues up on political agenda. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're with us here as we decode the impact on the Adani Group stocks post the FPO being pulled back, or rather Gautam Adani himself coming out and talking about what is morally correct with regards to the fluctuation in stock price and returning the FPO money to investors. With me, Siddharth Rabi, Managing Editor, Business Today Television, Udayan Mukherjee, Global Consulting Editor at India Today Group, on the ongoings with the Adani Group, the impact on markets, and lots more. Let's first take you through the headlines. Adani stocks in the red hours after its FPO was revoked. Market regulator to probe the route. RBI too puts Adani Group on the watch list. Adani storm rocks the parliament. Both houses adjourned after sloganeering. Opposition demands probe by a parliamentary panel. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used in construction. Devotees worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. YS Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifts shoes to KCR, dares him to walk with her for a day. Trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. IMF rejects Pakistan's revised debt management plan, calls it unrealistic. All right, now the big question is going to be on the cancellation of the 20,000 crore rupee FPO impact, how it will impact all their projects, airport, road, green hydrogen, all these plans that Adani Enterprises had. And according to sources, the current stock market sentiment will now force the Ahmedabad headquartered group to either raise high-cost debt or scale back its ambitious expansion plans. But before we dive into that, let me actually get a comment from you also, Siddharth. We've been tracking the movement on the group, since this entire news unfolded. It's been quite a 24 hours post-budget.
Absolutely, and this was a shock announcement like no other. And later on during the show, I want to ask Udayan whether he's ever come across such a development. But like you said, Abha, let's first listen into what the entire day's proceedings were about.
After a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of his withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO.
Adani Group chairman's video statement hours after justifying the stunning withdrawal of Adani Enterprises FPO, putting paid to the group's ambitious plans to trim some of its mountainous debt and expand its operations. Adani Enterprises had planned to deploy 3,335 crore rupees immediately in the last 2 months of current fiscal and a total of 7,535 crore rupees over the next 14 months. As per the company's disclosure, 4,165 crore rupees was to be used for repayment of loans. 10,869 crore rupees was to be deployed in several projects of the green hydrogen ecosystem. Improvement works of certain existing airport facilities like the Ahmedabad Airport project and construction of Greenfield Expressway under its road and highway subsidiary. The FPO money was to come in two parts, half of the money at the time of the application and later on calls spread over 2 years.
अदानी एंटरप्राइज का ये एफपीओ बहुत ही सही समय पर आया है और हमारी 10 वर्षीय कैपिटल प्लानिंग का ये हिस्सा है जो कंपनी के फुल्ली फंडेड और डी रिस्क ग्रोथ प्लान के अनुरूप है. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects.
Adani Enterprises acts like a holding company for the group and has incubated new businesses in capital-guzzling infrastructure sectors. The company had actually planned to use the FPO funds for new sunrise businesses. Despite assurances by the group chairman, the bloodbath in the stock markets is expected to hit Adani Enterprises hard. The current stock market sentiment towards Adani Group will now force the Ahmedabad headquartered group to raise high-cost debt or scale back its ambitious expansion plans. With its share price dropping nearly 45% in the past 1 week, the company's power to raise loans against equity has also declined. The Hindenburg report has also international lenders to handle Adani Group bonds with kid gloves, with reports that at least 2 global giants have stopped accepting them as collateral for margin lending. The group may, as a result, be forced to raise funds at a higher rate than it traditionally has. The one big upside, though, is the group's commitment to green energy, for which the government has ensured easy funding. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
It was a quick snapshot of all that's been happening with the Adani pack, and joining us also now is Nilesh Shah, Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra AMC. Nilesh, welcome. Last 20-25 minutes of trade, and while that pans out, the bigger question is this debacle, the withdrawal of the FPO, extraordinary circumstances and situations in the Indian market, and also for a large, fast-growing group like the Adani Group. Your first thoughts really, Nilesh, before all of us jump in.
From the investor point of view of the FPO, it's a very good move. They were staring at a mark-to-market losses immediately on investment. With the cancellation of FPO, that loss is avoided. So certainly beneficial for FPO investors. From the existing investors stroke lenders point of view, they have to reassess whether withdrawal of FPO will have any impact on the balance sheets or the growth plan. So essentially, depending upon where you are, you will have to evaluate your position.
All right. Udayan, let me come to you on the fact that, Adani actually went ahead with this move. I mean, is this unheard of, a 20,000 crore rupee FPO that he's woken up this morning and decided to return all the money back?
No, there are two ways to look at it, Abha. If you're being charitable to Mr. Adani, you will say that he's taken the high moral ground and he's behaved honorably. But that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that being a smart and shrewd businessman, he's realized that if he were to let this FPO go through and inflict these losses on his new shareholders, he would never have the face to go back to the stock market again to raise money. So I think it's keeping his future interests in mind as well, because people have long memories in the market. If you shortchanged him this time, I think the Adani Group would have been dead in the water as far as raising money from the Indian capital market in the future completely. Nobody would ever forgive him for this. So I think, and given what has happened over the last 48 hours, first with Credit Suisse and now with Citigroup, it is looking more and more difficult for Adani to raise money in the international market to aid his liquidity or his expansion plans. And at a time like that, he doesn't want to burn all his bridges and close options in the Indian capital market as well. So I think it's keeping those things in mind as well, and not just an honorable course of behavior that the FPO has been pulled. But I don't really remember an instance. I remember instances like Wokhart Hospitals, which were launching IPOs, and because the valuations did not go down, they had to pull it back. But having got it subscribed through whatever means, and then to return the money is something very unique in the history of the capital market.
Nilesh, one quick point on the risk, and those are my words, not yours, obviously, to the Indian banking system. SocGen has estimated, and I'm trying to quote their numbers, they say, assuming no significant change in the debt structure over the past year, SocGen estimates Indian banks' loan exposure to Adani was close to $10 billion, just 0.6% of total banking sector loans of $1.5 trillion. And it goes on to say, our stress test signals no systemic risk for banks even in an adverse scenario. We've been getting questions, people are asking, people in the corridor also are asking, banks ka kya hoga, beyond the markets. Would you want to give us your thoughts on that point?
From a business point of view, the companies which we cover in Adani Group, their capital structure is fairly solid. There are assets on the ground. You can see their port functioning, their cement plant working, their airports functioning. If SocGen's exposure number is true, and we believe it is somewhere in that magnitude, the assets are very well there to back it up. And hence the worry is not necessarily from whether this debt will be serviced, and in any eventuality, will there be NPA and haircut? The real question is whether there will be financing available, because a substantial portion of debt is in global markets. As long as the refinancing happens and money is available for growth / acquisition, that's the question which investors will be focused upon.
Okay.
Udyan wanted to.
No, Siddharth, I have a different point of view of this. I think it's nobody's case that Adani assets have become NPA today. So I think it's very premature and alarmist to talk about that. But having said that, these are not very small exposures. I mean, to talk about exposure to a group within a handful of banks, and then to see it as a percentage of the entire asset base of the Indian banking system, nobody is saying that the Indian banking system will collapse because of Adani. But 23,000 crores of SBI exposure to Adani Group is not a very small exposure, particularly at a time when, the banks have just cleaned their balance sheet. They are starting a new credit cycle. At this point, do you want to convey the impression to your investors that we are actually saddled with many such questionable assets which may in the course of time become NPAs, like 7,000 crores with the Punjab National Bank. 1.5% of the loan book of IndusInd Bank, if you put all their loans together, is to the Adani Group. These are not meaningless numbers. So I think the problem is with maybe 5 or 6 banks, and it's not just a question of NPAs, it's a question of belief from the investors on whether these same banks will get into a same NPL cycle again in the due course of time, having cleaned their balance sheet, and whether history will repeat itself. Just when we thought that they had learned their lessons from the previous credit cycle, again we are seeing that they have lent to some of these groups which may or may not be in a position to pay them back. And this mistake is not happening with HDFC Bank or Kotak Mahindra Bank or ICICI Bank.
With PSU.
With SBI, with PNB, and with IndusInd Bank. So the same culprits. So this affects the price to book or the PE multiple of these banks as well, because valuations get impacted by this when people lose faith that their ability to ascertain what is a good asset is very, very suspect.
Abha, you and I have been asked this question on LIC, and if I can quickly bring in LIC, because we have gone over SBI and the broader question for banks, just some data for all our viewers and our guests to also digest. LIC has clarified that its total holding of Adani company's equity and debt, Udyan, was just a shade under 36,000 crore. Amazing. As on December end 2022, I repeat that figure to be very exact, 35 917.31 crore, round it off at 36,000 crore. The total amount invested, Abha, and this was a question that we were both asked in the morning as well, under Adani Group amounts to 36,475 crore as on date. So you can just see the fall that has impacted the total amount invested. That's 36,475. These investments, LIC says, have, however, been made over a period of time. I just wanted to bring the LIC.
Yes, and in some of the other comments coming in, I think Societe Generale has said that assuming no significant change in debt structure over the past year, they estimate that Indian Bank's loan exposure to Adani was close to $10 billion. That's 0.6% of the total banking sector.
Which is the point that Nilesh just now about. Nilesh, Udyan's point, and I can't help wondering at this stage that the last two budgets seem to be a little unlucky for the budget makers. After the two budgets, there is some negative news flow, and suddenly the Adani news flow seems to have forgotten and taken us away from the conversations that we were supposed to have on the budget. By the way, on the screen, viewers, also with us, Saurav Majumdar, the editor of Business Today. Saurav, we'll come to you, and Sakshi Batra from Business Today TV, and she has some data that we have. But Nilesh, taking Udyan's point forward, does this mean that the hopes for a certain kind of earning and return from the markets has gone for the near term?
No, I don't think so. Number one, our markets were trading at a premium valuation. We were looking very, very expensive vis-a-vis other peer group before the budget. And those valuations will continue to act as a brake on our short-term performance. But this budget reassures investors on the path of fiscal prudence. It creates growth multiplier through infrastructure investment and consumption boost through tax cuts. So our long-term growth story is not adversely impacted by any event, and investors will continue to look positively towards India, albeit not necessarily at current prices and current valuation. But I certainly believe every correction will be lapped up by investors to build exposure to India. We have also seen fair amount of selling by foreigners, as India was the only market where they were in profit, which was expensive, and where exit was available. Their holdings have declined from 20% plus to 20% minus. It's nearly at probably what was the bottom in last 10 odd years. So effectively, there is not excess investment in India. The long-term growth story continues to be good, but you want to enter at a reasonable valuation, and hence this becomes a buy-on-dip market.
Okay.
What about Adani itself, Nilesh? I mean, what would you imagine that they're going to do next? Because it doesn't take away from the larger plan, and I'll get Udayan's take on this as well, in terms of the fact that they are going to need capital to complete all these projects, to retire their debt.
I mean, I wish I knew the answer, but what we have seen that for corporates to raise money, they probably need three things in today's world: earnings growth, governance, and some commitment to green. This combination of 3G, growth, governance, and green, will be allowing you to tap institutional investors market.
Okay, let me quickly bring in Sakshi Batra here, who's been standing by with some data and numbers, and this is for the viewers who don't sort of track the market so closely. The loss of market cap since the launch of the report for individual stocks of the Adani pack. Sakshi, take it from here.
Absolutely, Siddharth, you're right. I mean, the numbers are mind-boggling right there with the kind of market cap loss that we have seen for the group as a whole and for all the individual stocks as well. For the group, since the report was made public on January 24th, the group as a whole has lost over 8.6 lakh crore rupees in market cap. Now, out of this, the biggest market cap loss in the individual stocks has come in from Adani Total Gas, which has lost a total of 2.4 lakh crore rupees. The next one is Adani Enterprises with over 2 lakh crore rupees of of market loss. 1.4 lakh crore rupees gone for Adani Green right there. Adani Transmission also similar amount has gone. Also 62,000 crore rupees has gone for Adani Transmission and Adani Ports for that matter. Ambuja Cement and Adani Power are the next ones which have lost anywhere between 1 lakh crore rupees each. Also, when we talk about the kind of loss that we've seen for Adani Wilmar, the latest, from the company's basket that got recently listed, that's also lost a considerable amount of market cap, about 1.9 lakh crore rupees over there. And also when we talk about the kind of loss that we've seen for NDTV, the latest acquisition from the basket, 387 crore rupees have gone from that as well. You were talking about LIC and SBI as well, which have a considerable holding in Adani Group. Together, they have lost about 1.2 lakh crore rupees of market cap since January 24th. So that's a massive, massive loss that all of these stocks have had in together.
And that's where the $100 billion figure has come from. Thanks so much for that, Sakshi. Abha.
No, but I just want to understand, Udayan, that a lot of these group companies, they're not under brokerage coverages. They're not been picked up by mutual funds. How is he going to do this, in the sense that tomorrow, even if you're restoring relationships right now and you come up with other offerings across group companies, what is the kind of interest level that you're going to see? And there's no clear visibility on that in the immediate term as we look for this to kind of resolve.
No, raising expansion capital I think will be difficult for Gautam Adani right now, because internationally the doors are closing, as you're seeing every day with Citigroup and Credit Suisse and all of that. And global institutions tend to move in a pack. If two are doing it, two more will do it. And I don't think his bonds will be any good in the near term. Raising money in the Indian market will be very difficult as well, because I think it will be a brave banker who sanctions Adani loan at this point in time with the way the news flow is. So where does he raise the capital from? But now, the thing is a question of liquidity. You can stall expansion projects at this point in time. But I think if there is a liquidity constraint which comes in, then it's going to be a tricky one. And I actually don't buy this argument about him having assets which can be liquidated at any point, because liquidating an asset overnight is not that easy to raise liquidity capital. Right. He does have assets. But the question of assets also takes me back a few years to the Anil Ambani episode, because I'm not suggesting for a moment that this is an Anil Ambani situation. At this point, it could well turn out to be, but at this point we cannot say that. But when this Anil Ambani unwinding began, people said, what is everybody worrying about? This guy has power plants, he has infrastructure projects, Reliance Infra, roads, communication projects, metro rail, and he has a full-fledged flourishing mutual fund empire. So what are you panicking about? And we know how that story ended. So, all these assets, basically my contention is that people in the stock market actually know very little or do very little research about the quality of the assets. Remember Satyam Computers? The best and the bluest breed analysts would go there every quarter after quarter, and he would draw something on a piece of paper, all figment of imagination, and feed it to them.
And the audit reports then as well.
Audit reports as well, and nobody raised a question for years about what he was doing, and was cooking his books all this while. So what sanctity does all this talk about us sitting in our offices and commenting on what Adani Ports has on the ground and what Adani Power has on the ground? We don't know much about this asset.
Let me ask a broader question to Nilesh, because he's not here in his capacity for Adani. Nilesh, thanks for being a sport and taking these questions, because this was not anticipated. But I'm coming to a broader question, and then afterwards to Saurav immediately after Nilesh. Would it be a fair question to ask Nilesh Shah at this stage that post the Adani incident, wherever there is large external debt of Indian companies, the risk premium will shoot up sharply? I'm taking this point beyond the immediate group, and whether there are broader concerns that you feel are likely to emerge.
So again, I don't think so that is likely to happen. For decades, India has received a far tighter spread compared to what its credit rating suggested. Number two, while Adani bonds are getting impacted, other Indian bonds are still trading at where they were trading before. Number three, as US interest rates have gone up and forwards have come down, the cost of borrowing in rupee market is now cheaper than cost of borrowing in global market on a fully hedged basis. There are few institutions like Exim Bank which has borrowed money in global market in recent times, But by and large, companies are finding that rupee market is cheaper service global market. And to the Udayan point, when Satyam Saga opened, I was working in ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund. And you can check our portfolios. We had zero holding in Satyam Computer Services Limited. We had asked this question to Satyam management then. You show so much cash on the balance sheet, but where is the return? So it's not that mutual fund guys don't do the research. They do research. Sometimes we are right, sometimes we are wrong.
This was not intended for Nilesh at all. My point was a broader point that all this great research which happens in the on Dalal Street sometimes actually misses the point completely. They are research analysts sitting in their own cubby holes in Lower Parel and they're doing numbers. It's all Excel sheet management.
Okay, quick point before we head across for a break. Do debt investors do much better research? I believe to some extent that happens.
It may, but you look at the behavior of global rating agencies and how many times they have got caught out in the last 20 years. I mean, they are supposed to be the gold standard of this kind of debt-oriented research. And look at how S&P and Moody's have faltered over the people have lost all respect for rating agencies at a corporate level. So, I mean, what does all this research mean? I am not saying Adani Group's assets mean nothing. All that I am saying is that once things start unraveling, they have a habit of unraveling very quickly beyond what you think is possible, and therefore it's prudent to be cautious about how much can be liquidated and what is actually owned by a corporate entity before jumping to conclusions.
Absolutely, but Abba, we'll have to take a quick break and we'll be back. Do stay with us. We continue programming on the Adani special here on India Today TV.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams which has come from Nepal will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspicity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these Shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
It's a new fad in India. Chai shops listing the owner's educational qualifications. Meet engineer chaiwala from Uttarakhand's Haldwani. Pankaj Pandey, a 28-year-old diploma holder in mechanical engineering, is a hit in the town.
मैंने मैकेनिकल से पॉलिटेक्निक किया हुआ है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक गरूर से, तो उसके साथ साथ मैं अपनी जेई के लिए तैयारी भी करता रहता हूँ, जूनियर इंजीनियर के एग्जाम्स के लिए. और जो मेरा मेन जो विजन है वो इसी को आगे लेके जाना है, इंजीनियर चाय वाले को.
Pandey used to work at a call center in Noida earlier. While he is proud to run a tea shop, he is also attempting to clear entrance exams for further education.
अपकमिंग जो भी जेई के एग्जाम्स होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मैकेनिकल के लिए, उनकी तैयारी कर रहा हूँ। और लेकिन मैकेनिकल की तो वैसे वैकेंसी निकलना बहुत कम हो चुका है, कई सारे डिपार्टमेंट तो कम बहुत बिल्कुल ख़त्म ही कर दी है वैकेंसी, लेकिन फिर भी एक उम्मीद है।
Pandey's chai is popular among locals and tourists alike.
कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है, अच्छा कर रखा है उनने, यहाँ पे चाय की दुकान खोल दी है और बहुत बढ़िया चाय अच्छी लग रही है, टेस्ट बहुत है।
बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर आजकल, इसलिए भैया ने अपना खोल लगा छोटा मोटा काम, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है यहाँ पर इनका। रेगुलर लगाते हैं सर, सुबह 4 से 9 बजे तक लगाते हैं।
Pankaj Pandey opens his tea stall every evening for 2 hours. Bureau Report, India Today.
Parts of Himachal Pradesh, including Manali, Shimla and Auli, as well as Kashmir, have received fresh snowfall. Let's get you all the images coming in. A massive avalanche hit the upper reaches of Jammu and Kashmir ski resort Gulmarg, killing 2 Polish tourists and trapping 21 skiers who were later rescued from the slopes. Videos of the avalanche showing people running for their lives has gone viral. Rescue operations are currently underway in the area. The ski slopes where the avalanche happened have now been declared a no-go zone. Avalanches have been frequent in the higher reaches of Kashmir in these months, especially after fresh snowfall. Uttarakhand's Rudraprayag has also witnessed snowfall, snow-capped mountains and a white carpet continues to attract large number of tourists. Even after the snowfall, the weather remained pleasant with temperatures hovering around 6 degrees. Another tourist hotspot, Auli in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, is freezing at -3 degrees Celsius after heavy snowfall. This has turned the district into a winter wonderland. Snowfall was also reported in Uttarakhand's Bageshwar. Sky remained cloudy and fog continued to envelop the district throughout the day. The cold has intensified and in most villages there's been heavy snowfall as well.
Dominic Topo has made many sacrifices to pursue his love for hockey. He sold his small business, he mortgaged his ancestral land for 60,000 rupees. With that money, he started a coaching center in Kukuda village near Rourkela in Odisha over 20 years ago.
मेरे बच्चे लोग बहुत उत्सुकता के साथ में, बहुत जोश के साथ में लोग खेल रहा है। मैंने वो लोग बोलता है कि सर हम लोग हॉस्टल नहीं जाएंगे, आपके यहाँ बहुत अच्छा शिक्षा है, हम लोग बहुत अच्छा लगता है, हॉस्टल नहीं जाएंगे, ऐसे बोलता है।
उनका हालत तो अच्छा नहीं है बोलेंगे, क्योंकि उनका घर द्वार हम देखे हैं, उनका कोई इनकम सोर्स दूसरा तरफ से कुछ है ही नहीं। कैसे चल रहे हैं, कैसे क्या, वो तो नहीं जान रहे हम लोग। और जो ज़मीन उमीन बंधक दे के उनका अपना परिवार पोस रहे हैं।
The 71-year-old scouts for talent in the villages. Not a trained coach, Topo honed his skills watching international players.
मो दौनिक सार सिखांती आमे खेलु छे सेइटा एको मासो हेउछि सार हमर ठारो पैसा नेउ नहांती आमे आशा रखिछु कि सार ठारो हमें सिखी कि इंडिया टीम रे खेली परिबा हम देशंकर ना रखी परिबा।
Topo lives in this house. He earns a living selling wood from the sagwan trees he planted years ago.
मेरा परिस्थिति बहुत अभी गड़बड़ हो गया, पहले तो ठीक चल रहा था, इसलिए मैं बच्चों के लिए सब कुछ मैं दे सकता था, उन लोगों को मैंने जो भी ज़रूरत पड़ता था मैं, और दिल्ली हुआ, मुंबई हुआ, इधर उधर मैं घुमा के टूर्नामेंट भी वगैरह हम उसको खिलाता था। लेकिन अभी पैसा का कमी है, मेरा अभी परिस्थिति बहुत ख़राब हो गया, वो अभी कर नहीं पा रहा हूँ।
Topo has one wish. He hopes the Odisha government will build him a home one day. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
welcome back. You're with us here on India Today as we deep dive into the Adani saga, how it's unfolded and the resulting impact. With me, I have Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Udayan Mukherjee, Global Business Editor, India Today Group. Also joining us, Barnik Chitran Mehta, Managing Partner, Arthur DeLittle, India and South Asia, Mr. Chokalingam, Founder, Economics Research, Abhishek Basumalik, Founder of Intel Sense Capital, Saurav Majumdar, Editor, Business Today magazine as well. We'll be diving into this and getting everyone's view. But first, let me just take a look at those Adani stocks as they've closed today. Markets have somewhat recovered and closed just about in the green. But Adani stocks, Enterprise is down 27%, Transmission, Green, Total Gas, all of them down 10%. Ports also down about 6-7% as we finally see those prices settle just after the closing bell. Udayan, what do you make of this fall? I mean, they're all oversold now. What's really next for these Adani stocks and how should investors look at them?
You know, they've fallen quite a bit in a straight line already. So at some point, the pace of the fall will get arrested. There might be a bit of short covering as well at this point because, you know, you've lost 45-50% in some of these names in a very short period of time. But I think you should now, it has come to a point where you should look at the different group stocks differently. Adani Enterprises is a tricky one and I'm not surprised it's falling the most because it's the vehicle, holding company vehicle for the new enterprises. If liquidity dries up completely, this one is going to be hit the hardest and the market senses it and therefore is falling at the rate of 26-30% a day. The one thing which I would caution investors about, and I hear a lot of people talking about how one should buy the assets, stocks, because there are underlying assets. And I want them to think about one company many years ago. It's a prominent brand, GVK Power. I remember it was a very high flying stock on at that time. It had airports, very swank airports, you would have passed through them. It had power projects, etc., all of that. And the stock is trading at 2 rupees today. It's become a rank penny stock for the last many years. Assets do not equal stock price, and GVK is the biggest example of that. Having said that, there are a few companies in the group which actually are falling because of their sentimental connection with the Adani name, which is a stock like Ambuja, ACC. Till a few months ago, they had nothing to do with Adani. They were good companies in their own right. They are world-class cement assets. They have good cash flows. They have a proper balance sheet of their own. Now they are Adani Group companies. So their fall of 10% a day is actually is a sentimental fallout more than an actual fallout. So if you have to look at an investment option, I would say that those are far cleaner options, unencumbered options in the Adani Group that you can be looking at rather than looking at the Adani Enterprises kind of names. So I think the time has come where you look at different Adani Group companies differently, but I think the ones which are generally recognized as high-class assets, and I would put Adani Ports on top of that list because it is a good asset, I think that will probably start falling the first. So whenever the route stops, you will see that the buying comes in first in Adani Ports, much before that probably in the cement companies, before it trickles down to some of these larger umbrella kind of companies in the group.
Got it.
All right, Udayan, thanks very much for that perspective with us here today. And let me head across to Saurav. Saurav, Udayan made that broader point and went back into the past with regard to other groups and the point that he honestly made, which I think most of our viewers should focus on in all of this noise, assets do not equal stock price. Sort of come in on this, the risk and the change in strategy that Gautam Adani has taken, does it restore his sort of image or do you think he has still some way to go as far as this episode is concerned?
No, I think, Siddharth, the point which Udayan made about stocks not equaling assets is absolutely spot on. I think we've had far too many examples which he cited, so that point is well taken. As far as Gautam Adani's way forward is concerned and after the FPO was pulled back, I think he really had no option. I mean, look at the way the stocks have taken a mauling today once again. Imagine having the FPO fully subscribed with those kind of shareholders coming in and helping him out. And then yet again, the very next day, you you have another stock rout. And this, in my view, I think is likely to continue for a while. I don't think, I mean, if it had restored the faith or whatever, you would have had slight difference in terms of the way the Adani stocks would have moved. But that's not happened. So clearly there is, yet a lot of sense of, fear about as far as the Adani group is concerned. And those are the things which Mr. Adani himself will have to start addressing if he really wants to go back at some point into the global markets, which he will have to. Because you remember, and I want to say this is a wake-up call like no other, not just for the Adani group, but for the banks, also for the stock markets, in terms of the way the stock had moved up last year. So I think, this kind of, this development is most unfortunate, of course, because nobody likes to see this kind of developments in the market all across. A sea of red, and everybody really moving around in fear about what's going to happen next. But it is a wake-up call, and banks, like you all were discussing earlier, I think also need to take stock of how much they can lend to which groups and do due diligence, far better due diligence, and understand and ask the detailed questions, which I think is the issue out here.
Let me go across to Barnik and get his perspective on the governance angle here. And Barnik, you worked with several companies. You've seen the inner workings, the governance styles. I mean, what are your takeaways from this entire episode? I mean, is the image of the group tarnished? Can they make a comeback from this? What are we lacking in terms of transparency here? What more could have been done from a governance angle?
No, I think the group's image has definitely taken a beating. I think what is also probably not helping is that very sensible analysts who've gone through the Adani response to the Hindenburg research have found the response to be reasonably inadequate. I think the approach the group has taken is to state that they're compliant with local laws and statutes, which I think is a sensible approach, but is not enough given the scale and size for the group. I agree with Saurav's point that this is a wake-up call. I think no Indian conglomerates have been perfect in the first 5-10 years of their existence. So they have got better. But if you have to be of the size and scale of the Adani group, you should hold yourself accountable to corporate standards, which are world-class and not just statutory expectations from the local regulator.
Absolutely. Mr. Chokalingam, coming to you very quickly. What next really for Adani Group stocks?
Yeah, there are three issues, to be very brief. One, the ethical issue which he has addressed. I think cancelling was a good move. It would improve their reputation. Second is the issue of valuation. Of course, I don't have any buy or sell call, but I just want to say that market structure has changed a lot in the last 10 years. The correction or reward, they are very so steep and very short, quick enough to do that. So soon, they might find some valuation the way they are falling every day. Then third issue is about aggressive acquisition. This is where Mr. Adani, if I believe personally that if he focuses on the existing businesses and he postpones the further acquisition through debt, if he makes that kind of vision statement, I think it could be positive for the group.
Thanks, Mr. Chokalingam. We are running out of time on the show, but I have to go to Mr. Abhishek Basumalik, who's been waiting by very patiently. Abhishek, the same question really. What next, and what next especially for a lot of retail investors who may have been burnt in the overall market carnage?
So I think first of all, we have to understand that the business and the stock, we need to make a differentiation between the two. The business, what is going to be more important is the cash flows and their ability to service their debt, right? I think what we've heard till now, what we understand is that in the next at least foreseeable future, it's going to be difficult for them to raise equity or debt very easily. So very quick expansion is going to be difficult.
Right.
Coming to the stock part, I think, typically what happens is, forget the name of the company. Anytime you've seen a very, very sharp rise over a sustained period and then a stock crashes, what tends to happen is it tends to consolidate with a downward bias for a long period.
Absolutely.
It could be the Infosys of the 2000 era or all such stocks. Provided the business continues to survive and do reasonably okay,
right,
it might take years for the stock to actually decompress in terms of the margin. I mean, in the PE multiples.
Absolutely, and that is the bounce back that we will have to wait for. But we are completely out of time on the show. Abha, we got a mix of views, and clearly the Adani stocks will continue to remain in focus, Abha.
Remain in focus and most likely continue to suffer on the lower side of things until we see some kind of stability return. But for the moment, sharply in oversold zone, 40-50% down, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better for the Adani Group stocks. We'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much for watching.
Goodbye.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams which has come from Nepal will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspiciity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these Shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
यकीन मानिए पहला सप्तर्षि में पहला इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट कोई एक धारा दिखा दीजिए कि इंक्लूसिव मॉडल हो बेरोजगारों की संख्या कितनी है कई करोड़ में है और आपके पास क्या मॉडल है रोजगार के लिए तो आपने गोल गोल बातें की हैं कोई भी ठोस ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है तो फिर ये आम बजट कैसे हुआ साहब ये तो खास लोगों का खास लोगों द्वारा खास तरह से बनाया गया बजट है
Watching India Today.
You're with us here in India Today. Yogi Adityanath is speaking on the budget. Let's cut across and listen in.
इसमें स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को भरपूर मदद की और आज मुझे बताते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि देश के अंदर इन सभी जो 112 एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट को एक सामान्य डिस्ट्रिक्ट के रूप में आगे बढ़ाने में वहां विकास की सभी योजनाओं को प्रभावी ढंग से लागू करने के लिए जो सबसे अच्छे कार्य हुए हैं, देश के अंदर टॉप 10 में यूपी के 5 जनपद हैं, टॉप 20 में यूपी के सभी 20 जनपद हैं, जो सभी 8 के 8 जनपद टॉप 20 में आए हैं। और उन्हीं से प्रेरणा लेकर के आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार ने उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 100 विकास खंड को एस्पिरेशनल विकास खंड, वही पैरामीटर हम लोगों ने चिन्हित किए थे नीति आयोग के मार्गदर्शन में, और उस पर कार्य करना प्रारंभ किया। और हमें प्रसन्नता है कि 500 विकास खंड देश के अंदर एस्पिरेशनल यानी आकांक्षात्मक विकास खंड के रूप में उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य होगा। और उत्तर प्रदेश के 100 विकास खंड पे इस पे ऑलरेडी कार्य प्रारंभ भी हो चुका है और इसका लाभ भी उत्तर प्रदेश को मिलेगा। जिस दिन ये 100 विकास खंड सामान्य विकास खंड की तर्ज पर विकास की मुख्य धारा के साथ जुड़ेंगे, उत्तर प्रदेश के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन होता हुआ दिखाई देगा और यह इसकी भी व्यवस्था इसमें की गई है। प्रदेश के अंदर अन्य जो कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ होने हैं, जिसमें शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में खासतौर पर बच्चों के लिए, स्कूली शिक्षा के लिए, किशोरों के लिए नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी की व्यवस्था और लाइब्रेरी स्थापित करने के लिए भी तमाम प्रकार के प्रावधान बजट में किए गए हैं। उसका लाभ भी उत्तर प्रदेश को प्राप्त होगा, क्योंकि अगर हम बेसिक एजुकेशन में ही देखेंगे तो शासन के द्वारा संचालित बेसिक शिक्षा के हमारे विद्यालयों में, हमारे पास बेसिक शिक्षा में 1,91,00,000 बच्चे हैं। माध्यमिक में इसी प्रकार से काफी बड़ी संख्या 56 लाख से अधिक केवल हमारे बोर्ड की परीक्षाओं में बच्चे बैठ रहे हैं, हाई स्कूल और इंटरमीडिएट बोर्ड में। हायर एजुकेशन में भी एक बड़ी संख्या यूपी के अंदर है और हायर एजुकेशन से जुड़े हुए 2 करोड़ बच्चों को वर्तमान में हम लोग तकनीकी दृष्टि से सक्षम बनाने के लिए टैबलेट और स्मार्टफोन का वितरण भी हम उनका कर रहे हैं। तो स्वाभाविक रूप से इसका लाभ नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी का लाभ भी उत्तर प्रदेश के बच्चों को काफी बड़े पैमाने पर प्राप्त होगा। प्रदेश के अंदर सीवर सफाई का कार्य ये अब मैनुअली न हो बल्कि 100% मशीनीकृत हो, मशीनों से हो। बड़े पैमाने पर इसमें मौतें होती थी, बहुत बार लापरवाही के कारण बहुत सारे लोगों को अपनी जान गंवानी होती थी। यह एक स्वागत योग्य कदम है और सफाई कर्मियों की सुरक्षा के लिए एक कवच का काम करेगा। 5G सर्विस को डेवलप करने के लिए देश के अंदर 100 लैब्स की स्थापना, यानी हमारे जो इंजीनियरिंग टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, इंजीनियरिंग जो कॉलेजेज हैं, अन्य टेक्निकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, इनमें इस लैब्स को स्थापित करने के साथ साथ ढेर सारी रोजगार की संभावनाओं को भी आगे बढ़ाने में वहां मदद मिलेगी। और साथ साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के 3 सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस देश के अंदर स्थापित होने हैं। इन सभी कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए खासतौर पर इसमें एग्रीकल्चर के फील्ड में क्या कुछ हो रहा है, तो लखनऊ का AKTU या आचार्य नरेंद्र देव कृषि विश्वविद्यालय अयोध्या, इन सब को लेकर के भी हम लोगों ने अपने कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाना प्रारंभ किया है। पर्यटन विकास की जो संभावनाएं हैं, इसको मिशन मोड पर लेकर के सर्विस सेक्टर में अनेक संभावनाएं हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश ने पिछले 6 वर्ष के अंदर इन संभावनाओं को देखा है। यूनियन बजट में भी इसका स्थान दिया गया है और जिसमें खासतौर पर हर राज्य के अंदर एक यूनिटी मॉल का प्रावधान भी किया गया है। यूनिटी मॉल, जहां पर उत्तर प्रदेश ने जैसे स्कीम अपनी चलाई थी जो 2018 में परंपरागत उद्यम के लिए 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट की, अपने प्रोडक्ट को तो हम करेंगे ही करेंगे, पूरे देश भर के ऐसे ही ODOP से जुड़े हुए प्रोडक्ट को डिस्प्ले करना, उसकी ऑनलाइन सेल करना, ये सभी सुविधाएं वहां एक जगह उपलब्ध हो पाएंगी। इसके लिए भारत सरकार मदद करने जा रही है और इसको लेकर के भी यह एक परंपरागत उद्यम को बढ़ावा देने और एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए एक बहुत अच्छी प्रोत्साहन का एक वो वहां पर प्राप्त उसका लाभ प्राप्त होगा।
All right, let's take a very quick break. On that note, we'll come back with more headlines on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
The economy has become a lot more.
The big news of the day. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech for Budget 2023. At least that was how it was meant to be. Until Gautam Adani controlled companies took the limelight away. This was the share price of Adani Enterprises at close of trade, down 838 rupees or a whopping 28.2%. That's not all. In its unobstructed slide, the stock hit the lower circuit 5 times today. At 5%, 10%, 15%, 20% and then 25%, shattering them all to shed 35% of its value before recovering in late trade. The real rout began after 1 p.m. with a report that Credit Suisse had stopped accepting bonds of Adani Group as collateral for margin loans to its private banking clients. This was a clear sign of deeper scrutiny into Gautam Adani's finances after allegations of fraud by short seller Hindenburg Research. The report also said that Swiss Lender's private banking arm has assigned a zero lending value for notes sold by Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone and Adani Green Energy. This means that its clients will have to come up with other forms of collateral or have their securities liquidated. For Gautam Adani, who earlier this week received the keys to the strategic Haifa port in Israel, which he won in a global tender, the day's agony did not end there. Adani Ports ended up falling more than 19%. Ambuja Cements was down nearly 17%, while Wilmar, Power, Total Gas and NDTV hit the lower circuit. Also taking the fall for the Adani Group were financial institutions who have lent to the conglomerate. LIC fell more than 8%. ICICI Prudential and HDFC Life both were down more than 10%. SBI Life lost nearly a tenth of its value, while SBI was down 5%. Meanwhile, of the 8 lakh crore rupees wiped out this year, a large portion is of Gautam Adani, who has slipped below Mukesh Ambani in a real-time billionaires list. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on India Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the headlines of this hour. Adani stocks in the red hours after its FPO was revoked. Market regulator to probe the rout. RBI also puts Adani Group on the watch list. Adani storm rocks Parliament. Both houses adjourned after sloganeering. Opposition demands probe by a parliamentary panel. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used in construction. Devotees worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. YS Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifts shoes to KCR, dares him to walk with her for a day. Trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. IMF rejects Pakistan's revised debt management plan, calls it unrealistic. Breaking news coming in on your screen. ED charge sheet in the Delhi liquor excise scam. It says money generated from alleged Delhi liquor scam was used in Goa elections by the Aam Aadmi Party. Cash payments to the tune of 70 lakhs were made to the volunteers who were part of the survey teams. Vijay Nair himself has told certain people involved in the campaign-related work to receive payments in cash. Vijay Nair, on behalf of leaders of AAP, had received kickbacks to the tune of 100 crore rupees from a group comprising of Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy, Raghav Magunta, Sarath Reddy and K. Kavita. Remember, Vijay Nair is the ex-communication in charge of AAP, a key aide of the top brass. Abhishek Boinpalli had facilitated the transfer of 100 crore rupee kickback in connivance and conspiracy with Vijay Nair and his associate Dinesh Arora. Munish Pandey joining us live on the story. Munish, take us through the allegations, explosive ED charge sheet coming in here on the Delhi liquor scam and what this is going to mean for the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, Abhay, as far as this charge sheet is concerned, remember this is a fresh charge sheet in the Delhi excise liquor scam case. Now, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned, remember they have mentioned Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, as accused number one. But as far as this entire investigation is concerned, ED is claiming that the kickbacks of around 100 crore rupees was received by, Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Vijay Nair, who is the communication in charge of Aam Aadmi Party. Recently, he was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation. But that 100 crore rupees was also used in certain elections. And for the first time, the Enforcement Directorate has come on record to say that the part of this 100 crore rupees of kickback was also used in Goa elections. So this is not a good news for the Aam Aadmi Party, because Aam Aadmi Party has been alleging that there was no scam, there was no money involved. This is a conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party. But as far as the Financial Probe Agency is concerned, they are claiming that they have money trail of 100 crore of rupees received by Vijay Nair on behalf of Aam Aadmi Party, and Aam Aadmi Party later used this money for the assembly elections of Goa. So certainly the ED is claiming that they have certain evidence to prove that Aam Aadmi Party was using the kickbacks which they generated in the liquor scam for the election purposes.
This is explosive news coming in for you at this hour. Kickbacks to the tune of 100 crore rupees. Now tell us a little bit more about this group as well. Monish, Magunta, Srinivasulu Reddy, Raghav Magunta, Sarath Reddy, K. Kavita. Vijay Nair, of course, is the ex-communication in charge of AAP. Just take us through, the key people mentioned here. And then we've got Abhishek Boinpalli, who facilitated the transfer of that kickback as well.
Well, Abha, these people, which the name you mentioned, including K. Kavita, who is daughter of Telangana Chief Minister. Now, these people, according to the Enforcement Directorate, are certain prominent people who have political background, and they were the one who are being called as South Group by the Enforcement Directorate. Why this South Group? Because they were the key player in this entire Delhi liquor scam. Now, the Enforcement Directorate claims that these were the people who had approached Aam Aadmi Party leaders. There were certain meetings, including with K. Kavita and Vijay Nair and certain politicians of Aam Aadmi Party. And during those meetings, it was decided that what the draft of excise policy should be, so that certain business people in Delhi and in Telangana, they can be benefited out of it. Now, apart from K. Kavita and these people, Magunta Reddy and all, there are two other names, Abhishek Boinpalli and Arun Pillai. Now, these two people are someone who, according to Enforcement Directorate, were the front for K. Kavita. They were not only working for these companies, but also receiving.
Okay, let's go across. Manish, stay with us. Let's go across to Panindra Majinder Sista of the BJP as well. Manjinder, we've got this explosive report coming in from the ED on the Aam Aadmi Party and the kickbacks with regards to the Delhi liquor scam. I just want to get your first reactions on this.
So this is the thing which we have said in day one, that all those money collected from Delhi excise policy and the people who were involved in this scam was used for elections in Goa and Punjab. Now, even the ED has said the same, and this statement came from none other than one of the main confidant of Arvind Kejriwal. And now, when he himself has admitted that 70 lakh rupees cash was paid by the team, so Nair has admitted the fact that this cash was given to the Goa team. And now how came this cash was generated? It was part of that bribe money Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and other people received through the excise scam. So one very clear that this government is the most corrupt Baiman, cutted Baiman government here. Now this is the admitted fact and on record, and it's also part of charge sheet. Till yesterday, those people were shouting, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, ED ko kuch nahi mila, ED ko kuch nahi mila. Now you can see this is the part of ED investigation also and the part of charge sheet also, which clearly states that Aam Aadmi Party has been using the funds which were from the liquor scam for elections, and that too is by the way of cash proceeds.
Right. Manjinder, I mean, clearly the party is going to fight back on this, but, could you help us understand how they could have, how they could have really maneuvered this entire exercise? Would this have been limited to a few people? Would the whole party be accountable for this? I mean, how do we assess the extent of how deeply into the party this goes?
So, first of all, one thing is very clear. When this policy was this tailor-made policy was drafted, it was with the consent of Arvind Kejriwal that Manish Sisodia drafted this policy that yes, we will collect this much of amount from those contractors and then it will be dispersed for elections. Now, first thing is that it is not without the consent of Arvind Kejriwal. Second thing is Manish Sisodia is himself involved because he is the one who drafted this policy. Third thing is Vijay Nair, who is a close confidant of Arvind Kejriwal, who is staying in a government bungalow which is allotted to another minister. He is so powerful person. He is using these funds. And lastly, that's what I've told in my complaint also, which was I filed to the CBI and ED at that point of time, that the people who were involved, including Vijay Nair, had a group of people here in Delhi and Goa, who was into a business of various other kind of business. So they have been transferring these funds to Goa. And those people's names are on record. So it is not neither it's without the consent of Arvind Kejriwal, neither it's not the knowledge of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, it is within the knowledge and also with the consent of Arvind Kejriwal that this Kattar Baiman government has collected crores and crores rupees and had used these funds for their election in Goa.
Now, AAP is claiming, and taking off from what you just said, Manjinder, that this is a witch hunt orchestrated, by the BJP-controlled central agencies. I mean, they're clearly coming out and saying this. How would you respond to that?
See, now what else they can say? First of all, they have never responded to this simple question. What forced them to raise a wholesaler commission from 2% to 12%? What was the reason behind raising this commission? Secondly, they never answered to the question that why was that private entities had made a profit of more than 7,000 crore rupees, and at the same time government has lost almost 4,000 crore rupees. Why they have never answered to the very simple basic question, why was the GST reduced from 100%, 140% to just 1%? Why was this? So they are talking about the central agencies. They are saying this is vendetta politics, witch hunting. No. Very simple and basic questions which Aam Aadmi Party is unable to answer. Reason being, because they are well involved on this kind of a scam. And in fact, I must apprise you one thing and I must remind you another thing. that at the initial stage only, the government has said, government employees, means the commissioner and other committee which was constituted, has said that these wholesale business should be done by government and not by the private entities. But they choose the latter one, and they gave the business to the private entity, and also the business given to wholesalers was without any auction. It was just on a nomination basis that the business of wholesale, where they were getting 12% fixed income, was given to the people. Tell me, there any single instance in this country where excise minister or a deputy...
Jinder, just one more question. We're out of time. But your party also, has named Sisodia repeatedly in the case. He faced raids. And yet the CBI's charge sheet never named Sisodia.
See, it is not about the CBI charge sheet only. The thing is that it is part of investigation. These charges are against the people who have been arrested. Neither Manish Sisodia has been arrested, neither charge sheet has been still filed against Manish Sisodia, neither this is a final charge sheet. So first they identified who are the main pieces, then they identified who transferred the money, then they identified who had made this policy, and the lastly will be who had signed this policy. Definitely Manish Sisodia will be also behind the bars, but this is a part of all investigation in all stages it has been done. So this is not a final...
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on that.
A mega trek of faith like no other. Divine journey to Ayodhya Ram Mandir. A rock-solid faith for Ram Temple. Deluge of devotion from Nepal to Ayodhya. Vedic chants. Jai Shri Ram echo. Dharm, devotion and divine shalak. Biggest trip of Astha on Mandir Marg. Ram Mandir rising.
Now the holy Shaligram stones from Nepal have reached Ayodhya. Amid grand welcome and celebrations, the holy rocks that were dispatched from Nepal's Kali Gandaki waterfall reached Ayodhya on Wednesday evening. A large number of devotees came to offer their prayers to the holy stones. The two huge Shaligram rocks will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust today. The saints and members of Vishwa Hindu Parishad will be offering special prayers to the holy rocks. The rocks will be used in carving out the idol of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita in Ayodhya's Grand Ram Temple. Earlier, the two Shaligrams were dispatched from Nepal on Saturday. Remember, the construction of splendid Ram Temple in Ayodhya is underway and will be inaugurated by the Prime Minister on the 1st of January 2024.
नेपाल के लोग जब तक शिला का खोज हुआ था तब तक उतने उत्सुक नहीं थे और जैसे ही खोज हो गया वैसे ही शिला को वो सीधे सीधे भगवान राम से जोड़ दिए और उसका नाम देवशिला वहाँ रखा गया। उसके बाद प्रक्रिया हुई कि शिला को अब पूजा करेंगे।
इधर गोविंद गुरुजी महाराज का राम कथा का सत्संग चल रहा है छोटी छावनी में सत्संग भवन में। हमारे राम कथा के पीरियड में हमको इसका दर्शन होके हमको कुछ स्फूर्त लगेगा, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा और हम हमारा नसीब समझते जिंदगी में इतना अच्छा मौका हमारे को मिला है।
जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में नर्मदा नदी है और नर्मदा का हर एक कंकर साक्षात शंकर, उसी प्रकार से नेपाल की भूमि में गंडकी नदी में कोई भी पत्थर है वो साक्षात शालिग्राम भगवान का स्वरूप माना जाता है और वहां से चल करके यह पत्थर यहाँ पर आया तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़ा सौभाग्य की बात है। यह शिला यहाँ पर आई क्योंकि इस शिला के द्वारा राम जी का निर्माण होना है।
राम के भजनिया करिले श्याम के भजनिया करिले राम के भजनिया। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। रामो राजमणे सदा विजयते रामं रमे संभजे रामे रामान्नास्ति परायणं परतरं रामस्य दासोऽस्म्यहं रामे चित्तलयः सदा भवतु मे ओ राम मामोदरा। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम।
Abhishek Mishra joining us from Ayodhya. Abhishek, take us through the scenes unfolding. You're on ground, the kind of mood and you know the kind of events that you're seeing around you.
Well, Abba, certainly it was a very big day for Ayodhya because not for the fact that, you know, both the Shilas, Shaligram have arrived here, but also it was a sentiment for Ayodhya. We were there, we witnessed everything, and moreover, the participation of the people of Ayodhya was very important on this sacred occasion. The former Deputy Prime Minister of Nepal, he handed over this Shilas to the trust, to Ram Temple Trust. At the same time, it was also said that the work of carving Lord Ram's statue on these stones will begin immediately, and it will take about 8 to 9 months to prepare. At the same time, the construction of Grand Ram Temple is underway. It is expected that in the first week of January, it will be inaugurated. So that is something which is also a very important aspect of this whole journey. But talking about and the relevance and the significance of both of these Shilas, it has been said that these Shilas, these stones and rocks which have come from Janakpur, from Nepal, signifies Lord Vishnu, which itself is the incarnation of Lord Ram. So that is the only reason that utilizing these stones for the structuring is something is very important. Although the trust has said that there will be a meeting now, they will take a final call on how this is going to be utilized, what will be the further course of action. But as far as the sentiments and the religious harmony is concerned, that was on peak in Ayodhya, and people from all across the state and also from outside have come here. They wanted to witness the Shila, they wanted to touch it and wanted to take the positivity out of it, and that is the only reason that big numbers of saints and commoners were present there, taking participation in the grand celebration. Yes.
Thank you for that. All right, now let's listen in to Nepal's former Deputy Prime Minister Bimalendra Nidhi, who has been coordinating with the Janaki Temple of Nepal that has sent the 2 stones from the Kali Gandaki river where shaligrams are found in abundance.
Sir, what do you have to say? The kind of, we have seen pictures, you have gifted these stones to Ayodhya. How relevant it is, how important it is, and how it's going to add on to the Ram Temple.
There is no any dispute and no any question about the relevancy of this stone, because this is a precious stone is considered and defined as the symbol of God Vishnu. Or since Ram is also incarnation of the Vishnu, God Vishnu, that's why it is very relevant. It is not only very, the only relevancy of this stone is that the idol of Ram Lala, Bhagavan, in Ram Temple will be made of this stone. This is called a variety, a kind of, a family of Shaligram Shila that is found only in the Kali Nadi of Nepal. No other there.
Now, my colleague Arpita Arya, she is also in Ayodhya, where spiritual fervor is soaring among the Ram Lala devotees. Take a look.
यहाँ पर जो लोग अभी इन तस्वीरों को देख लेना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ये तस्वीर शायद ही उनके जिंदगी में उन्होंने कभी देखा होगा, क्योंकि इन्हीं शिलाओं से मूर्ति का निर्माण होना है और मूर्ति निर्माण से पहले इन शिलाओं को देख लेना। वो शिलाएं जो नेपाल से आई हैं, एक लंबा सफर तय करके नेपाल से जहां ये शिलाएं गई हैं, वहां एक जन सैलाब हमने देखा है। जो लोग नेपाल से आए वो ये मान रहे हैं कि आज विदाई हुई है। यहाँ पर बकायदा जो सीता माता है, ऐसा ये मान रहे हैं कि इस इन शिलाओं के माध्यम से वो एक बार फिर से विदा होकर ससुराल आई हैं अपने। यहाँ वो पूजा का एक तरीके से कहिए तो बस समापन कार्य चल रहा है आम लोगों के लिए। अब शिला के दर्शन के लिए वो मार्ग खोला गया है ताकि लोग वहां पहुंचे, क्योंकि अयोध्या से भी एक जन सैलाब सा उमड़ा है। हर कोई बस इनके दर्शन और पूजन और इनको देख लेना चाहता है। तो अब देखिए आप ऐसे ही, दरअसल अब ये जो आप देख रहे होंगे, ये जो पूरा परिसर बनाया गया है, इसके लोग परिक्रमा करते हुए भी नजर आ रहे हैं। अपनी अपनी मान्यताएं लोग कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ शिला नहीं है, ऐसा मानिए कि राम जी यहाँ पर प्रकट हो गए हैं। और यहाँ पर कई लोग भी यहाँ पहुंचे, उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री, उप प्रधानमंत्री हैं पूर्व विमलेंद्र निधि, वो हमारे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हैं। सर, आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण देखते हैं आप?
आज का दिन पूरे हिंदू धर्मावलंबियों के लिए, उतना ही नहीं सभी धर्म मानने वालों के लिए, मानव प्राणी के लिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, क्योंकि राम लला की मूर्ति प्रतिमा बनाने के लिए नेपाल के काली गंडकी नदी से शिला हमने यहाँ समर्पण किया है, कल के दिया है। इसलिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है मेरे लिए। तो मेरे
ये तो आप समझिए कि आप माँ जानकी के ससुराल आए हैं, वो अनुभव कैसा है?
बहुत ही अच्छा, माँ जानकी के ससुराल में आके बड़ी खुशी लगी है। अब थोड़ा सा इच्छा ये भी है कि माँ जानकी के ससुराल में जब आए हैं तो राम के बहन लोगों से भी मुलाकात हो, ये भी हम चाहते हैं। अगर आप प्रतिनिधित्व करती हो तो बड़ी खुशी होगी।
जब आप अपनी बहन दे चुके हैं तो ऐसा मत कहिए, जब आप अपनी बहन दे चुके हैं तो इस तरह मत कहिए।
मैं अपनी बहन को तो दे ही चुका हूँ राम जी को।
तो मर्यादा मत तोड़िए, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम की नहीं।
देखिए ये राम और सीता के ससुराल, एक दूसरे के ससुराल में
जी
आदर पूर्वक ही ये आपको व्यंग किया जाता है, गालियां दी जाती है, इसमें कोई मर्यादा भंग नहीं होता है।
नेपाल और भारत का बेटी रोटी का संबंध था और हमेशा ये संबंध बरकरार रहेगा, इसको कोई ताकत तोड़ नहीं सकती है। हाँ।
और कुछ वाला
और ये जैसे ये जो शिलाएं आई हैं, क्योंकि 80 दिनों की खोज के बाद इन 2 शिलाओं को चुना गया और उसमें एक में मैं देख रही हूँ माता सीता का नाम है, एक में श्री राम का नाम लिखा हुआ है। और ये प्रतीक के तौर पर लोगों का तो ये मानना है कि यहाँ पर अभी राम प्रकट हो गए हैं। आप लोग जब पूरे यात्रा को देख रहे तो वो अनुभव आपका कैसा रहा, क्योंकि नेपाल से आप अयोध्या?
बिल्कुल, राम प्रकट हो गए हैं और राम प्रकट होने का मतलब ये हुआ कि हम काली गंडकी नदी में राम प्रकट हो गए, जिसको लाके मैंने राम के अपने घर में वहाँ पर पहुँचाने आया हूँ। तो ये बड़ी खुशी की बात है और ये तय वो लोग यहाँ के ट्रस्ट लोग तय करेंगे कि इसे रामलला की मूर्ति कैसी बनाना है, क्या बनाना है, ये इनके अधिकार की बात है।
लेकिन ये भी बड़ी बात है कि आप वहाँ देश के एक बड़े नेता होकर यहाँ पर आप पहुंचे हैं और बाकायदा आपने इसको एक तरीके से कहिए दान पूजा, ये दान पूजा ही एक तरीके से हुई है। अब ये किस तरीके से इसका मूर्ति निर्माण होना है, क्या होना है, वो आगे की प्रक्रिया है। लेकिन इसके बारे में मान्यता नेपाल में क्या है शालिग्राम, जिसको लेकर भारत में अलग अलग मान्यताएं हैं, और कौन सी मान्यता है जिसका?
देखिए, भारत और नेपाल में देखिए हर बारे में अलग अलग मान्यता होती है, लेकिन काली गंडकी से में मिलने वाला जो शिला होता है वो शालिग्राम ही होता है। और शालिग्राम का कई रंग है जो लोगों को मालूम नहीं है, और शालिग्राम के ही कई किस्म 35 प्रकार के शालिग्राम होते हैं, जिसमें से ये शालिग्राम है और इसको यहाँ हम लोग लाए हैं। इसमें आप लोग अपने अपनी मन की बात है, स्वतंत्रता है, आजादी है, सब जिसको जो विचार है वो कहते हैं। राम राज उसी को कहते हैं जिसके मन में जो भाई वो बोले।
जनकपुर से जो शिलाएं आई हैं, ऐसा प्रतीत हो रहा है कि श्री राम जी और माता जानकी जीवंत रूप से आई हैं। ये हमारे लिए बहुत परम सौभाग्य का बात।
कितनी देर के मतलब लंबा इंतजार कितना करना पड़ा आपको?
100 साल से ऊपर। हम तो अभी
अरे आप एक और भजन हो जाए, अब अंदर है आप शालिग्राम के पास, एक भजन।
सिया जी बहनिया हमार हो, राम जी लागे पहुन माँ। सिया जी बहनिया हमार हो, राम लागे पहुन माँ। सिया जी बहनिया हमार हो, राम लागे पहुन माँ। राम लागे पहुन माँ, राम लागे पहुन।
आप तो यात्रा के शुरू से थी साथ में, यात्रा में किसी को भी कोई भी इनविटेशन नहीं दिया गया था, लेकिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ मीडिया के माध्यम से आप पूरे रास्ते में जितने भी भक्तजन थे, सिर्फ इसको स्पर्श मात्र अपने आंखों को कैद करने के लिए हजारों लोग इसको आए थे और सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसको स्पर्श करने के लिए लाखों लोग इसको ट्रक के पास आके रात के 2-2 बजे तक सब इसको दर्शन अपने आंख में कैद करने के लिए इंतजार किए। और आप सोचिए कि जब ये एक आकार जब भगवान श्री राम का जब प्रतिमा जब बन जाएगा तो कितना उसमें संख्या लोग इसमें अपने आएंगे दर्शन के लिए।
बिल्कुल, और यहाँ पर आप देखिए भक्तों की लाइन जो है वो बढ़ती ही जा रही है। अगर आप देखिए सामने आपको इन शिलाओं के दर्शन के लिए लोगों की भीड़ दिख रही होगी। जो कार्यक्रम है वो अब समाप्ति की तरफ है, लेकिन जमा जमावड़ा समाप्त नहीं हो रहा है। ये भीड़ जो है वो लोगों की बढ़ती ही जा रही है। तो ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं अयोध्या से, राम की नगरी से, जहां पर इन शिलाओं का ऐसा स्वागत हो रहा है कि मानो राम एक बार फिर से इस युग में अवतरित हुए हों। और उसी के साथ जोश के साथ नेपाल से भी आए हैं भक्त और अयोध्या से भी देश के कोने कोने से भक्तों का जमावड़ा जुड़ता जा रहा है। कैमरामैन संजय के साथ अर्पिता आर्या।
A festive fervor gripping Ayodhya as the holy Shaligram stones reach Ram Mandir. Here are some colorful images of all the festivities. Devotees gather in large numbers to offer prayers to the holy Shaligram stones brought in from Nepal. Seers, saints, devotees queue up with flowers to perform puja around the Shaligram rocks. While some devotees have gathered to offer prayers, some have queued outside barricades to just catch a glimpse of the two holy stones brought in. Massive crowd at Ayodhya as festive fervor kicks in. Locals have gathered in Ayodhya to decorate the two holy stones brought in from Nepal. Devotees can be seen decorating the shilas with flowers ahead of the puja that was held around the stones. The journey of the holy stones to Ayodhya was a festival in itself, with locals queuing up throughout the journey, blowing trumpets and bugles alongside the truck that was carrying the holy stones. All right, let's take a break. Big confession by Pakistan minister on record admitting they sowed the seeds of Mujahideen in Pakistan. That story when we return.
You are watching India Today.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the two Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these Shaligrams will be worshipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these Shaligrams which has come from Nepal will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspicity for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these shilas, for these Shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Now, a big confession by a Pakistan minister on record. The Defence Minister of Pakistan, Rana Sanaullah, has admitted that they sowed the seeds of Mujahideen in the nation. Our next report tells you more.
As families buried 100 Namazis killed in the Peshawar mosque suicide bombing, Pakistan's Interior Minister dropped a bombshell. Rana Sanaullah conceded it was a mistake to have created and supported Mujahideen, or holy warriors, in US war against the Soviet Union. It has only created more problems for Pakistan.
ये इज्तिमाई गलती, कौमी गलती ये हुई हैं, ये लैप्सेस हुई हैं। कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी मुजाहिदीन तैयार करने की, कोई ज़रूरत नहीं थी कि किसी भी जो है वो आलमी ताकत या किसी के भी कहने पे हमें जो है वो उस लड़ाई में जो है वो शामिल होने की। इन लोगों को मुजाहिदीन जो है वो हमने खुद बनाया।
Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif spoke of the need to create a national consensus in Pakistan for an all-out operation against terrorist outfits similar to Operation Zarb-e-Azab in 2014.
तमाम जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, दे आर ऑन वन पेज। आइंदा आने वाले दिनों में डेफिनेटली एनएससी की मीटिंग भी होगी और एक कॉमन जो पॉलिसी जो है वो सामने आ जाएगी, आप लोगों के सामने आ जाएगी, अवाम के सामने आ जाएगी। हमारी तो कोशिश होगी कि तमाम मकता फिक्र जो हैं वो एक पेज में आए। जिस तरह मियां नवाज शरीफ साहब ने APS के बाद जो है, उस ट्रेजेडी के बाद जो है सारी कौम को एक पेज पे लाए और एक दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ एक जहाज शुरू हुआ और वो जहाज जो है उसके नतीजे में पाकिस्तान में अमन कायम हुआ।
Pakistan is in shock after a suspected suicide bomber carrying close to 10 to 12 kilograms of explosives blew himself up, killing at least 100 worshippers at the time of afternoon namaz at the ultra-high security Peshawar Police Lines Mosque in the red zone. More than 220 worshippers are injured, including some critical. Pakistan Defence Minister Asif compared the Peshawar attack to the December 16, 2014 attack on Army Public School in Peshawar, in which more than 130 Pakistan Army school children and teachers were massacred by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan terrorists.
पाकिस्तान जो है तहरीक-ए-तालिबान अफगानिस्तान की हलीफ रही। ये तकरीबन 7,000 लोग जो थे उनके साथ जो है सारी जंग में शरीक थे। वो डेफिनेटली दे फील ओब्लाइज्ड टू देम, उनके मशहूर हैं, एहसानमंद हैं कि इन लोगों ने अब उन्होंने अगर पाकिस्तान में जो है अपनी जंग दोबारा शुरू की है तो डेफिनेटली तहरीक-ए-तालिबान अफगानिस्तान में कोई ना कोई ऐसे ग्रुप जरूर होंगे जिनकी हमदर्दियाँ इनके साथ होंगी, सिंपथीज जो है एक्टिवली इनके साथ हैं या वैसे दुआ गो हैं।
The ruling dispensation has also blamed former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's policies of going soft on TTP terrorists, especially after the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. Imran Khan has spoken of integrating the TTP in mainstream despite its multiple attacks on the Pakistan Army and police. Pakistan may now believe creating the Mujahideen was a collective national mistake. There is so far no consensus on eradicating terror in Pakistan. Bureau Report, India Today.
Up next, ED charge sheet in Delhi liquor excise scam. Money generated from the alleged Delhi liquor scam was used in Goa elections by Aam Aadmi Party. More on that when we return.
Are watching India Today.
Parts of Himachal Pradesh, including Manali, Shimla and Auli, as well as Kashmir, have received fresh snowfall. Let's get you all the images coming in. A massive avalanche hit the upper reaches of Jammu and Kashmir ski resort Gulmarg, killing 2 Polish tourists and trapping 21 skiers who were later rescued from the slopes. Videos of the avalanche showing people running for their lives has gone viral. Rescue operations are currently underway in the area. The ski slopes where the avalanche happened have now been declared a no-go zone. Avalanches have been frequent at the higher reaches of Kashmir in these months, especially after fresh snowfall. Uttarakhand's Rudraprayag has also witnessed snowfall. Snow-capped mountains and a white carpet continues to attract large number of tourists. Even after the snowfall, the weather remained pleasant, with temperatures hovering around 6 degrees. Another tourist hotspot, Auli in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, is freezing at -3 degrees Celsius after heavy snowfall. This has turned the district into a winter wonderland. Snowfall was also reported in Uttarakhand's Bageshwar. Sky remained cloudy and fog continued to envelop the district throughout the day. The cold has intensified and in most villages there's been heavy snowfall as well.
are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Kejriwal reacting to the ED's sensational claim, saying charge sheet completely fictional. ED has filed 5,000 charge sheets in this government's tenure. Cases are fake and false allegations are being labelled. Bid to destabilize and topple the government. Listen in.
करने के लिए थोड़ी केस करती है ईडी तो केवल एमएलए इन लोगों की सरकारों को एमएलए खरीदने के लिए एमएलए तोड़ने के लिए सरकारें बनाने के लिए सरकारें गिराने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाता है तो ईडी की चार्जशीट एक कोरा फिक्शन है ईडी की कितनी चार्जशीट अभी तक 5000 चार्जशीट फाइल की होंगी ईडी ने अपने पूरे इस सरकार के कार्यकाल में उसमें से कितने लोगों को सजा हुई ईडी की सारे केस फर्जी हैं ईडी के केस केवल सरकारें गिराने और सरकारें बनाने के लिए इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं ईडी के केसेस ईडी जो है भ्रष्टाचार खत्म करने के लिए थोड़ी केस करती है ईडी तो केवल एमएलए इन लोगों की सरकारों को एमएलए खरीदने के लिए एमएलए तोड़ने के लिए सरकारें बनाने के लिए सरकारें गिराने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाता है तो ईडी की चार्जशीट एक कोरा फिक्शन है
Amit Bhardwaj joining us on this. Amit, take us through the allegations once again. Kejriwal, of course, sounding quite unperturbed actually at this point, but the allegations are fairly sensational.
Well, the allegations have been labelled by the Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet filed in the Delhi liquor scam. Now, as per the ED allegations, there have been claims made in the charge sheet that kickbacks of the Delhi liquor scam were actually rooted in Aam Aadmi Party's Goa campaign, which happened last year. Now, these are allegations which have come fresh in the ED charge sheet, but Aam Aadmi Party has responded to the allegations. Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal himself responded to these allegations, saying that ED cases are not filed to end corruption or to check corruption. Rather, they are filed. ED is being used to destabilize the elected governments, to buy MLAs, to topple governments. And in fact, he went on to also say that ED's present charge sheet is completely fictional. So you have Aam Aadmi Party's chief and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal responding to the big allegation coming from the Enforcement Directorate. And as you mentioned, it is, he's very confident in his response, and he's clearly stating that the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet is fictional. And he also went on to say that nearly 5,000 cases have been filed in the present government's tenure, that is the BJP's tenure, and he's questioning as to how many people have been convicted in the cases filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the Modi government's tenure. So big questions from Arvind Kejriwal as well, along with the line that the present ED charge sheet is completely fictional. Back to you.
All right, that's the stance Arvind Kejriwal is taking at this hour against the ED charge sheet. The KCR versus YS Sharmila showdown is all set to regain steam. The YSRTP president is expected to resume her Padyatra in the state of Wat Telangana today after recently receiving a nod from the High Court. Ahead of the Yatra, Sharmila was seen with a shoebox asking Telangana Chief Minister KCR to join the Padyatra with her and to know the public's problems. Remember, the Padyatra will resume from Narsampet today at around 3 p.m. the same place where she stopped her Padyatra earlier, claiming an attack on her convoy, spurring a mega showdown with the Telangana government. That's not all. YS Sharmila will be meeting with Telangana Governor Tamilisai Soundarajan as well to submit a petition against the alleged failures of the KCR government. This meet comes in the backdrop of a recent face-off between the state government and the governor over Republic Day celebrations.
On my bus, they created a law and order problem. They beat up our people, and the police cited the law and order problem, arrested me and brought me to Hyderabad. That's how the Padyatra came to a halt, and after that you saw me trying to parade those vehicles before the CMO. I got arrested, I was retained, and then I went on a hunger strike, and then I was advised rest. And after all that, we are resuming the Padyatra today. Today I challenge Mr. KCR, like you said, with the shoebox that we presented to him. I challenge Mr. KCR to walk with me one day. If in fact, as KCR says that this is the golden state, the Bangaru Telangana, if there are no problems to the people of Telangana, if my people are not reeling under poverty, as he says, then I will apologize to Mr. KCR, I will retire from politics forever and go back home.
AIADMK poster sparking massive controversy. The row started after the poster dumped BJP leaders' pictures for a few hours ahead of the by-poll to erode East Assembly constituency scheduled for Feb 27. The banner, which skipped mention of the BJP and its principal leaders, also bore the alliance parties under the header National Democratic Progressive Alliance instead of NDA, in which BJP is the main national party. However, the EPS faction has given an explanation that it was a printing error. Meanwhile, OPS also announced a candidate from his faction but said he will recall his candidate and help BJP if the Saffron Party decides to contest. The EPS faction was irked by this as it would lead to freezing party symbols and said that OPS was deliberately undermining AIADMK unity right before the election. Tamil Nadu BJP chief Annamalai reacted to the controversy and said AIADMK party leaders should answer on the controversy.
NDPங்கிறது ஏன் காலையில் இருந்துச்சு, NDA 6 மணி நேரத்தில் எப்படி மாறிச்சுன்னு நீங்கள் தான் கேட்கணும். NDPயை நான் உருவாக்கல, NDA தான் நம்முடைய கூட்டணிங்கன்னா அது எனக்கு சீனியர் தலைவர்கள் அதிமுகவிலிருந்து பேசியிருந்தாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி வந்து அவர்கள் காரணம் சொல்லியிருந்தாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி வந்து பிரிண்டிங் மிஸ்டேக் ஆயிடுச்சு, அது நீங்கள் அவங்ககிட்ட தான் கேட்கணும். நீங்கள் அவங்ககிட்ட தான் கேட்கணும், எங்கிட்ட கேட்கக்கூடாது. நீங்கள் வந்து யார் பேனர் வைத்தார்களோ அவங்கள கேட்கணும்.
Now, 2 years after the Hathras rape and murder case, Kerala journalist and terror accused Siddiqui Kapan walks out of Lucknow jail today. Siddiqui was arrested in Uttar Pradesh on terror charges. He was arrested while he was on his way to Hathras in Uttar Pradesh, where a Dalit woman had died after allegedly being raped. He and 3 others were accused of having links with the now banned Popular Front of India and being a part of a conspiracy to instigate violence. He was charged under the UAPA Act to conspire and spread terror across the country and also for money laundering. In September, the Supreme Court granted him bail in connection with that case, but he continued to be in Lucknow jail because of a money laundering case filed by the Enforcement Directorate. After release, Siddiqui said he didn't get justice, what he deserved, and reiterated that he was packed behind bars based on bogus case linking him to a now banned PFI outfit.
28 महीने के बाद हम वापस मतलब बाहर आया, एक आज़ादी का हवा मिल गया। मीडिया पर्सन सबको शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ मैं, ठीक है।
इतने दिनों तक जेल में रहना पड़ा, आप हाथरस जा रहे थे, क्या कहेंगे?
भैया मैं अभी जेल के बाहर आने के टाइम में जेलर को मिला, जेलर बताया सिद्दीक आप थोड़ा मतलब अच्छी तरह मीडिया बहुत बाहर है, आप कुछ नहीं बताओ, आपका ऊपर दोबारा मुकदमा आएगा।
उस दिन जब आप हाथरस से जा रहे थे तो क्या इंसिडेंट था? आप लोग कितने लोग जा रहे थे, क्या
मालूम है? हम पत्रकार हैं, हम किसी के मतलब किसी तरह उधर पहुंचने की कोशिश करेगा, हम कोशिश करेगा। ये है क्राइम, रिपोर्टिंग इज ए क्राइम। इधर
आपको बताया गया पीएफआई का कनेक्शन था आपसे?
भैया हम मीडिया पर्सन, हमारा मोबाइल में कितना लोगों को मोबाइल नंबर है, मेरा मोबाइल में बीजेपी लीडर्स को मोबाइल नंबर है, आरएसएस लीडर को मोबाइल नंबर है, पॉपुलर फ्रंट नेता को मोबाइल नंबर है। आपका फ़ोन में एक मोबाइल नंबर है तो उस किसी का कनेक्शन बन सकता है।
आपका कभी पीएफआई से किसी से बातचीत, इन लोगों ने जैसे कहा 5000 रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन दिखा?
मेरा अकाउंट में किसी ने पैसा नहीं दिया मुझे, मेरा अकाउंट में 5000 रुपया भी नहीं आया। मेरा अकाउंट में मैं डाला पैसा, वो है बस मेरा सैलरी पैसा है।
जो आपके साथी थे उनके खाते में?
उसका खाते में कौन पैसा दिया वो हमको क्या है। पीएमएलए के लिए 5000 रुपया नहीं है, 1 करोड़ रुपया से ऊपर है तो भी पीएमएलए में नहीं आएगा।
कितना लंबा संघर्ष करना पड़ा फैमिली को? अब आपकी पत्नी भी आई हुई है, फैमिली सफर किया आपका?
बहुत बड़ा मेहनत किया भाई। मेरा माँ इंतकाल हुआ इस जेल के अंदर, मेरा जेल के अंदर, मेरा वाइफ और बच्चे के एजुकेशन सब देखो।
We take a break. When we come back, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state chief minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The KCR versus YS Sharmila showdown regains steam once again as the YSRTP president is expected to resume her Padyatra in Telangana after recently receiving a nod from the High Court. Ahead of the Yatra, Sharmila was seen with a shoebox asking Telangana Chief Minister KCR to join the Padyatra with her and no public problems. The holy Shaligram stones from Nepal have reached Ayodhya. The two huge Shaligram rocks will be handed over to the Ram Temple Trust. The rocks will be used in carving out the idol of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita in Ayodhya's Grand Ram Temple. A large number of devotees came to offer their prayers to the holy stones. After 2 years behind bars, Kerala journalist and terror accused Siddiqui Kapan walks out of Lucknow jail. He was arrested while he was on his way to Hathras in Uttar Pradesh to cover a rape case. He and 3 others were accused of having links with the now banned Popular Front of India and being a part of a conspiracy to instigate violence. Siddiqui was charged under the UAPA. AIADMK poster sparks massive controversy. The row started after the poster dumped BJP leaders' pictures for a few hours ahead of the by-poll. The banner, which skipped mention of the BJP and its principal leaders, also bore the alliance parties under the header National Democratic Progressive Alliance instead of NDA. However, the EPS faction said it was a printing error.
भारत के वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। हमारा बजट भी काफ़ी बड़ा हुआ है, जिसके कारण आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान के रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो हमने निर्धार व्यक्त किया है कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के रोड बनेंगे, वो उद्दिष्ट हम निश्चित रूप से पूरा कर सकेंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन पावर, हर जगह पर जो ग्रीन बात के उल्लेख किया गया, वो हमारी इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने की दृष्टि से एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है। मैं मानता हूं कि इस बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारे आम आदमी के जीवन में जो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन की जो समस्याएं गंभीर है, वो ग्रीन अप्रोच के कारण निश्चित रूप में हमारे क्वालिटी लाइफ में काफ़ी बड़ा सुधार होगा। मिडिल क्लास के बारे में सोचा नहीं जाता था, इस बार पहली बार मिडिल क्लास को भी काफ़ी राहत दी गई है। गांव, गरीब, मजदूर और किसान का कल्याण करने वाला और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा करने वाला और हिंदुस्तान को वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी में एक सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर बनाने के लिए ले जाने वाला ऐसा ये बजट है। स्क्रैपिंग के लिए जो विशेष रूप से हमारी रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री थी, उसके बारे में राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार दोनों जगह अब नई गाड़ी आएगी जिससे प्रदूषण कम होगा और निश्चित रूप से स्क्रैपिंग के कार्य को भी काफ़ी बड़े इससे शुरुआत हो जाएगी। बहुत अच्छा बजट निर्मला जी ने दिया है, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और ये बजट प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हिंदुस्तान को भविष्य में प्रगति और विकास की ओर ले जाएगा, ऐसा विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। बूडा जींस कंपनी, प्लैनेट इजी।
FPO scrapped, stock spiral. Regulators to probe Adani companies. Adani assures investors.
Our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO.
But will it be enough? What next for Adani?
India Today late last night broke the big story of the Adani Group scrapping its follow-on public offer. 20,000 crore public offer scrapped until further notice. Money to be returned to investors. But while the political fire burns, there are 7 crucial questions that people are sort of hinting at but don't have the guts to go ahead and ask directly. And I'm going to do that here on 5 Live, the channel that's leading coverage on the Adani story. Thanks for being with me. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines. Adani storm rocks Parliament. Both houses adjourned after sloganeering. Opposition demands probe by a parliamentary panel. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy ancient rocks to be used in the construction and sculpture of the Ram and Sita idols. Devotees worship the holy rocks in Ayodhya. Enforcement Directorate's explosive claim says Delhi liquor scam cash was used to fund Aam Aadmi Party's poll campaign in Goa. Kejriwal dismisses the charge sheet, calls all allegations fictional and fabricated. YS Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifts shoes to KCR, dares him to walk with her for a day. Trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. International Monetary Fund rejects Pakistan's revised debt management plan, calls it unrealistic. It's only the latest in a spiraling disaster for the country. Last night, India Today scooped what is quite simply the biggest financial story of this time. India Today told you that Gautam Adani has pulled the plug from his fully subscribed follow-on public offer, or FPO. Cut to today, and Dalal Street continues to punish Adani stocks despite the group calling off its mega 20,000 crore rupee FPO. Earlier today, Group Chairman Gautam Adani issued a statement saying the FPO was called off to insulate investors from potential losses because of the volatility in the stocks right now. Well, the fall in Adani stocks today comes even as reports have emerged of SEBI and the Reserve Bank of India taking a closer look at the Adani FPO and the financing. The big question now is, how will the cancellation of this 20,000 crore rupee FPO impact the airport, road and green hydrogen plans of Adani Enterprises, one of the biggest corporate enterprises in the country?
After a fully subscribed FPO, yesterday's decision of his withdrawal would have surprised many. But considering the volatility of the market seen yesterday, our board strongly felt that it would not have been morally correct to proceed with the FPO.
Adani Group Chairman's video statement hours after justifying the stunning withdrawal of Adani Enterprises FPO, putting paid to the group's ambitious plans to trim some of its mountainous debt and expand its operations. Adani Enterprises had planned to deploy 3,335 crore rupees immediately in the last 2 months of current fiscal and a total of 7,535 crore rupees over the next 14 months. As per the company's disclosure, 4,165 crore rupees was to be used for repayment of loans. 10,869 crore rupees was to be deployed in several projects of the green hydrogen ecosystem. Improvement works of certain existing airport facilities like the Ahmedabad Airport project and construction of Greenfield Expressway under its road and highway subsidiary. The FPO money was to come in two parts, half of the money at the time of the application and later on calls spread over 2 years.
अदानी एंटरप्राइज का ये एफपीओ बहुत ही सही समय पर आया है और हमारी 10 वर्षीय कैपिटल प्लानिंग का ये हिस्सा है जो कंपनी के फुल्ली फंडेड और डी रिस्क ग्रोथ प्लान के अनुरूप है. This decision will not have any impact on our existing operations as well as our future plans. We will continue to focus on timely executions and delivery of projects.
Adani Enterprises acts like a holding company for the group and has incubated new businesses in capital-guzzling infrastructure sectors. The company had actually planned to use the FPO funds for new sunrise businesses. Despite assurances by the group chairman, the bloodbath in the stock markets is expected to hit Adani Enterprises hard. the current stock market sentiment towards Adani Group will now force the Ahmedabad headquartered group to raise high-cost debt or scale back its ambitious expansion plans. With its share price dropping nearly 45% in the past 1 week, the company's power to raise loans against equity has also declined. The Hindenburg report has also international lenders to handle Adani Group bonds with kid gloves, with reports that at least 2 global giants have stopped accepting them as collateral for margin lending. The group may, as a result, be forced to raise funds at a higher rate than it traditionally has. The one big upside, though, is the group's commitment to green energy, for which the government has ensured easy funding. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
And the team that's been keeping India Today and Business Today ahead on the big Adani story with record-breaking coverage yesterday, right through budget day, and that huge evening news break on the Adani FPO cancellation. Siddharth Zarabi, Managing Editor, Business Today TV, Aba Bakaya, Senior Editor, with us here at Business Today as well, live with us. Thanks for being with me, the both of you. It's really been a non-stop week, hasn't it? Siddharth, starting with you, all eyes after last night we're going to be on what happens on Dalal Street today, with the Adani stock, and whether there's going to be any clarity on the road forward. What was the big takeaway for you from today, Siddharth?
Well, the big takeaway is that as far as the markets are concerned, a bottom for the Adani stocks hasn't been found, and no one can find it, no one can call it, and it's certainly not our intention to talk about the bottom. But a fact is that between 56% to 22% of market cap of the Adani pack, as it is called, Adani Total Gas, the highest loser at 56%, followed by the FPO entity, Adani Enterprises, just around 55%. And if we keep looking at this share fall, tomorrow you will have one more day of trade. But between the 24th of January to the 2nd of February, Shiv, these 10 days are actually, they basically a new era in some ways has started for the Adani Group. 10 days back, if you had asked me the same question, my answer would have been very different. Today, there are very few analysts who are venturing out in public to take a call. The big question, as we discussed last night, and I'll quickly frame that again for our viewers to comprehend, is for a fast-growing, mega sort of industrial conglomerate like Adani Group, this is a massive wake-up call with regard to future financing and the future growth rate that this company wants to enjoy. And, while Mr. Adani has stepped back, that's a corporate call. It's the board that has decided to do that. And there are two views on that, Shiv. Some people say it was obviously due to the 34-35% value erosion and the mark-to-market losses that this happened. There is another view that by stepping at this time, and I'm quoting somebody in the market who has asked me not to name him, he called it a master stroke. We'll have to see if eventually it proves to be either of the two.
Okay, so some are actually calling it a master stroke. I did in fact see quite a few, comments calling this move, bold and prudent and things like that. Abha, Gautam Adani came out with a video statement as well today after that notification to the, to the stock exchanges yesterday, as well as a press release that came out. Has Mr. Adani added anything more? To what we already know, or was it, just one of those things? The boss needed to put out that message and reach out to investors, in person.
I hear you, Shiv, and I think largely he was trying to reassure the investor community, also come out himself, right, and save face, so to say. But what was more interesting was what he didn't say. I mean, he's still talking about how the company is, well intact, on the road to growth. There is no fundamental problem. He clearly said that in his video, but he still hasn't addressed the questions around the group's leverage. Now, today on the stock markets as well, and we've been hearing, of course, from various global banks are already pulling out. We've been hearing from a whole host of other brokerages about how the Indian banks or specific Indian banks, LIC, etc., are leveraged towards Adani. And regardless of the quantum, even if it's only 0.6% of the Indian banking system, it's still a formidable amount.
Yeah.
And that's the big question.
It is, and it remains a big question for which, clarity is still awaited, along with 7 other questions that I'm going to be asking in just a moment. Siddharth, thanks very much for joining me, for that brief question. I know Siddharth and his team will be preparing for more coverage that you'll be seeing on BTTV as well as here on India Today through prime time on the Adani story. Abha continues to stay with me to answer some of those questions. But before that, Business Today's triple engine team, the one that's been keeping us completely ahead, miles ahead of everyone else, including Hindi channels, including all business channels on this crucial financial story. Udayan Mukherjee, Siddharth Zarabi and Abha, who's with me here, spoke to Kotak Asset Management's MD, Nilesh Shah, just a short while ago on what the repercussions of the Adani Group pulling the plug on this FPO could be. And if there are more concerns for the global markets, very, very crucial. Listen into this.
The withdrawal of the FPO, extraordinary circumstances and situations in the Indian market, and also for a large, fast-growing group like the Adani Group. Your first thoughts really, Nilesh, before all of us jump in?
From the investor point of view of the FPO, it's a very good move. They were staring at a mark-to-market losses immediately on investment. With the cancellation of FPO, that loss is avoided. So certainly beneficial for FPO investors. From the existing investors to lenders point of view, they have to reassess whether withdrawal of FPO will have any impact on the balance sheets or the growth plan. So essentially, depending upon where you are, you will have to evaluate your position.
Would it be a fair question to ask Nilesh Shah at this stage that post the Adani incident, wherever there is large external debt of Indian companies, the risk premium will shoot up sharply? I'm taking this point beyond the immediate group, and whether there are broader concerns that you feel are likely to emerge.
So again, I don't think so that is likely to happen. For decades, India has received a far tighter spread compared to what its credit rating suggested. Number 2, while Adani bonds are getting impacted, other Indian bonds are still trading at where they were trading before. Number 3, as US interest rates have gone up and forwards have come down, the cost of borrowing in rupee market is now cheaper than cost of borrowing in global market on a fully hedged basis. There are few institutions like Exim Bank which has borrowed money in global market in recent times, but by and large companies are finding that rupee market is cheaper service global market. And to the Udayan point, when Satyam Saga opened, I was working in ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund. And you can check our portfolios. We had zero holding in Satyam Computer Services Limited. We had asked this question to Satyam management then. You show so much cash on the balance sheet, but where is the return? So it's not that mutual fund guys don't do the research. They do research. Sometimes we are right, sometimes we are wrong.
This was not intended for Nilesh at all. My point was a broader point, that all this great research which happens in on Dalal Street sometimes actually misses the point completely. They are research analysts sitting in their own cubby holes in Lower Parel, and they're doing numbers. It's all Excel sheet management.
Okay, quick point before we head across for a break. Do debt investors do much better research? I believe to some extent that happens.
It may, but you look at the behavior of global rating agencies and how many times they have got caught out in the last 20 years. I mean, they are supposed to be the gold standard of this kind of debt-oriented research. And look at how S&P and Moody's have faltered over people have lost all respect for rating agencies at a corporate level. So, I mean, what does all this research mean? I am not saying Adani Group's assets mean nothing. All that I am saying is that once things start unraveling, they have a habit of unraveling very quickly beyond what you think is possible, and therefore it's prudent to be cautious about how much can be liquidated and what is actually owned by a corporate entity before jumping to conclusions.
Now, this is simply too big a story to ignore, and some of these questions have half answers, most of these questions have no answers, but they still need to be asked. So here are the big questions that India Today is asking at this time. Number one, will the cancellation of this FPO slow the bloodbath on Adani stocks? Now, we have a partial answer to that, but of course, we'll have to see how things go moving forward after today. Was this basically an act of cutting losses to stem worse damage? There appears to be consensus on that as well. Was this Gautam Adani's moral move, as he claims it was, or was this the corporate enterprise playing safe, seeing volatility? Number four, will this affect the Adani Group's growth plans? And there are many. Number five, will the Adani Group plan an FPO when things stabilize? He's also confirmed that the answer to that question is yes. Number six, how does this affect existing investors in the Adani Group? And will this blunt the political opposition's attack on the Adani Group, which is what's happening in Parliament at this point of time? And finally, was this a bold move to weather a bigger storm? So, Abha, I'll bring some of those questions to you. The bloodbath on Dalal Street, we saw what happened in the markets today. So that question appears to be answered. But, cutting losses to stem worse damage. I think the big question really is on everybody's mind is there worse ahead, or could this move sort of, stem the bleeding and put them in a position where they can navigate the turbulence a whole lot better?
So let's take a look at what happened today, Shiv, on the stock markets.
Yeah.
If we take a look at what happened today, we saw Adani Enterprises, which is the holding company for the entire group, see a loss of about 30%, right? Now, all of these stocks have already seen 30-40% lower since this entire carnage began. I mean, that's just in the span of like about a week, six, 7 trading sessions. All the other Adani stocks, pretty much all of them were down at about 10% further again today. Only, I think, Adani Ports was up about down about 6%, so relatively still better. Now, if you put this into perspective, clearly these stocks are oversold. As an investor looking at this group company, would I look at possibly investing right now? It doesn't make any sense, does it? Until there's some kind of clarity. Just because they have assets doesn't necessarily mean that these prices will be valuable. If they continue to deteriorate, because we have no clarity right now, if they continue to deteriorate, it's only further losses for any investor. Right. However, after some further cool off, and when valuations become even better, at those levels, you might start to see some buying activity resume. At that stage, it would be wise for investors to look at specific pickings within the Adani stocks. Right. So they do have stake, as you know, of course, in the Ambuja ACC, which are slightly more insulated from this, being an acquired group. That will obviously continue to be something investors will pick up. Adani Ports is still something that could see some quality buying coming in at lower levels. Right. And then some of the others will take further time.
Final question in that case, Abha, is, and this is like I'm being basic about this, because in the statement, Mr. Adani does say that he will look at, funding future growth and, revisit this FPO possibility when things stabilize. Is there a view on when that could be, or how long that could take?
Shiv, we've been asking the same question, and I think that the foreign banks are clearly making it apparent that they're not going to be interested, at least anytime soon, right? We've already been seeing that in the reports that have coming in. Will he be able to raise it from, the domestic institutions? That remains to be seen. It's a big question mark. Regulatory questions are being raised. Right. There is a lack of transparency. So it still remains to be seen. But yes, at least returning that money to the investors this time is keeping him or saving him in their good graces, to perhaps return to them at a better time, at least he'll still have some more goodwill.
Okay. Abha, thanks very much for getting us clarity on those crucial aspects of this. There are many more questions, and the BT TV team will be answering them in the days and the weeks ahead. Now, the ripples from this Adani situation, pulling the plug on that FPO, has gained momentum in today's Parliament session, as we had told you it would. The opposition parties, led by the Congress and its President Mallikarjun Kharge, questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the Adani revelations and demanded a joint parliamentary committee probe into the allegations against the Adani enterprise. The opposition were up in arms, and within just 6 minutes, Parliament was, you said it, it was adjourned. Take a look at this.
प्रश्नों से समस्या हल समाधान होती है. प्लीज जाइए अपने मिशन पर.
This is all that happened in Parliament today.
आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
As the Adani controversy snowballed, the opposition had a one-point agenda for the budget session to demand answers from the government on the Hindenburg Adani papers. With the government making it clear that question hour will not be dropped, both houses were in session for a total of 6 minutes through the day.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 1100 hours on Friday, 3rd February 2023.
In a rare show of unity, opposition parties came together to raise their voice against the government and insist on an in-depth probe. The Congress led the fight both in and outside the House on the Adani showdown.
हमने एक नोटिस दी थी 267 के तहत, और ये नोटिस पे हम चर्चा चाहते थे, लेकिन हर वक्त हमारे नोटिसेस रिजेक्ट होते हैं और महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय है, मुद्दे हैं, जब हम उठाते हैं तो उसको चर्चा का अवकाश नहीं मिलता.
Other parties have echoed Congress's stand, accusing the Prime Minister of shielding Adani.
अमृतकाल में ये महाघोटाला है और इस महाघोटाले पे सदन में चर्चा कराओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मॉनिटर्ड इसकी पूरी जांच कराओ और जेपीसी बनाओ. इस डिमांड के साथ हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में अपनी आवाज आज भी उठाए हैं, आगे भी उठाते रहेंगे.
जिस तरीके से घोटाला हम देख रहे हैं, 2014 से एक ही ग्रुप को जिस तरीके का फायदा हो रहा है, फोर्ब्स में नंबर 3 या 4 पे आ जाते हैं और अब गिरावट हो रही है, ये सिर्फ स्टॉक मैनिपुलेशन और स्टॉक की ओवर प्राइसिंग की वजह से हुआ है. इसीलिए हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का गठन हो.
वी वांट अ प्रॉपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इनटू व्हाट हैज हैपेंड, व्हाई दिस हैपेंड, एंड फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग. We can't just have these responses and close the chapter.
Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee meanwhile claimed that the government was close to collapse as a result of the market crash.
কালকে তো প্রায় সরকার পড়ে যাচ্ছিল. কেন পড়ে যাচ্ছিল? শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নেমেছিল. এবার কাউকে কাউকে রিকোয়েস্ট করে, আমরা জানি তারা কারা, নামগুলো বলে আর আমি তাদের দুর্বিষহ করতে চাই না.
The showdown in Parliament is only likely to escalate in the coming days as the government has refused to budge, saying that the slotted discussion on the President's address must be allowed to go on. With the opposition breathing fire on the government over the Adani controversy, how long can the government hold off on a discussion in Parliament? Bureau Report, India Today.
And coming up next, we're taking you straight to beautiful Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh to show you how ancient rocks from Nepal have just arrived in Ayodhya. What are these rocks all about and what's going to be coming from these rocks? We'll take you straight to the holy city to tell you. That's next.
I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs.
Yet again, the nation trusts India Today TV. highest concurrent users during the Budget 2023 speech, most watched news channel on YouTube live. India Today #1.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state chief minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a new fad in India. Chai shops listing the owner's educational qualifications. Meet engineer chaiwala from Uttarakhand's Haldwani. Pankaj Pandey, a 28-year-old diploma holder in mechanical engineering, is a hit in the town.
मैंने मैकेनिकल से पॉलिटेक्निक किया हुआ है गवर्नमेंट पॉलिटेक्निक गरूर से, तो उसके साथ साथ मैं अपनी जेई के लिए तैयारी भी करता रहता हूँ, जूनियर इंजीनियर के एग्जाम्स के लिए. और जो मेरा मेन जो विजन है वो इसी को आगे लेके जाना है, इंजीनियर चाय वाले को.
Pandey used to work at a call center in Noida earlier. While he is proud to run a tea shop, he is also attempting to clear entrance exams for further education.
अपकमिंग जो भी जेई के एग्जाम्स होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के मैकेनिकल के लिए, उनकी तैयारी कर रहा हूँ. और लेकिन मैकेनिकल की तो वैसे वैकेंसी निकलना बहुत कम हो चुका है. कई सारे डिपार्टमेंट तो बहुत बिल्कुल ख़त्म ही कर दी है वैकेंसी, लेकिन फिर भी एक उम्मीद है.
Pandey's chai is popular among locals and tourists alike.
कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है. अच्छा कर रखा है उनने, यहाँ पे चाय की दुकान खोल दी है और बहुत बढ़िया चाय अच्छी लग रही है, टेस्ट बहुत बढ़िया.
बेरोजगारी बहुत है सर आजकल, इसलिए भैया ने अपना खोल लगा छोटा मोटा काम, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है यहाँ पर. इनका रेगुलर लगाते हैं सर, सुबह 4 से 9 बजे तक लगाते हैं.
Pankaj Pandey opens his tea stall every evening for 2 hours. Bureau Report, India Today.
The big ticket union budget for 2023 comes with a slew of benefits for the Aam Aadmi.
Persons in the new tax regime with income up to 7 lakhs will not have to pay any tax at all.
In what can be regarded as a tax bonanza for the salaried and the middle class, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman raised the cap on income tax exemption and cut tax rates under the new tax regime. The biggest relief, there will be no income tax for up to 7 lakh rupees in the new tax regime, up from the previous threshold of 5 lakh rupees.
Currently, Those with income up to 5 lakh do not pay any tax, do not pay any income tax in both old and new regimes. I propose to increase the rebate limit to 7 lakhs in the...
If your income is more than 7 lakh rupees and you opt for the new tax regime, then these slabs will apply. No tax up to 3 lakh rupees, that is 2,500 rupees in your pocket compared with earlier rates in the new regime. From 3 to 6 lakh rupees, the rates are 5%, you can benefit up to 7,500 rupees. 6 to 9 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 10%, a saving of 15,000 rupees when compared with earlier. In the 9 to 12 lakh rupee category, at a rate of 15%, you will save 25,000 rupees. From 12 to 15 lakh, the rate is 20% and the benefit 37,500 rupees. Above 15 lakh rupees, you will be taxed at 30%.
I propose to change the tax structure in this regime by reducing the number of slabs to 5 and increasing the tax exemption limit to 3 lakhs. The new tax rates are 0 to 3 lakh, nil. 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%. 6 to 9 lakhs, 10%. 9 to 12 lakh, 15%. 12 to 15 lakhs, 20%. And above 15 lakhs, 30%. Citizens.
The centre also cut the maximum income tax rate to 39% and reduced the highest surcharge to 25% from the earlier 37%. For income above 15.5 lakh rupees, standard deduction is introduced, which will benefit you by 52,500 rupees.
And despite
But there's a catch. The benefits will only apply under the new tax regime and not the old.
We are also making the new income tax regime as the default tax regime. However, citizens will continue to have the option to avail the benefit of the old tax regime.
The centre is also making the new tax regime the default option for this fiscal year. The finance minister, however, has clarified no taxpayer will be forced to adhere to the new tax regime. They can choose the old regime that gives exemptions on saving schemes, house rent, etc. if they choose. Bureau Report, India Today.
A mega trek of faith like no other. Divine journey to Ayodhya Ram Mandir. A rock-solid faith for Ram Temple. Deluge of devotion from Nepal to Ayodhya. Vedic chants. Jai Shri Ram echo. Dharm, devotion and divine shalak. Biggest trip of Astha on Mandir Marg. Ram Mandir rising.
11 months to go for the Ram Mandir to be open to millions of devotees in India and across the world. And the main part of the mandir, the idols, have arrived. Well, not the idols, but the rocks from which the idols are going to be carved. I'm going to take you straight to Ayodhya because the festive fervor has gripped the holy town as the holy Shaligram stones, as they're called, have reached the Ram Mandir site from Nepal. As the celebrations erupt in the city, let's take you through the top defining images from the holy town. Devotees have gathered in large numbers in Ayodhya today to offer prayers to the holy Shaligram stones brought from Nepal. Seers, saints and devotees are queuing up with flowers to perform puja around the Shaligram rocks from which the idols of Sita and Ram will be sculpted. While some devotees have gathered to offer prayers, some have queued outside barricades to just catch a glimpse of the two holy rocks brought in from Nepal. Huge crowds at Ayodhya as the festive fervor kicks in. These are images from just a short while ago. Locals have gathered to decorate the two holy stones brought in from across the border. Devotees can be seen decorating the Shilas with flowers ahead of the puja that was held around these two monoliths. The journey of the holy stones to Ayodhya was a festival in itself, with devotees queuing up throughout the journey in different places and blowing trumpets and bugles along the side of the truck that was carrying the two holy rocks from Nepal. Meanwhile, remember, Ram Mandir construction is in full swing, while the Sanctum Sanctorum will be ready to place the Murti by next year's Makar Sankranti festival. The construction will reach the top of the temple by mid-2024, 15th to Jan 2023. Well, it has to be seen to be believed. This is an article of faith. This is a monument that devotees of Lord Ram and Sita have been waiting for a very long time. And what you see in Ayodhya today is an ancient tradition. Centuries-old holy rocks from Nepal's Gandaki River have been brought in ceremonially to the holy city. The two rocks, which are being worshipped in their own right, will be used to carve out the holy idols of Lord Ram and Ma Sita in the splendid Ram temple, whose construction is a little over half done. Remember, the 1st of January 2024 is when they will be opened to the public. From saints to local residents, people are offering prayers to the holy rocks. Take a look at this ground report by India Today's team of reporters.
The holy city of Ayodhya, soaked in colors of saffron and devotion. The devotees rejoicing, welcoming a divine rock with rock-solid faith. The city of Ram laying out the red carpet to the holy Shaligram. A mammoth 60-million-year-old rock directly from Nepal's holy Gandak River, which made a journey of faith with a sea of devotees.
जैसा कि कहा जाता है कि मध्य प्रदेश में नर्मदा नदी है और नर्मदा का हर एक कंकर साक्षात शंकर, उसी प्रकार से नेपाल की भूमि में गंडकी नदी में कोई भी पत्थर है वो साक्षात शालिग्राम भगवान का स्वरूप माना जाता है। और वहां से चल करके यह पत्थर यहाँ पर आया तो हम लोगों के लिए बड़ा सौभाग्य की बात है, यह शिला यहाँ पर आई, क्योंकि इस शिला के द्वारा राम जी का निर्माण होना है।
आज इतना जो है खुश है कि जीवन सफल हो गया हम लोगों का, भगवान राम का जो है चेहरा देख करके और उनको जो है माता जानकी जी का जो है चेहरा देख करके बिल्कुल जान लीजिए मोदी और योगी मय हो गया है।
The Shaligram is revered and worshipped as a form of Bhagwan Vishnu himself and will be used to carve out the idols of Ram and Sita for the new mandir. The Shaligram Yatra is a booster dose of faith for countless devotees waiting eagerly for the mega unveiling of the grand Ram Mandir on the next Makar Sankranti just months from now.
राम नाम की नैया लेकर सतगुरु करे पुकार, आओ मेरी नैया में ले जाऊंगा भव पार।
The giant Shaligrams were dispatched from Nepal in a long and colorful procession with thousands of devotees in attendance. The divine rocks hold special significance for the devotees who have been worshipping Shaligram since eons.
A precious stone is considered and defined as the symbol of God Vishnu. Or since Ram is also incarnation of the Vishnu, God Vishnu, that's why it is very relevant. It is not only very, the only relevancy of this stone is that the idol of Ram Lala Bhagwan, a Ram temple, will be made of this stone.
The construction of the splendid Ram temple in Ayodhya is underway and will be inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on New Year's Day 2024. With Arpita Arya, Abhishek Mishra, Shilpi Sen and Navjot Kaur in Ayodhya, Uttar Pradesh. Bureau Report, India Today.
And India Today's Arpita Arya is in Ayodhya, where that spiritual fervor is soaring among the Ram Lalla devotees. Here's the report she just sent us a moment ago.
यहाँ वो पूजा का एक तरीके से कहिए तो बस समापन कार्य चल रहा है आम लोगों के लिए। अब शिला के दर्शन के लिए वो मार्ग खोला गया है ताकि लोग वहां पहुंचे, क्योंकि अयोध्या से भी एक जन सैलाब सा उमड़ा है। हर कोई बस इनके दर्शन और पूजन और इनको देख लेना चाहता है। तो अब देखिए आप ऐसे ही, दरअसल अब ये जो आप देख रहे होंगे, ये जो पूरा परिसर बनाया गया है, इसके लोग परिक्रमा करते हुए भी नजर आ रहे हैं। अपनी अपनी मान्यताएं लोग कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ शिला नहीं है, ऐसा मानिए कि राम जी यहाँ पर प्रकट हो गए हैं। और यहाँ पर कई लोग भी यहाँ पहुंचे, उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री, उप प्रधानमंत्री हैं पूर्व विमलेंद्र निधि, वो हमारे साथ इस वक्त जुड़े हैं। सर, आज का दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण देखते हैं आप?
आज का दिन पूरे हिंदू धर्मावलंबियों के लिए, उतना ही नहीं सभी धर्म मानने वालों के लिए, मानव प्राणी के लिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है, क्योंकि राम लला की मूर्ति प्रतिमा बनाने के लिए नेपाल के काली गंडकी नदी से शिला हमने यहाँ समर्पण किया है, कल के दिया है। इसलिए ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है मेरे लिए। तो मेरे
ये तो आप समझिए कि आप माँ जानकी के ससुराल आए हैं, वो अनुभव कैसा है?
बहुत ही अच्छा। माँ जानकी के ससुराल में आके बड़ी खुशी लगी है। अब थोड़ा सा इच्छा ये भी है कि माँ जानकी के ससुराल में जब आए हैं तो राम के बहनों से भी मुलाकात हो, ये भी हम चाहते हैं। अगर आप प्रतिनिधित्व करती हो तो बड़ी खुशी होगी।
जब आप अपनी बहन दे चुके हैं तो ऐसा मत कहिए, जब आप अपनी बहन दे चुके हैं तो इस तरह मत कहिए।
मैं अपनी बहन को तो दे ही चुका हूँ राम जी को।
तो मर्यादा मत तोड़िए, मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम की नगरी है।
देखिए ये राम और सीता के ससुराल, एक दूसरे के ससुराल में
जी
आदर पूर्वक ही ये आपको व्यंग किया जाता है, गालियां दी जाती है, इसमें कोई मर्यादा भंग नहीं होता है।
नेपाल और भारत का बेटी रोटी का संबंध था और हमेशा ये संबंध बरकरार रहेगा, इसको कोई ताकत तोड़ नहीं सकती है।
और कुछ वाला
और ये जैसे ये जो शिलाएं आई हैं, क्योंकि 80 दिनों की खोज के बाद इन 2 शिलाओं को चुना गया और उसमें एक में मैं देख रही हूँ माता सीता का नाम है, एक में श्री राम का नाम लिखा हुआ है। और ये प्रतीक के तौर पर लोगों का तो ये मानना है कि यहाँ पर अभी राम प्रकट हो गए हैं। आप लोग जब पूरे यात्रा को देख रहे हैं तो वो अनुभव आपका कैसा रहा, क्योंकि नेपाल से आप अयोध्या?
बिल्कुल, राम प्रकट हो गए हैं और राम प्रकट होने का मतलब ये हुआ कि हम काली गंडकी नदी में राम प्रकट हो गए, जिसको लाके मैंने राम के अपने घर में वहाँ पर पहुँचाने आया हूँ। तो ये बड़ी खुशी की बात है। और ये तय वो लोग यहाँ के ट्रस्ट लोग तय करेंगे कि इसे रामलला की मूर्ति कैसी बनाना है, क्या बनाना है, ये इनके अधिकार की बात है।
लेकिन ये भी बड़ी बात है कि आप वहाँ देश के एक बड़े नेता होकर यहाँ पर आप पहुँचे हैं और बाकायदा आपने इसको एक तरीके से कहिए दान पूजा, ये दान पूजा ही एक तरीके से हुई है। अब ये किस तरीके से इसका मूर्ति निर्माण होना है, क्या होना है, वो आगे की प्रक्रिया है। लेकिन इसके बारे में मान्यता नेपाल में क्या है? शालिग्राम, जिसको लेकर भारत में अलग अलग मान्यताएं हैं, और कौन सी मान्यता है जिसका?
देखिए, भारत और नेपाल में देखिए हर बारे में अलग अलग मान्यता होती है, लेकिन काली गंडकी से में मिलने वाला जो शिला होता है वो शालिग्राम ही होता है। और शालिग्राम का कई रंग है जो लोगों को मालूम नहीं है, और शालिग्राम के ही कई किस्म, 35 प्रकार के शालिग्राम होते हैं, जिसमें से ये शालिग्राम है और इसको यहाँ हम लोग लाए हैं। इसमें आप लोग अपने अपनी मन की बात है, स्वतंत्रता है, आज़ादी है, सब जिसको जो विचार है वो कहते हैं।
Ayodhya and the Ram Mandir have always been emotive and sensitive words for millions of Indians. They're part of our history, culture, religion, mythology, our life for generations and centuries. It's been a long-drawn struggle politically and in the courts of law before it could again emerge in all its devout glory. Let's rewind and take a look at how time has passed through the Saryu River by the bank of the Ayodhya.
Ayodhya is the administrative headquarters of what used to be Faizabad district of Uttar Pradesh and is now renamed the district of Ayodhya. Ayodhya and Faizabad are also twin cities that in a way represented the age-old syncretic nature of how things had always been in this part of the country. Ayodhya on the banks of river Saryu with its temple-dotted skyline. In consciousness lies somewhere between myth and history. It is a city that is said to go back eons, to times when history has no record but memory exists in its mythology. Till recently it was a city like any other, battling civic promises that were made but never kept. Yet for millions, Ayodhya was special, if not for anything else, but the fact that they believed beyond doubt, beyond reason, beyond time, that their God in his human avatar had been born in this very place. There is reason to celebrate for the devotees of Ram, because in the city of Ayodhya, a 200-year-old dispute over a plot of land had finally been put to rest. In the court of man was decided the abode of gods. And on 5th of August 2020, the foundation was laid to build the grandest, the finest temple to mark the spot where Ram was believed to have been born.
मंदिर हनुमानगढ़ी से भी ऊंचा राम जन्मभूमि का बन रहा है, बनना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि इनके आराध्य हैं, इनके स्वामी हैं, इनके सरकार हैं, तो सरकार का मंदिर तो भव्य और दिव्य होना चाहिए। इसीलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हनुमान जी को अति प्रसन्नता है।
Since those dramatic days of 1992 demolition, the devout have been visiting the site where the idol of infant Ram sat under a tent surrounded by heavy security.
And we'll keep you posted on what's happening in Ayodhya. Coming up after this very short break, the Enforcement Directorate has just taken the Liquorgate scandal to the next level with an explosive claim. We'll tell you about it next.
The economy has become a lot more.
The big news of the day, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's speech for Budget 2023, at least that was how it was meant to be. Until Gautam Adani-controlled companies took the limelight away. This was the share price of Adani Enterprises at close of trade, down 838 rupees or a whopping 28.2%. That's not all. In its unobstructed slide, the stock hit the lower circuit 5 times today. At 5%, 10%, 15%, 20% and then 25%, shattering them all to shed 35% of its value before recovering in late trade. The real rout began after 1 p.m. with a report that Credit Suisse had stopped accepting bonds of Adani Group as collateral for margin loans to its private banking clients. This was a clear sign of deeper scrutiny into Gautam Adani's finances after allegations of fraud by short seller Hindenburg Research. The report also said that Swiss Lender's private banking arm has assigned a zero lending value for notes sold by Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone and Adani Green Energy. This means that its clients will have to come up with other forms of collateral or have their securities liquidated. For Gautam Adani, who earlier this week received the keys to the strategic Haifa port in Israel, which he won in a global tender, the day's agony did not end there. Adani Ports ended up falling more than 19%. Ambuja Cements was down nearly 17%, while Wilmar, Power, Total Gas and NDTV hit the lower circuit. Also taking the fall for the Adani Group were financial institutions who have lent to the conglomerate. LIC fell more than 8%. ICICI Prudential and HDFC Life both were down more than 10%. SBI Life lost nearly a tenth of its value, while SBI was down 5%. Meanwhile, of the 8 lakh crore rupees wiped out this year, a large portion is of Gautam Adani, who has slipped below Mukesh Ambani in a real-time billionaires list. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
यकीन मानिए पहला सप्तर्षि में पहला इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट। कोई एक धारा दिखा दीजिए कि इंक्लूसिव मॉडल हो। बेरोजगारों की संख्या कितनी है? कई करोड़ में है। और आपके पास क्या मॉडल है रोजगार के लिए? तो आपने गोल गोल बातें की हैं, कोई भी ठोस ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है। तो फिर ये आम बजट कैसे हुआ साहब? ये तो खास लोगों का, खास लोगों द्वारा खास तरह से बनाया गया बजट है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
An important India Today exclusive news break. The first mention of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's name in the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet in the liquor scam investigation has just been accessed by India Today. First and exclusive here on your channel. The Enforcement Directorate claims that the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal spoke to the accused in the Liquorgate scandal, Sameer Mahendru, on FaceTime. The call was arranged by Aam Aadmi Party communications in charge Vijay Nair. Now Kejriwal vouched for Nair to Sameer on this very video call. Kejriwal said Vijay Nair is my boy and he can be trusted. The Enforcement Directorate in the charge sheet says that the accused Mahendru said that control of 65% stake in his Indo Spirits business was with K. Kavita, the Telangana Chief Minister's daughter, and also MSR known as Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy. Let's go straight across to India Today's Munish Pandey breaking the story first and exclusive here on India Today. Munish, the first time that Arvind Kejriwal's name has emerged in the charge sheet document that you've accessed. Take us through the details.
Well, Shiv, this is explosive because what the Enforcement Directorate has done, that for the first time they have come on record to say that Arvind Kejriwal not only spoke to certain accused in the case, but also he had meetings with certain politicians who wanted to do business in the case. Now, to break it down for our viewers, who is Vijay Nair? Vijay Nair, according to the Enforcement Directorate, is a communication in charge of Aam Aadmi Party, someone who was very close to Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. And Vijay Nair was the person who, according to ED, was the person who was conspiring with others to bring business, and he received kickbacks of more than 100 crore rupees. So he was someone very important and prime accused. Now Sameer Mahendru is another accused in the case. When Sameer Mahendru was initially involved to do business under this new excise liquor policy brought by Aam Aadmi Party, then to gain trust, Vijay Nair arranged a meeting with Arvind Kejriwal. But when it didn't materialize physically, then a FaceTime video call was arranged by Vijay Nair. Arvind Kejriwal, according to the Enforcement Directorate, spoke to Sameer Mahendru over the FaceTime call. And in that FaceTime call, he said that Vijay Nair is my boy, he can be trusted and you can carry on with him. And then there were several meetings with Vijay Nair and Sameer Mahendru, not only between each other, but also several politicians, including those who were very close to K. Kavita and certain businessmen who were involved in liquor business. Now, coming to the point number 2.
Yes.
MSR Magunta Srinivasulu Magunta Reddy, another Andhra MP who was involved in this liquor scam. He was raided by the Enforcement Directorate. According to ED charge sheet, he wanted to do business in Delhi. But to understand what the new excise policy is, how beneficial it is going to be, he met Arvind Kejriwal, and Arvind Kejriwal assured in the physical meeting that it is going to be beneficial. You are welcome to do business in Delhi. So these are the allegations leveled by Enforcement Directorate against
Munish,
Arvind
this is
Kejriwal.
explosive. The document only with India Today. We're going to continue to track it. After this very short break, we've established that big primetime news break. Arvind Kejriwal's name appearing in that Enforcement Directorate charge sheet on record for the first time. Those words and details, much more of that right after this short break with Akshita Nandagopal. She will also be telling you about the Adani issue rocking Parliament. Both those big stories coming up next.
S. Jaishankar, a career diplomat, today leads India in global platforms with an elan that very few thought he would be able to. When Sushma Swaraj became seriously ill in the summer of 2019, this soft-spoken, multilingual recruit of 1977 Indian Foreign Service was chosen to fill up the position of Minister for External Affairs. BJP, led by Narendra Modi, has just come back to power with a thumping majority for the second term, and many dismissed him as a poor attempt to fill in the stalwart Sushma Swaraj's shoes. Politically, he was a comparatively young minister. A year before he became the External Affairs Minister, he was Foreign Secretary for the Government of India, a post he served since his return as the Ambassador of India to the USA in 2015. In those 3 crucial years, he was the shadow to Sushma Swaraj and got mentored by her. With a master's and doctorate degree in international relations, S. Jaishankar was the right person for India's diplomatic service. After joining Indian Foreign Service in 1977, at the age of 22 years, he served diplomatic assignments in embassies in Moscow, Colombo, Budapest and Tokyo. By birth a Tamilian, raised in Delhi, Jaishankar is fluent in his mother tongue, Hindi, English and learnt Russian during his stint in Moscow. Later, he picked up some Hungarian, conversational Chinese and Japanese. Subramaniam Jaishankar met his counterpart Kyoko in Tokyo, with whom he not only shares his life but also his birthday. Together, they are proud parents of 3 well-established children, Dhruv, Arjun and Medha. The induction of Jaishankar as a cabinet minister at a juncture when Sino-US relations were getting increasingly complex at the global stage, throwing a number of challenges on key areas, especially on trade and cybersecurity, was considered as an interesting choice in the summer of 2019. 3 summers later, critics are quiet, and the only voice that fills the vacuum is cheering Jai Jaishankar.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by QO, European Bath Lounges. Let time wait.
Adani controversy echoes in Parliament.
Please take your seat. I expect the members to observe decorum in the House.
Parliament functions for just 6 minutes today.
आप अपनी अपनी सीट पर जाकर बैठें। प्रश्नकाल महत्वपूर्ण समय होता है।
The House is adjourned to meet at 2 p.m.
Disruptions over Adani takes center stage. Rare show of opposition unity.
महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय है, मुद्दे हैं, जब हम उठाते हैं तो उसको चर्चा का अवकाश नहीं मिलता।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मॉनिटर्ड इसकी पूरी जांच कराओ और जेपीसी बनाओ। इस डिमांड के साथ हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में अपनी आवाज आज भी उठाए हैं।
Demand for Parliament panel probe grows. Adani showdown. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. No doubt the biggest story of the day and what everyone in the country is talking about right now is the Adani controversy. So as expected, it echoed in Parliament as well, which meant essentially that we saw barely about 6 minutes of the House being session, both houses, before it was completely disrupted and there was zero discussion, zero debate that took place. We're going to be getting you all the latest updates from Parliament. A look at the headlines first. As Adani FPO is called off, sources say India's market regulator is examining a rout in the shares of Adani. RBI also puts Adani in watch list. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used for making the deities. Devotees worship holy rocks in Ayodhya. ED's explosive claim says Delhi liquor scam cash was used to fund UP's poll campaign in Goa and top leadership vouched for key accused Vijay Nair. Kejriwal dismisses charge sheet, calls all allegations fictional. Kerala journalist Siddiq Kappan walks out of jail, arrested 2 years ago on charges of creating communal unrest and terror charges after the rape and murder of a Dalit woman in Hathras. YS Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifts shoes to KCR, asking him to walk with her for a day on her Padayatra. And trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. IMF rejects Pak's revised debt management plan, calls it unrealistic. And let's begin with an exclusive India Today news break on the Delhi liquor gate. The first time that Arvind Kejriwal's name has been mentioned in the ED charge sheet in the liquor scam probe. And we've got all the details here on India Today of what's been mentioned in the ED charge sheet. Let's bring you some of the highlights. According to the charge sheet, the Enforcement Directorate's claim is that Kejriwal spoke to accused, one of the accused, Sameer Mahendra, on FaceTime, and the call was arranged by AAP Communications in charge, Vijay Nair, who is another accused in this case. Reportedly, Kejriwal vouched for Vijay Nair to Sameer Mahendra on this very video call. And in fact, in the ED charge sheet, the specifics that's mentioned, Kejriwal reportedly told Sameer Mahendra that Vijay Nair is my boy, he can be trusted. ED in the charge sheet also says that accused Mahendra said that control of 65% stakes in his Indo-Spirits business was with K. Kavita, BRS MLC, and an Andhra MP, MSR, also known as Magunta Srinivasulu Reddy. ED alleges that apart from the video call, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal had also met with this Andhra MP Reddy, who wanted to indulge in the liquor business in the national capital. Munish Pandey is joining us live with more details on this. Munish, explosive claims being made by the Enforcement Directorate. For the first time, Arvind Kejriwal's name also being dragged in. We've seen Sisodia time and again facing the heat in this case. Now, according to ED, Arvind Kejriwal was directly in contact with the likes of Vijay Nair, Sameer Mahendra, and even with an Andhra MP, all of it to do with the liquor trade.
Well, Akshita, this is explosive and this is big. as far as the enforcement directorate is concerned, remember, so far they were investigating Manish Sisodia, but in the fresh charge sheet, what they have claimed that Arvind Kejriwal was also not only aware of this, but he spoke to certain accused in the case. Now, what it essentially means that Sameer Mahendru and Vijay Nair are two important people in this entire case. Just to give a little background about Vijay Nair was not only communication in charge of Aam Aadmi Party, but he is someone, according to ED and CBI, who conspired the entire liquor scam, who was collecting money from the liquor businessmen. Sameer Mahendru is a person who is Delhi-based businessman, but he was involved in not only doing business, but he was also involved in doing certain meetings with Vijay Nair. Now, ED has claimed that when Sameer Mahendru initiated this business with Vijay Nair, then a meeting was arranged so that there can be a confidence-building exercise between the Delhi Chief Minister and this businessman Sameer Mahendru. But when physical meeting couldn't take place, then a FaceTime call was arranged by Vijay Nair. In that FaceTime call, Arvind Kejriwal told Sameer Mahendru, according to ED, that Vijay Nair is my boy, you can trust him and you can carry on with him. Later, there were several meetings, not only between Vijay Nair and Sameer Mahendru, but certain politicians. And when the kickbacks of over 100 crore rupees was received, Sameer Mahendru was also involved in it. So it becomes very big and very serious allegation against Arvind Kejriwal. Now, the second part is that apart from this video call, there was a physical meeting between an Andhra MP, MS Reddy, and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, that Andhra MP wanted to meet Arvind Kejriwal only because he was interested in this new liquor scheme of Delhi, the new liquor scheme of Delhi. And when he met Arvind Kejriwal, according to ED, welcomed him and said that you can continue doing business in the national capital. So these are serious allegations against Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that these allegations are baseless, but ED is claiming that they have statements from certain accused, and after gathering the evidence, they have mentioned this in the charge sheet, which is available with India Today. Akshita.
All right, Munish, thanks for joining us with all of those details. We'll continue tracking the latest that comes in from this. Arvind Kejriwal, meanwhile, reacting to this, has referred to the ED charge sheet as completely fictional, dismissing all of the claims that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate. Let's play out for you what Kejriwal said.
ईडी की कितनी चार्जशीट, अभी तक 5000 चार्जशीट फाइल की होंगी ईडी ने अपने पूरे इस सरकार के कार्यकाल में, उसमें से कितने लोगों को सजा हुई? ईडी की सारे केस फर्जी हैं। ईडी के केस केवल सरकारें गिराने और सरकारें बनाने के लिए इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं। ईडी के केसेस, ईडी जो है भ्रष्टाचार खत्म करने के लिए थोड़ी केस करती है। ईडी तो केवल एमएलए, इन लोगों की सरकारों को एमएलए खरीदने के लिए, एमएलए तोड़ने के लिए, सरकारें बनाने के लिए, सरकारें गिराने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। तो ईडी की चार्जशीट एक कोरा फिक्शन है।
All right, let's move on to our top story of the day. The Adani controversy echoing in Parliament. Both houses adjourned till tomorrow. This after a united opposition came together saying we want only one issue to be discussed, and that is the Adani controversy. Under the leadership of Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, you had key opposition parties, nearly 10 of them, coming together, launching a scathing attack on the central government and questioning why Prime Minister Narendra Modi hasn't spoken on this issue yet. They've put forth a number of demands. The primary, most basic of that is that a joint parliamentary committee be set up to look into the serious allegations against the Adani Group.
प्रश्नों से समस्या हल समाधान होती है। प्लीज जाइए अपने मिशन पर।
This is all that happened in Parliament today.
आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
As the Adani controversy snowballed, the opposition had a one-point agenda for the budget session to demand answers from the government on the Hindenburg Adani papers. With the government making it clear that question hour will not be dropped, both houses were in session for a total of 6 minutes through the day.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 1100 hours on Friday, 3rd February 2023.
In a rare show of unity, opposition parties came together to raise their voice against the government and insist on an in-depth probe. The Congress led the fight both in and outside the House on the Adani showdown.
हमने एक नोटिस दी थी 267 के तहत, और ये नोटिस पे हम चर्चा चाहते थे, लेकिन हर वक्त हमारे नोटिसेस रिजेक्ट होते हैं और महत्वपूर्ण जो विषय है, मुद्दे हैं, जब हम उठाते हैं तो उसको चर्चा का अवकाश नहीं मिलता।
Other parties have echoed Congress's stand, accusing the Prime Minister of shielding Adani.
अमृतकाल में ये महाघोटाला है और इस महाघोटाले पे सदन में चर्चा कराओ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से मॉनिटर्ड इसकी पूरी जांच कराओ और जेपीसी बनाओ। इस डिमांड के साथ हम लोग पार्लियामेंट में अपनी आवाज आज भी उठाए हैं, आगे भी उठाते रहेंगे।
जिस तरीके से घोटाला हम देख रहे हैं 2014 से एक ही ग्रुप को जिस तरीके का फायदा हो रहा है, फोर्ब्स में नंबर 3 या 4 पे आ जाते हैं और अब गिरावट हो रही है, ये सिर्फ स्टॉक मैनिपुलेशन और स्टॉक की ओवर प्राइसिंग की वजह से हुआ है। इसीलिए हम चाह रहे हैं कि एक जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी का गठन हो।
We want a proper investigation into what has happened, why this happened, and from the beginning. We can't just have these responses and close the chapter.
Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee meanwhile claimed that the government was close to collapse as a result of the market crash.
কালকে তো প্রায় সরকার পড়ে যাচ্ছিল। কেন পড়ে যাচ্ছিল? শেয়ার বাজারে ধস নেমেছিল। এবার কাউকে কাউকে রিকোয়েস্ট করে আমরা জানি তারা কারা, নামগুলো বলে আর আমি তাদের দুর্বিষহ করতে চাই না।
The showdown in Parliament is only likely to escalate in the coming days as the government has refused to budge, saying that the slotted discussion on the President's address must be allowed to go on. With the opposition breathing fire on the government over the Adani controversy, how long can the government hold off on a discussion in Parliament? Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining us this evening on 6 p.m. Prime is Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament in the Rajya Sabha from the Shiv Sena. Ma'am, thank you very much for speaking to us here on India Today. Good evening to you. You were a part this morning of the opposition's show of strength and the solidarity when you put out a message saying that the discussion in Parliament right now should be on what's happening in the Adani group. In the last 24 hours, Ms. Chaturvedi, we've seen the SEBI ordering a probe. They're saying they'll submit a report within 48 hours. The RBI has put out a notice to banks. In light of all of that, what is your and the United Opposition's demands right now?
See, firstly, SEBI, after coming under intense pressure and scrutiny, and something that the market regulator should have been tracking and tracing, has come via a report from USA. And that is what is unfortunate. Today, lots of investors, whether they are retail investors or these institutional investors who hold on to a lot of funds coming from retail investors, have invested in these particular stocks. These stocks were bought at a price which was manipulated, a stock which was overpriced, and all this manipulation was happening from companies registered overseas. This should have all come from the SEBI. SEBI is reacting now simply because you're seeing the kind of wealth that has been wiped out overnight over past 4 days. They were just silent about it. What we want is a discussion on this. What we want is a probe on this, which involves parliamentary committee, or set up a joint parliamentary committee, so that we understand what the truth is. People of the country deserve to know, investors deserve to know that the money, the hard-earned money that they are investing in, is it being used to prop up one particular group? From 2014 onwards, if you look at the trajectory, right from our critical infrastructure of ports, airports, right to minerals, coal, we are looking at even cement. Everything is owned by one person and one group. Is actually puts a lot of, we need to bring in a lot of clarity, and there has to be transparency. So this is what we are seeking. And we did not create a ruckus. The intention was not to create a ruckus. The intention was to have a discussion. But if discussion is being denied because the government does not have any answers, or government is shielding a particular group, then that is something we will be protesting about.
There was a mention of the all-party meeting before the budget session began. What was the communication then? Was the government open to a discussion on Adani, contrary to what we see right now, at least in Parliament?
Absolutely. On that particular day, I was part of the all-party meeting where besides me, many other political party floor leaders have raised this issue that this needs to be discussed. This is about investor confidence, investor wealth. You've seen over 1,48,000 crore being wiped out in a period of 3-4 days is absolutely unheard of. And someone pulling back his FPO is also something that we need to probe. How many people have invested in the FPO which was overpriced? When the market price was at 2,000 odd, people, the institutional investors or whoever has been investing from overseas have bought it at 3,000 rupees.
Yeah, he said it's a moral decision.
So who are the ones who are overexposed? Is LIC overexposed? Is SBI overexposed? And why are they putting hard-earned money, or people's hard-earned money who put money in these banks and insurance companies are misusing these funds to prop up a group? So those are questions which are very relevant questions that need to be answered.
So right now, there's been no communication really from the government. But when we tried to reach out to Mr. Pralhad Joshi, for example, ma'am, he said very clearly that we are supposed to have a discussion on the president's address right now. So 4 days down the line, once that schedule is done, we can discuss other issues. Is the opposition jumping the gun by saying we need it today? Is that being too hasty?
No, it is not about being hasty. It's about having discussed this in the all-party meeting and saying that if the government has nothing to hide, if the government believes in transparency. Now, please, we must understand in 2014, they came on the agenda of zero tolerance to corruption. And we are seeing one corporate company grow the way it has done in the size and the volume, and owning most of India's critical infrastructure should come under the scope of debate and discussion. So Mr. Pralhad Joshi has been committing that, we will allow discussion to happen, but they haven't really come good on any discussion till now. We've seen only after so much protest were the farmer laws withdrawn. We never saw it discussed in the parliament, never deliberated in the parliament, just ran through a decision. This is not going to work in this particular case. There are lakhs and millions of investors invested because of this manipulation. And they will lose confidence in the market.
Today, day 3 of the budget session, I was counting essentially to see how long really the House was in session. Both put together at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. in all just about 6 minutes that Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha was in session, when again there was obviously no business. Is this going to be another washout session then?
No, we do not intend it to be a wash-off session, while the government wants it to be a washout session, simply because they don't have answers to these questions. That why was a blind eye turned to something that was happening over a period of time? And what the research findings could have found out through a US-based company, why could our Indian regulatory market not see that happen? And we also want the parliament to run, but the 6 minutes that you're talking about, this is how the government wants to function it. They adjourned it without even listening to us. We want to ensure that the parliament runs. We want to discuss the budget. I would want to speak on the president's address. But why can't you address something which is the biggest challenge, biggest elephant in the room?
Okay, you've raised a fair point there when you say that, at this point, this is the issue that the entire country is talking about. So maybe we should keep that in mind when the parliament is also in session. Thank you very much, Priyanka Chaturvedi, for taking the time out and joining us here on India Today. The opposition, Priyanka Chaturvedi included, making it clear that they're not going to let go of this issue. They're going to seek those answers from the government in the coming days during the budget session. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you details of the other big story of the day. Kerala journalist Siddiq Kappan, who's been behind bars in Lucknow for the last many years, has finally walked out of jail after 2 whole years.
On one hand, the grand construction of Ram Temple is underway and there is a huge preparation. But on the other hand, both the Shaligrams which have come from Nepal has now reached Ayodhya. We are here at the Ram Kar Sevakpuram and you can see these are the 2 Shaligrams through which the structure of Lord Ram and Lord Goddess Sita will be made. Now, there has been a long journey from Nepal to Bihar to Uttar Pradesh, and late night yesterday, both these Shaligram have reached here in Ayodhya. And today, by the saints and the important dignitaries, these shaligrams will be work-shipped, and after that, the work of constructing the statue of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita will begin. It is also very important with the fact how the construction of the Grand Ram Temple is going on in full swing. It is expected that it will be inaugurated next year at the time of Makar Sankranti. But before that, both these shaligrams, which has come from Nepal, will become in a situation where people will be able to see the image and their divine Lord Ram and Goddess Sita through this. It is also very important that not just it is a matter of an auspiciality for all the people of Ayodhya, but at the same time, a big moment for all these people who have been waiting for this moment, for these shilas, for these shaligrams to take the image and the structure of Lord Ram and Goddess Sita, which will be done here in Ayodhya after a long wait. With cameraman Neeraj Kumar, Abhishek Mishra for India Today.
Ranbir Kapoor is one of the few Indian actors in the Hindi film industry who has successfully managed to find the balance between commercial entertainers and content-driven cinema. Born in the famous Kapoor Khandan, cinema and films ran in the superstar's blood. After completing his schooling and college in Mumbai, Ranbir moved to New York City to learn filmmaking. Upon returning to Mumbai, he worked with Sanjay Leela Bhansali as an assistant director on his 2005 hit Black. On the silver screen, the actor's big break came with Sanjay Leela Bhansali, who ironically happens to be the same director who Ranbir worked with as an assistant director. And then finally debuted with Savarya.
मान लो जिंदगी एक बॉक्सिंग रिंग है और दुख आपका हरीफ, उसके हजारों हाथ हैं, लेकिन आपके सिर्फ दो। वो जब भी सामने आए डरो मत, उसकी आंखों में आंखें डालकर देखो और समझो, जानो, उसकी ताकत को पहचानो।
His first film may have turned out to be a flop, but this was followed by a slew of hits. He played the main lead in 2008's Bachna Hai Hasino, which went on to become his first commercial hit.
जी मैं राज, वहीं का फ्रेंड।
And in 2009, Ranbir collaborated with Ayan Mukherjee for the first time in Wake Up Sid, a coming-of-age drama that was critically and commercially hit. Ranbir's restrained performance as a confused teenager garnered critical acclaim and established him as a bona fide actor.
गर्मी की वजह से पागल हो रही हो?
हाँ, पागल हो रही हूँ।
अरे तो मैं क्या करूँ यार? आसमान से बारिश बरसाऊं?
क्यों नहीं? जब इतने एफिशिएंट हो गए हर चीज में, तो ये भी करके दिखाओ ना।
लो।
He was the golden boy of the film fraternity, the rage who could do no wrong. Ranbir starred in commercial entertainers such as Ajab Prem Ki Gajab Kahani,
Welcome back. 2 years after he was jailed, Kerala journalist Siddique Kappan has walked out of the Lucknow jail today. Remember that he was booked under the UAPA and money laundering charges, and that's why it's taken 2 years for him to finally walk out.
Siddique Kappan walks out after spending more than 2 years in jail in Uttar Pradesh. Arrested on charges of attempt to create communal trouble in Hathras following the alleged rape and murder of a Dalit woman, the journalist from Kerala says he will fight for justice. Kappan turned emotional as he tasted freedom after long incarceration.
कितना लंबा संघर्ष करना पड़ा फैमिली को, अब आपकी पत्नी भी आई हुई है, फैमिली सफर किया आपका?
बहुत बड़ा मेहनत किया भाई। मेरा माँ इंतकाल हुआ इस जेल के अंदर, मेरा जेल के अंदर, मेरा वाइफ और बच्चे के एजुकेशन सब देखो।
Kappan was granted bail by a special sessions court in Lucknow. UP police had picked him up along with 3 others when they were on their way to Hathras from Delhi. The police claimed Kappan and associates were involved in a conspiracy to incite violence in Hathras. The investigators allege he is linked to the Popular Front of India, a radical Islamist organization now banned by the Government of India. Kappan was charged with sedition. He was also booked under the Anti-Terror Law, UAPA and Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Kappan has always maintained he was going to Hathras on an assignment given to him by a Malayalam media house.
मीडिया पर्सन, हमारा मोबाइल में कितना लोगों को मोबाइल नंबर है। मेरा मोबाइल में बीजेपी लीडर्स को मोबाइल नंबर है, आरएसएस लीडर को मोबाइल नंबर है, पॉपुलर फ्रंट नेता को मोबाइल नंबर है। आपका फोन में एक मोबाइल नंबर है तो उस किसी का कनेक्शन बन सकता है।
The Supreme Court had granted Kappan bail in September last year, but he remained in a Lucknow jail in the money laundering case filed by the Enforcement Directorate. While Kappan is out on bail, he still faces a long fight to get his name cleared. Bureau Report, India Today.
Santosh Sharma is joining us live from Lucknow with more on this. Santosh, you also spoke to Siddique Kappan and he's made a case for himself saying, that the charges against me were false and I was jailed for 2 years despite that. Now that he's walked out of jail, Santosh, this is only temporary reprieve, yes? The case hasn't been dismissed at all.
Yes, we have spoke to Siddique Kappan and he claimed that the investigating agency, whether it was the UPSC or the UP police, those who have arrested Siddique Kappan along with his 2 other companions, they allege that Siddique Kappan is having a connection with the banned organization PFI. On that behalf, we have asked about PFI connection to Siddique Kappan. He claimed that I'm a journalist and I'm having so many numbers connecting to the leaders of BJP, even RSS, and but also with PFI leaders also in my phone book. It doesn't mean that I'm having any PFI connection. And second, other thing that what the case lost by the ED in the PMLA Act, he said that he got the 5,000, only 5,000 rupees under PMLA Act. On this question, Siddique Kappan claimed that he never get any foreign currency or foreign help of 5,000. He was having only one book and one laptop, and he was going to Hathras for the report the incident.
Okay, so we'll track what happens in this. Siddique Kappan continuing to maintain that he's completely innocent, falsely framed by authorities in Uttar Pradesh. Thanks for the moment, Santosh, for getting us all the updates on that story. I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you details of why YS Sharmila held up a pair of shoes and issued a dare to KCR. What was that all about? We'll tell you in just a bit.
Athleisure has become quite the trend post-pandemic and is here to stay in 2023. It's a hybrid style of inculcating athletic wear in our everyday outfits.
I think the word here is most comfortable, in fact, not just comfort. You feel, very liberated in those clothes. It feels like a second skin, literally. And, you can go out in them, you can sleep in them, you can go to the gym in them. So, yeah.
Initially popularized by women, athleisure has branched into men's clothing now. The market acquisition of athleisure is growing rampantly. They are even replacing traditional activewear and even cutting into jeans sales.
I would say the total market size for the sportswear is somewhere close to 10,000 crores, out of which I think 20 to 25% is occupied by athleisure and growing at the rate of 25 to 30% year on year.
Athleisure has carved out a niche for itself in the clothing industry.
Nowadays, everybody is so, especially post the pandemic, everybody's just so, health conscious, and you see so many people out on the road doing some sort of activity or another. And, every other corner there's a gym or there's some people doing something physical, which is great. So I think, people tend to be usually in their athleisure outfits, yeah, I would say through the day.
Yoga pants, gym wears, leggings, shorts have unapologetically become our go-to outfit. Be it casual dinners, going to a mall or office, athleisure is here to stay. The craze over sneakers has made some of the top international brands foray into it, with women now wearing them for comfort with dresses and even saris. There has been a massive influx in variety of active wears today. Active wears have become a part of everyday routine. Athleisure is a trend that is here to stay. Riya Modi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
A B.Tech graduate in Madhya Pradesh is scripting a success story in dairy farming. Anil Patidar from Modi village, located 45 kilometers away from Agar Malwa district headquarters, chose to stay close to his roots and started his dairy in 2018.
मैंने सन 2014 में बीटेक किया है आरजीपी यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल से, और आज मेरे पास, मैंने सोचा पहले कि जॉब में तो खुद का बिजनेस रहेगा नहीं, दूसरों के अंडर में काम करना पड़ेगा। मैंने डेयरी फार्म स्टार्ट किया, 8 गायों से मैंने शुरुआत की और आज मेरे पास 100 से 105 गायें हैं।
From cutting fodder to milking cows, Patidar relies on machines to manage his business. The venture that started with 4 cows now has more than 100. The business, he claims, is making big profit.
मेरे पास 600 से 700 लीटर दूध पर डे का रहता है।
कितना होता है आमदनी क्या?
अब इसमें सर 60-40 का रेशियो रहता है। मान लो जैसे कि 600 लीटर दूध है, 40 रुपये लीटर के हिसाब से जोड़ा अपन ने, तो 24,000 का दूध हुआ। तो इसमें 60% मेरी इनकम है और 40% मेरा। हाँ।
Patidar claims one of the reasons to start his own dairy was to supply unadulterated milk. He claims many in the region are following his footsteps. Bureau Report, India Today.
The KCR versus YS Sharmila showdown is back in focus. This after YS Sharmila resumed her Padayatra in Telangana after recently receiving a nod from the High Court. But ahead of the Yatra, Sharmila was seen holding up a shoe box. And in her press conference there, while showing that particular box, the pair of shoes, she threw an open dare to Chief Minister KCR, saying, "We'll give you the shoes, join our Padayatra and know what problems plague the public." This Padayatra, remember, resumed today from Narsampet, the same place where she'd stopped her yatra earlier, claiming an attack on her convoy, which spurred that mega showdown with the Telangana government. We've spoken exclusively to YS Sharmila. Let's get you that conversation.
We are joined by YSRTP President YS Sharmila. Madam, after 222 days of struggle, today you are back on your yatra. How are you feeling? What is the response?
After completing 3,500 kilometers of Padayatra, my Padayatra came to a halt because the BRS party, KCR's Gundas, attempted to burn my bus and created a havoc, created the law and order situation, put the blame on me and had me arrested. And after that, you all know how I wanted to parade those vehicles before the CMO and where it got towed away. You also know how I went on a hunger strike without even having a sip of water. And after all that, after that we are here to resume the Padayatra today at the same place where it came to a halt. And you are seeing the people, how they are welcoming us. This only means that the people are also fed up with the KCR's regime.
Then today's announcement that you have made, you've also called KCR to join your yatra for a day. What is it about that?
It's an open challenge to Mr. KCR. He claims that Telangana model is an amazing model and he wants to emulate it all over the country, and that's why he's launched the BRS party. My challenge to KCR is, come one day to your own state where you are the Chief Minister. If you can prove that there are no problems to the people of Telangana, then I will retire from politics, I will apologize to KCR and go back home. But my challenge to KCR is, if there are problems, if the people are reeling under poverty, if the farmers are committing suicides, if the youth is waiting for jobs, people are waiting for pensions, if all this is true, then Mr. KCR himself has to apologize to the people of Telangana. He has to resign and make a Dalit a Chief Minister as he promised.
What is it about the shoes, madam? The shoes that you've gifted, a gift of shoes, what does this symbolize?
That is just a symbolic gesture. That is just challenging Mr. KCR.
Any message that you're giving him?
Yeah, because when my father was the Chief Minister, there was the Praja Darbar. In the Praja Darbar, people used to come and meet the Chief Minister, my father, at least for half an hour every single day.
Yes, ma'am.
Every single day. But that opportunity is not there in this KCR's rule. That's why I'm saying this is a dictatorship. This is tyranny. That's why Mr. KCR has to come and see the plight of the people. So it was just a symbolic gesture, challenging him to come and see what real Telangana is.
Can we see this yatra as in an election mode, madam, now that assembly elections are going to approach? And what is the party stand? How many seats is the party expecting to gain victory, and how many seats are you contesting?
So close to the elections, yes, everything will get into the election mode even though you don't want it to. But YSR Telangana party is going to contest from all the 119 seats in Telangana.
So what is the number that you are expecting, ma'am?
We are going to come to power.
So now that we see that the opposition has also stated that several allegations have come up to the party, to you, madam, especially when your brother is the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. So anything that you want to say about it?
No comments.
No. So this was YSRTP Chief YS Sharmila, madam, on her 224th day of a Padayatra, resumes today from Narsampet and moving towards the other districts in the state. With camera person Damodar, Abdul Bashir, Hyderabad.
And with that exclusive, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side is a special report on the Padma Awards, or the People's Padma, as it's very often called right now, on two snake catchers in the state of Tamil Nadu who are being awarded the Padma Shri. We tell you about their story in just a bit. Parts of Himachal Pradesh, including Manali, Shimla and Auli, as well as Kashmir, have received fresh snowfall. Let's get you all the images coming in. A massive avalanche hit the upper reaches of Jammu and Kashmir ski resort Gulmarg, killing 2 Polish tourists and trapping 21 skiers who were later rescued from the slopes. Videos of the avalanche showing people running for their lives has gone viral. Rescue operations are currently underway in the area. The ski slopes where the avalanche happened have now been declared a no-go zone. Avalanches have been frequent in the higher reaches of Kashmir in these months, especially after fresh snowfall. Uttarakhand's Rudraprayag has also witnessed snowfall, snow-capped mountains and a white carpet continues to attract large number of tourists. Even after the snowfall, the weather remained pleasant with temperatures hovering around 6 degrees. Another tourist hotspot, Auli in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand, is freezing at -3 degrees Celsius after heavy snowfall. This has turned the district into a winter wonderland. Snowfall was also reported in Uttarakhand's Bageshwar. Sky remained cloudy and fog continued to envelop the district throughout the day. The cold has intensified and in most villages there's been heavy snowfall as well.
RRR is on a record-breaking spree. It has been an eventful time for the makers of RRR as the film won 4 nominations at HCA Film Awards. The official Twitter handle of RRR shared the happy news and wrote, "The nomination spree continues. RRR bags 4 nominations at the HCA Film Awards. Thank you so much, jury, for recognizing RRR movie." While S.S. Rajamouli won a nomination in the Best Director category, the film was nominated in 3 others, including Best Picture, Best Action Film and Best International Film. And recently, adding to the list of awards and recognition, the LA Film Critics Association Awards was conferred to the Natu Natu music director M.M. Kiravani for Best Music Score Original.
What is Natu? పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిత్త దూకినట్టు పొలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు గిర్రు సెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు మర్రి సొట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు కూడినట్టు ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన మిరప తొక్కు కలిపినట్టు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నా పాట చూడు నాటు 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 వీర నాటు.
He beat Pavel Maket for EO to bag this award. Unfortunately, S.S. Rajamouli could not bag the Best Director award and missed it by a whisker to Todd Field, who won it for Tar. However, he did win the New York Film Critics Circle Award for the Best Director. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
This was the culmination of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Srinagar on Monday. The journey of reinvention has seen many images, many faces of Rahul Gandhi. When he set out on the 4,000-kilometer Yatra, a clean-shaven Rahul was the man on a mission. To unite the country was the stated agenda, but to tide over upcoming elections was the bigger goal. That goal required political muscle, so all Congress leaders put their weight behind the Gandhi heir. If the aim of the Yatra was to showcase Rahul as a man fit to take on Modi in 2024, it was also to showcase his human side, the people connect, the one loved by kids and youth alike. A family man, a doting son and a brother. An animal lover, a man who could walk with Aam Aadmi and the Khas Aadmi alike. A man of faith, a Shiv Bhakt, a secular face. As the Yatra continued, the beard started to grow. The look changed, but the white t-shirt remained, even in the biting Delhi cold. But then a jacket was added, later a cap,
and finally a Firan. Whether these viral images translate into viral votes is something India will be waiting for and watching. Bureau Report, India Today.
On Republic Day, India honored 106 people with the Padma Awards. 2 of them are snake catchers from Tamil Nadu. They belong to the Irula tribe, which largely resides in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. They are ancient snake catchers. We spoke to Masi and Vadivel of the tribe. They have been chosen for their remarkable contribution to society and environment. They follow the traditional ways. They say we're not scared of snakes, we worship them. I'm leaving you with this report by Pramod Madhav. Thank you for tuning in.
Masi Sadaiya and Vadivel Gopal have made the Irula community proud. They have been conferred prestigious Padma Awards this Republic Day. They are the representatives of the ancient Dravidian community of Irula tribe. The tribe is mainly concentrated in the northern Tamil Nadu. A group of them live in Karnataka and another in Palakkad of Kerala. They are famous as snake and rat catchers. This fame made the government of Florida invite Masi and Vadivel to the US to catch pythons in 2017. Burmese python, not native to Florida, but India, was wreaking havoc in the state, and the government spent nearly $70,000 to bring Masi and Vadivel along with translators all the way from Tamil Nadu to catch them. And so did they with remarkable success.
எனக்கு வந்து பாம்பு தொழில் தான் ரொம்ப பாரம்பரியம் எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும் எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா கூட 16 வயசுலேருந்தே நான் தொடர்ந்து இந்த பாம்பு பிடிக்கணுன்ற ஆசை எனக்கு ஆரோக்கியமாக கற்றுக் கொடுத்தாரு எங்கள் அப்பா அம்மா நம்ம வந்து பயப்படாத தைரியமாக நின்று இது என்ன நம்மளை பண்ணோம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு தைரியம் இருந்தால் பாம்பு நம்மளை விசங்க பொறுமையாக தான் சால்வ் பண்ணணும் பொறுமையாக போயிட்டு இருக்கோம்
உயிர் பனி வச்சு தான் சார் பிடிக்கிறோம் நாங்கள் பாம்பு பிடிக்கிறதுன்னா அவ்வளோ சுலபமாக கிடையாது உயிர் பனி வச்சு தான் பிடிக்கிறோம் அந்த தொழில் கட்சால் இறந்துருவோம் அந்த அளவுக்கு நாங்கள் அந்த பாம்பை உஷாராக கண்டுபிடிச்சி பிடிப்போம் கட்சி இருக்குது சார் எங்களை ஒரு சுரட்ட பாம்பு கட்சி இருக்குது
என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க பாம்பு கடிச்ச உடனே
பாம்பு கடிச்சாக்கா எங்கள் பச்சால் மூலிகை நாங்கள் கொஞ்சம் சாப்பிட்டு அப்புறம் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் மூலிமா போயிடுவோம்
Yet they continue to follow this tradition. Even Irula women are part of this.
நாங்கள் வந்து வயல் காட்டில் போகும்போது பெண்கள் வந்து கூடையை எடுத்து ஒயர் கூடை எடுத்து பின்னாடி மாட்டிங்கன்னு எலப்பரா எங்களுக்கு வருவாங்க பாம்பை நாங்கள் பார்த்துட்டோமா அந்த பக்கம் போகுதுன்னா நீங்கள் அப்படி வாங்கணும் போது அவங்கள பார்த்து பாம்பு எங்கள் பக்கம் வந்தால் தான் நாங்கள் அதை மூவ் பண்ண முடியலன்னா அது தவறிவிடும் போகிறதே தெரியாது பில்லில் அதுமாரி எங்களுக்கு வந்து அன்றைக்கி காலத்துலேருந்து இன்னைக்கு காலத்து வரைக்கும்.
The Irula tribe now runs the Irula Cooperative Society, where they catch snakes and extract venoms for medicinal purposes.
We see them in the wild and all that, but we do not know people who are behind it. That these are the people from the local community who risk their lives every day. They go out and they catch these snakes and all that and they bring. So when you look at the wild, when you save lives by administering this, you should also think of the people who are behind it.
It took another 5 years for the government of India to recognize these men and their contribution to the society and environment. Both Masi and Vadivel hope that the Padma Awards will benefit their community in future.
எனக்கு வந்து பெரிய ஆரோக்கியமாக இருக்குது அந்த அவார்டு எனக்கு வருமான்ற எதிர் எனக்கு இல்லை நான் என்றைக்குமே சாதாரணமாக நம்ம வேலை செய்கிற மாரி இந்த வகையில் கொண்டு வருவாங்கன்றது அன்றைக்கி தெரியல இன்றைக்கி தெரியுது சார்.
எங்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு இந்த உலகத்தில் எவ்வளோ எங்கள் மக்கள் நிறைய பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க சார் அந்த மக்களுங்க துணி வேறு வேஷம் துண்டு ஒரு வேஷம் இல்லை ஏரிக்கரையில் குளத்தங்கரையில் குட்டைக்கரையில் இதுமாரி தான் வாங்கின்னு வராங்க வாங்கிட்டு வரவங்களுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு எங்களால் அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு நன்மை கிடைக்கட்டுன்னு நாங்கள்.
And the person here is holding a glass vial which carries the venom from the bandit crate. And the interesting factor is that it was Masi and Vadivel who were responsible for catching these snakes from the wild, bringing it out here, and thereby being one of the most important aspect of creating the anti-venom and saving lives, thousands of lives across India. And that's why they were conferred with Padma Shri. Ms. Divyan, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
A university founded by the world's first non-European Nobel laureate. More than 100 years later, Vishwa Bharati at Rabindranath Tagore's Shanti Niketan locked in a land dispute with another Nobel Prize winner, Professor Amartya Sen. The university has accused the 90-year-old of occupying a portion of campus land in excess of his entitlement. Professor Sen has disputed the claim and accused the central institution of harassment. Earlier this week, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee stepped in. She stood beside the elderly economist, a vocal critic of the Modi government and the BJP. The CM produced land records she insisted supported Professor Sen's complete entitlement of the land under his possession. The Chief Minister also alleged saffronization attempts on Vishwa Bharati's campus. The West Bengal Chief Minister sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention, saying she would write a formal letter to him in this regard. The university has responded. Vishwa Bharati has instead accused the state Chief Minister of listening to sycophants. A new political war in West Bengal with an academic institution and icons at its center. Bureau Report, India Today.
भारत के वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी दी है। हमारा बजट भी काफ़ी बड़ा हुआ है, जिसके कारण आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान के रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो हमने निर्धार व्यक्त किया कि वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के रोड बनेंगे, वो उद्दिष्ट हम निश्चित रूप से पूरा कर सकेंगे। ग्रीन एनर्जी, ग्रीन पावर, हर जगह पर जो ग्रीन बात के उल्लेख किया गया, वो हमारी इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने की दृष्टि से एक बहुत बड़ी पहल है। मैं मानता हूँ कि इस बजट की विशेषता ये है कि हमारे आम आदमी के जीवन में जो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन की जो समस्याएं गंभीर है, वो ग्रीन अप्रोच के कारण निश्चित रूप में हमारे क्वालिटी लाइफ में काफ़ी बड़ा सुधार होगा। मिडिल क्लास के बारे में सोचा नहीं जाता था, इस बार पहली बार मिडिल क्लास को भी काफ़ी राहत दी गई है। गांव, गरीब, मजदूर और किसान का कल्याण करने वाला और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आत्मनिर्भर भारत का सपना पूरा करने वाला और हिंदुस्तान को वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमी में एक सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर बनाने के लिए ले जाने वाला ऐसा ये बजट है। स्क्रैपिंग के लिए जो विशेष रूप से हमारी रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री थी, उसके बारे में राज्य सरकार और भारत सरकार दोनों जगह अब नई गाड़ी आएगी, जिससे प्रदूषण कम होगा और निश्चित रूप से स्क्रैपिंग के कार्य को भी काफ़ी बड़े इससे शुरुआत हो जाएगी। बहुत अच्छा बजट निर्मला जी ने दिया है, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं और ये बजट प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हिंदुस्तान को भविष्य में प्रगति और विकास की ओर ले जाएगा, ऐसा विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूं।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The complete free fall in Adani stocks now echoes in Parliament. The opposition claims it's a scam. The Congress wants a joint parliamentary committee, even as the government refuses to break its silence on the issue. Should the market regulator SEBI now step in and investigate? And what will be the political fallout of the Adani shock? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, just what does the new tax regime mean for you as a taxpayer? And we'll bring you an India Today impact, just how a hockey player who was a daily laborer could now be getting a job. All that and much more on the news today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Before we get to the top story, which many would say is all business, but there's so much politics in all of it. Let me take you through the headlines first. Adani stocks in the red hours after its FPO was revoked. Market regulators to probe the route. RBI to put Adani Group on the watch list. As Adani FPO called off, sources say India's market regulator is examining a rout in the shares of Adani. RBI too puts Adani in the watch list. Auspicious Shaligram Shila in Ayodhya. Holy rocks to be used in construction. Devotees worship holy rocks in the city. ED's explosive claims say Delhi liquor scam cash was used to fund AAP's poll campaign in Goa. And that top leadership vouched for key accused Vijay Nair. Kejriwal dismisses charge sheet, calls all allegations fictional. And finally, Kerala journalist Siddiqui Kappan walks out of jail. Kappan was arrested 2 years ago on charges of creating communal unrest after the rape and murder of a Dalit woman in Hathras. While Sharmila dares Telangana Chief Minister again, gifts shoes to KCR, dares him to walk alongside her for a day. And trouble continues to mount for Pakistan. IMF rejects Pakistan's revised debt management plan, calls it all too unrealistic. If Adani stand outside of Parliament, in Parliament, the chants of Adani echoed. Both houses of the Parliament were adjourned till tomorrow after the opposition created a ruckus. Under the leadership of the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, key opposition parties launched a scathing attack on the centre and the BJP. Questioning the silence of the Prime Minister over the issue, the opposition parties demanded a joint parliamentary committee or a Chief Justice of India designated committee probe into the Adani Group. Here's more.
प्रश्नों से समस्याएं हल समाधान होती है
प्लीज जाइए अपने अपने स्थान पर।
This is all that happened in Parliament today.
आज 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
As the Adani controversy snowballed, the opposition had a one-point agenda for the budget session to demand answers from the government on the Hindenburg Adani papers. With the government making it clear that question hour will not be dropped, both houses were in session for a total of 6 minutes through the day.
The House stands adjourned to meet at 1100 hours on Friday, 3rd February 2023.
In a rare show of unity, opposition parties came together to raise their voice against the government and insist on an in-depth